watching yesterday. I'm going to give you guys a quick recap. We had an epic opening ceremony. We had a huge jeep behind us. We had a special performance. We had 4 amazing matches. And of course, we announced some exciting updates that are coming to PUBG Mobile.
Yes. Selepas semalam pertandingan yang sangat seru dan sengit sekali, rasanya hari ini akan lebih mengujakan lagi lah. Kita tengoklah mari.
Now, of course, none of this would have been possible without the help of our title sponsor, Vivo, because without them, the players here wouldn't be able to use their Next 3, which is the latest flagship device that's giving them seamless and uninterrupted gaming experience at the highest level.
Sebelum kita bermula, saya ingin mengucapkan ribuan terima kasih untuk sponsorship yang terbesar kita, iaitu Vivo, untuk mewujudkan pertandingan ini. Dan juga dalam semua pertandingan, kita akan menggunakan model flagship yang terbaru mereka, iaitu Next 3 untuk pertandingan yang lancar sekali dan tanpa pengangguan. Bestnya!
Alright, you know what, Leslie? We talked enough about the past. We talked about yesterday. Let's talk about today. Before everything, y'all know we got a special performance, right? Yeah?
Y'all know?
Who's it gonna be? Alright, we got fanboys and fangirls in the audience.
A lot.
Aside from the special performance, we're gonna have, of course, 2 extra matches added on. We got a total of 6 PUBG Mobile matches today, and you know, we're excited because it's more PUBG Mobile action for us. And of course, we're gonna find out if the teams that won yesterday, are they gonna keep feasting on that chicken, or will the tables turn? It's time to find out who can be the one.
Kita akan tengok pasukan-pasukan secara Bigetron akan mengekalkan pasukan mereka dalam posisi yang terbagus, ataupun pasukan-pasukan lain akan kembalilah dengan balasan. Alright, sebelum perlawanan yang pertama, kita marilah nikmati pertandingan kehiburan sekarang dan yang gunakan map yang terbaru kita, Ruins, dengan pasukan 2 4 versus 4 deathmatch ini.
Alright, before I translate for you exactly what Leslie said, if you guys want it in English, I gotta make sure the Malaysian fans down here are ready. Are you guys ready to kickstart the day? It's not enough for me. Are you guys ready? That's more like it. So, like Leslie said, there is going to be a little surprise. We've got a special show match ready for you guys. We've invited our region and country ambassadors to join us on stage with the players for a game that is different than what we play, you know, in the normal pro matches. It's going to be in the team deathmatch mode on a new map called The Ruins.
Another resounding victory. Wait, what's this map, you ask? Where have you been? This is Ruins, the new 4v4 team deathmatch map in PUBG Mobile. This map has more terrain variety than the previous one, making a wide range of strategies available. But first, you will need 3 trustworthy teammates. Yes, them! Having a balanced team is paramount to victory. A sniper, an assault rifle user, an SMG user, and someone that is flexible and free to take advantage of the map. The snipers will naturally fight for ownership of the small passage on the left side of the map, so don't wander into it by accident. However, enemy snipers often forget to check their 6 o'clock, so do try to get behind them to take them out and gain the upper hand. Coming up with your own strategy is also encouraged, such as tight defense, guerrilla warfare, rushing the enemy, and so on. The team deathmatch rules apply to Ruins as well, which means that the first team with 40 kills, or the team that has the most kills when the time runs out, wins. So do your best to stay alive. There are also some items that can be picked up, and they might just come in handy. Use a stun grenade to stop your enemies, then charge in, slide, and finish them off. Amazing teamwork, right? What? You want to rewind a bit? Oh, that. It's the new sliding action that was added to Team Deathmatch. Tap the crouch button while running to slide and surprise your enemy. Anyway, that's about it. I'm getting ready for my next match, so see you in the Ruins.
And luckily for us, we have the chance to see this happen live here on air. Actually, one of the first times we're going to be able to see one broadcasted as well on the new map of Ruins. I'm excited to see how things go. I'm Jason Kappen, joined by the handsome, soon-to-be mustacheless Mustache Dave, and Seven Worlds Gaming there on the end, looking as fly as ever, looking as cool as a cucumber.
Hey, you like my Vivo Hero suit?
I
By
do.
the way, you're going to be seeing it in-game in some of the games coming up later on from the players. It's going to be pretty sweet.
I heard it gives you extra accuracy as well, and damage.
I
Plus
don't know
10
about
HP.
And HP. I mean, obviously, you're going to need that when we get into it. So, yeah, we're going to have a little bit of a short match before we get underway with the actual tournament. Could be kicking off. Obviously, we already had some exciting matches yesterday. We're going to have 6 more coming up today. But let's start to talk about what is happening here. A match of influencers, a TDM 7 Ruins. I know you've had a lot of experience playing TDM.
Yep.
Walk us through how this is going to go.
I love it. And not just me. Everybody loves it, especially the pro players. They use TDM to go ahead and warm up all the time because it just gives you instant action. And the cool thing about Ruins is that it now spawns people randomly. So before, in Warehouse, it used to spawn you in a set location. Now in Ruins, you're actually not going to know where they're going to be coming from, and you might just get flanked around. And now the new ability to just go ahead and slide, it's awesome. I honestly, I play it all the time.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to lie. When I'm on Runes, I auto-run, and I just keep spamming the slide button and try to get as many frags as possible.
Before we got underway, you were just sliding across the venue, trying to warm up for the show match.
And when I'm not auto-running and sliding, I'm camping by that crate near the Section A, prone in that bush back there, trying to get some kills with the M4. I'm not going to lie. I'm a camper on Runes. Okay? I'm not ashamed of it. I'm not ashamed of it.
Dave, see, I like to run and gun with the Car 98. Just no scopes all the time.
Oh.
And it's easier, too. It's literally like a one-shot kill. So try it out. Let us know. Send us some clips. Tag PUBG Mobile. I'm pretty sure we'll see it.
You took what I do on the map as well. That's what I would want to do, you know? Pull out the no scopes with the Car 98. We're going to see, obviously, some of our players going to be Team Nikki here coming up first. We're going to have, let's see, first player, Nikki Tanga. He's from the Regional Basher of Europe with tons of experience. And he's participated in the Crew Challenge, Club Open, and Star Challenge before. And he also owns the Team Ultra team in Russia. And he's also the captain of that. So he's going to be leading the way for his team.
Yeah, and then Baby Law, the region ambassador for Southeast Asia.
And look at that, we have a new team right there led by Derek G, our boy. He actually makes a lot of tutorial videos on YouTube. I use them just to go ahead and land in classic, so it helps out a ton. I don't know which one's gonna go ahead and be my favorite there from this teams, but it's gonna definitely be interesting between those.
And then Trait from EGC. I heard rumors on the streets out here in Malaysia, a fierce player.
I don't know. The one I'm actually going to be looking forward to from Nikki Tanga's team is going to be Clash Universe. He's from India. He knows all the ins and outs for the game. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see him in a different location, just maybe camping or maybe waiting for somebody that somebody else is not too aware of and getting that chicken dinner.
I'm wondering how much have they practiced together as well, because I know if we went into TDM right now, I'd probably be raging at Mustache Dave over and over for not getting my 6.
I'm going to be camping in the bush. You already know what I'm doing.
So you should be able to get my back from the bush, right?
I'm dependable, all right? You know where I'm at. I'm behind the crate, so if an enemy comes over there, hey,
you know,
shout it out.
You are consistent. It might be on the bottom of the scoreboard, but at least you're consistent.
Hey, 4-0, all right? All right, that's all I care.
I'm just saying, don't count on me. I'm a doofus. I'm going to be rushing. I got potato aim. So, yeah, don't count on me on that one.
I've seen your aim. I've seen, you know how to trace. Once when you get up close and personal 7, bah, 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 with that full gyro.
My close range is pretty good. I got them hot jukes, you know?
Yeah, but with the Car 98.
Hot jukes,
you only got like one shot.
Hot jukes, he's got it.
He's got one shot,
don't worry about it.
One opportunity.
He's on our team, all right?
I get it done. I get it done. You can watch some of my clips on Instagram at the 7WG.
My question is, if we were to put a team together, who would be our 4th out of all of our talent here? Me personally, I choose Icy. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Icy. Sorry,
Terrence.
John and Blank.
Sorry, John.
I've seen Icy play actually on TDM before, and he does full gyro. He'll turn 360 just to get the trace.
Dude, he's exercising while he's playing.
I don't know.
He's got some abs.
John might surprise us with some Harry Potter magic and then just end up going on an insane kill streak.
I mean, he's good with grenades and flashbangs. I'm not going to lie. I've seen it firsthand.
All right, well, I guess we're going to head over to our commentators now to kick off the game. John, Allen, and Blank.
There we go. We're going to be getting underway. Thank you very much, Jason. My name's John Allen. With me is Blank. Looks like we're already going to be starting it off.
Absolutely, John. On Ruins, the new map. It's a classic one. Already looks really, really cool compared to everything else we've got thrown in here. Much, much more hectic, as you can see already in the sliding movement. They're loving it. I mean, when I'm in TDM, I'm just sliding all the time.
Yeah, just get down low, close to the ground. Keeps you behind cover, can get across some really tricky to bridge gaps normally. First to 40 is going to be our rule set. You can see they're already racking up these kills around and about. Respawns coming through, and it's going to be first to 40 kills.
Yeah, Nikki Tanga getting it done there. Legendary already, this boy is. He's popping off.
Absolutely, he's got so much done. I believe he's over on the blue squad. They are going to continue to go on forwards. Take one down, a 1-for-1 trade, but still 10-4 the scoreline, and it's going to continue to rack on up as they trade it on back.
Yeah, red team starting to try and come back in this fight, but already 12 kills for the blue team. And it's just getting more and more. Drops around the corner, does he get the 2?
Oh, NickEtunga, you can tell why this guy's a pro, finally gets taken down. It was really quite solid. That was the sliding mechanic coming into play, and of course, if you're used to that pro style of play over on the rest of the maps, then you're not going to be aware or ready for the shots coming through the sliding low ball.
No, absolutely not. It's an interesting... You change the area that you're usually aiming, especially in an FPS game. You want to be usually going for the head area, but they're going to fake you out with that one all the time with the low ball.
Ooh, a little bit of an open firing range at the moment down the middle. It is going to be NickEtunga to stay alive, and now in comes UNicornGaming, able to get a lot done right down the middle, gets one, goes for another, tries to hold the angle, but he does get taken down. The encroaching squads from Team Nicky just able to push on through. Beautiful stuff coming out from them.
And you can already see the interesting design of the map here allows teams to take full-on firefights with one another in this close quarters area, and they're just still going at it.
It is so bloodthirsty. It's all about who can get those kills on board at the moment. Team NickEtunga ahead 24-18 against Team Derek G.
That could be big.
And the big nade going down the middle. Looks like they did back off just in time, but not before Clash Universe takes a tumble. Has to go for the respawn, so Team NickEtunga have to pick that one back up, but we're on board with BabyLar, able to turn it on, turns it around, and gets shut down. Unfortunately, Clash Universe able to put some pressure on.
Absolutely. Derek G now pulling out the Vector. That thing hits hard and fast. Gotta be worried about it. But Nikongo actually with the nade onto Pedwang.
A bit of a flank coming in from BabyLar as well, going up on the sidelines. 28-24 now. The scoreline's evening up just a little bit. The sprays are there. Now the high ground occupied by Team Nicky. A nice spray from BabyLar. Turns it on for another. Goes for the third as well.
Oh,
BabyLar popping off.
That's huge. Derek coming back with the Vector once again, though. But this guy is just holding it down. But there's the flank that we were talking about before. You can get the drop on these players if you stay in one place for too long. Don't want to be doing that.
Behind the pillar, that's not going to see you safe when there's some slipping and the sliding coming out from Team Nicky. They're going to go around the cover and use it beautifully. Nicky stays alive, but not for much longer. The Vector from Derek G. Opposing influencers able to do the work against one another.
Absolutely. Derek G keeping it close and personal. He's not allowing them to pull too far ahead. And remember, at the beginning of the game, we were 5-12. Now, 30-35, but only 4 kills remaining for the blue team to finish. So now, it is 40 to win.
It's so close. Only one squad wipe will do it. 37 now, 3 left. Make that 2. The countdown is on. BabyLar looking for blood. Out to push around the corner. Nicky leads the charge as well. Around the corner they go. 39 is in, and they're going to keep on pursuing. They're out for it. 1 kill is all it takes, and I don't think there's too much that Derek G can do about it. Huge slides.
What an end to the game there. They slid straight into that 40 kill mark. You can see how happy these guys are. What a wonderful game though, all in all. It's lovely to see some of these influencers on the stage playing the game, and you can tell these guys have got the moves.
Fantastic stuff coming on back.
Indeed, thank you very much, John and Blank, for that crazy action that was going down. That was, I thought I had some time to go, grab some water, go chill for a second, but that was fast as hell.
And that's the best part about TDM. If you don't have that much time, if you need to just get a quick little game in, it's the best time to do it. I do it all the time. I'm not going to say when, but...
got mopped up there. Let's just be real. I mean, that was like a 3-second match. Team Nicky dominating right there. BabyLar in particular, she had a 1.3 KD. She had a 1v3. She got 2 of them down and out. Didn't get the last one.
Look at this guy breaking down the plays in the game.
BabyLar, if you're watching, mustache, save on score.
I think NickEtunga was just able to use his experience from before. It's not the first time he's actually an ambassador. He was also in the Star Challenge. And as I mentioned, they have the man from India, Clash Universe, which he knows all in and out. So I'm pretty sure that they were talking beforehand and they drew up some kind of strategy.
We saw that. I think we saw them practicing beforehand, sitting there going over strategies, how they would attack, who would have what loadout, who to focus on the other team.
They were flanking right. So it's smart for them.
Hey,
they were working together.
Some teams playing today could probably learn from that flanking that we saw. I'm not going to call out any team in particular, but you know who you are. You know who you are.
I'm not going to say which one.
Team Derek G needs to learn.
You know what?
Derek G, I'm sorry. If you catch me in NA, don't slap me.
Maybe. He sounds really worried. I was like really scared there for a second.
You'll be fine.
Okay. Maybe we'll have a chance to play them tomorrow on stage. Us 4 to get our butts whooped.
Oh, that's easy. We'll probably win.
I was almost there. I think I would have made a difference. Just saying.
I believe it. I believe it. Us three, Icy Baby, will take on any one of you at home or here in the audience.
John is the coach.
And John will be our coach. But you know what? That's it for the show match. We're going to be coming back to kick off our day. It's going to be starting things off on our angle. It'll be after a short break. Open 2019 Fall Split Global Finals. I'm going to say it twice because it's on day 2 as well as we're about to kick off our 5th match of the entire 16 we have to offer you. Jason Kaplan, Mustache Dave, Seven Worlds Gaming. So we're going to be covering the desk for you over the course of, well, yesterday, the prelims, and now the next 2 days as well. So guys, we had a crazy day 1. We saw, Bigetron take the first place position at 68 points. I want to start off by talking about, were there any teams that surprised you, first of all, before we go into the teams we want to really develop on?
Team Queso, right? I mean, they got 7th place in spring, and they consider themselves the 7th best team in the world because they're still basing their stats off of that spring challenge when you talk to them. But they're trying to change it up here to be the 1st place best team in the world. And yesterday they got chicken dinner, 23 kills as a team, 4.7k damage. Looking pretty good. I mean, they were hyped up during the interview down there, and I know that they are going to be looking for some more kills here today.
Yeah, and actually, just a little bit from Team Queso, I was able to walk into their dressing room, and they were all just
while they were dressing?
No. They were actually practicing strats. They have the little mini maps, pictures, everything
just
ready,
clarifying.
and they want to go ahead and get every single win today out of the 6 matches. So we'll see if we can do it. The team that actually went ahead and surprised me, even though it really not, it was Entity Gaming. They had a great performance. They were able to go ahead and just get back, I believe it was 2 2nd places. The only game that they didn't do so well, at least here in Malaysia, via practice and that we saw yesterday, was Vikendi. I went ahead and talked to them. I was like, it's not looking like Vikendi is going to be a strong map here for you guys. They told me, listen, remember that 18-kill game we got on the regional finals? We're going to try to make that happen again.
Mate, I mean, that was like different teams, right? You're playing against the best of the best of the best, sir.
All right.
Men in Black reference.
I mean, Men in Black 1 or 2?
1.
What about 3?
These are reference to 1.
3 is good. All right.
That's not what we're talking about.
My point is, all right, back to Entity Gaming. Like you said, they had a poor performance on Vikendi. They were gate kept outside the zone. They're going to fix that here today. And not only that, Amen, one of their players, one of their top fraggers, was sick all day yesterday. So my intel tells me that Aman is feeling much better here today, is going to be on the ball 100%. So look to see that team acquire 1 chicken today. And one other thing to note, we got 3 air goal matches. Yesterday, they hot dropped in Yasnaya with Orange, 4 easy points right off the bat.
Yeah, that's true. And currently, I believe Orange is in last place, so I wouldn't be surprised if we get to see that again from them. And as you mentioned, Aman didn't actually do so well yesterday.
Yeah.
I went and talked to them, and they're still in good moods. They know that they're going to be able to bring it back. They were backing him up. They were saying 7. Aman is going to show up today with Jonathan.
Yep.
We're going to go for even more kills, which is good because they've been getting placement and also kills. Another team that's not really being able to get the kills that I want to go ahead and mention is Cloud9. Cloud9 has been able to get the placing points, but they're not being able to get the players towards the end of the game. So what they told me is, 7, we're going to switch up our strats a little bit just so we can go ahead and have all the players at the end of the match. Yesterday, it seems like they were just chasing the placing points. Today, they're going to try to continue the same strats, just a little bit change with trying to keep the whole team towards the end, which if they can do that, I think they'll be big contenders for getting a win here today.
Yeah, not only that, communication is important. You know, speaking to the members as well, they're adjusting to the LAN environment. There's a lot of noise, lots of distractions, using the glorious chicken dinner phone. They're just getting used to everything. Hopefully yesterday with the 4 games is enough time to get used to kind of the LAN environment so that today those team comms are going to be in point and they don't lose members on rotations like they did yesterday, like you mentioned.
And going to Teams Comm, one of the perfect examples that they kind of had just some miscommunication was when Beowulf, their IGL, went ahead and rushed Top Esports. They were not expecting that. Beowulf, they actually told me he was supposed to be scouting and checking that area. They had no idea that Top Esports was there, but Uneven, and I believe it was Fire Our Practice has, were not supposed to be following him, and that's why it led to such a poor performance in Erangel. So they're going to go ahead and try to switch it up and be more in sync today.
It surprised me to hear this because there was a couple of the teams, I don't want to call them out in particular, that were not playing. What's that?
Say the name.
I don't want to call them out.
You can't say that without saying the name.
I don't want to call them out.
1.
I mean, they're all elite teams here, so I don't want to call anyone out in particular because that's a bad omen, all right? So looking at some of the teams, they really struggle to play the way they're supposed to play. And when they come to the LAN environment, everyone just kind of does their own thing. I don't understand why that happens when you're at the very biggest tournament of your career.
Yeah, I mean, they just might be having like a slow day. For example, Team Seoul. They started very, very slow yesterday. They were able to go ahead and get the chicken dinner, but that's about it. Today, it's going to be a little bit different. The good thing, I talked to Mortal, and he told me, listen, Seven, getting that first winner on day 1 helped us out a ton.
Yeah.
In Berlin, didn't get a win until the last day, and it was a little bit too late. Here, they're going to be able to try to come in hot for the second day and get multiple chicken dinners.
To dive into that, how much it helped them, they got 23 placement points yesterday. That one chicken dinner is 20 of those placement points. I mean, they tanked it. I'm not going to lie. They have the fans in the chat supporting them, rooting them on. They only got 9 kills yesterday as well throughout the 4 games, and Clutch God getting 4 of those. Got to mention, though, on the overall damage leaders, Clutch God is number 8. Number 8 with only 4 kills. So has around 1,480 damage. That goes to show me that Clutch God is putting out the numbers when it comes to damage, possibly getting the knocks, but not able to get the flushes.
Yeah, they might be able to go ahead and readjust and play around his playing style. I know you were mentioning that yesterday, Jason, that they want to go ahead and do that. Now that they've seen that Clutch God is here, he's showing up, even though it's a big event, they might go ahead and just switch up that around.
I actually hope we get to see the overall standings in particular, just so we have an idea of like where every team is at the moment. I mean, you got Bigetron in first place with 68. If we kind of compare it back to the South Asia regionals where we had Entity, they were the #1 team after the first day. They were the team that like coasted through day 2 and kind of day 3. They were like, all right, we have this big point gap. They slowly let it go over the course of day 2. They slowly let it go over the course of day 3, and then eventually came alive towards the end. But they can't do that this time. The gap in points is so minimal after 1 day that no team can coast at all. You have to play at 100%, if not 110% the entire way through.
First place right now, BTR, you mentioned, they have 68 points. They are averaging 17 points per game. If you're able to go ahead and do that's less than a chicken dinner. A chicken dinner can definitely change everything. So I'm going to be looking to see Entity. I want to go ahead and see a hot start from them. I want them to go ahead and place good and get a lot of kills if possible. Because if they don't start hot, as you mentioned, regional finals, they kind of just were taking a break on day 2. They can't do that here in the global finals. It's just not possible. You want to be in the first spot. You don't want to be in the top 3.
Yeah, and in talking about the point spread, first to 5th place is only 27 points. That's the difference here. That's who I'm going to be looking at today. First to second, 8 points. Second to third, 4 points. Third to fourth, 3 points. And then we have a little bit of a gap between 4th and 5th, which is 12 points. But honestly, we got 6 games today. It's anyone's game to take over that first place spot. If you have to ask me, at the end of today's final match, match number 6, at the end of today, you want to finish off within 30 points to first place to have a good chance tomorrow to overtake it.
Unless you're Orange Esports and then you just win 2 games in a row to get yourself qualified through. But there is one more team I want to mention, because we haven't talked too much about them. TOPESPORTS. They obviously won back in spring. They came through the prelims and did it. This team, to me, almost reminds me of Victory 5 in the prelims, because they had a decent start at the very beginning, and they know they have a lot of pressure on them being being a Chinese team here, but they've not been able to perform. They've kind of like not tanked it, but they haven't been able to play the level that we expected out of the champions.
Yeah, one of the surprises that we actually saw was Miramar when they tried to challenge Mega in the blue zone, and they lost that gunfight, even though they had everything going for them. That's just something you don't see from a global champion, from somebody that's going to go ahead and win this tournament. So I think that might have went ahead and maybe hurt them a little bit mentally. They need to go ahead and snap out of that. They need to go ahead and come in hot today. It just comes down to how the first game is going to go for a lot of teams. Based on that, based on TOPESPORTS performance, I also want to go ahead and see how RRQ.ATHENA is going to go ahead and do, because they really haven't showed up, and they are the defending global champs. They need to go ahead and do good in this day number 2 if they even want to be in contention for day number 3.
Yeah, and I mean, to be fair, we only had 4 games. We're only 4 games deep right now. Hopefully the teams went over the VODs last night. They're going to fix their communication, their rotations. They got a better idea on where teams drop, you know, because before yesterday, they only had 9 games to scrim.
Yeah.
So that's not a lot. That's not, and when we talk about scrims, a lot of teams, I hate to say it, but they troll. All right, they just troll. Yeah. They don't want to give away the strategies. So,
reasonable.
You know, yesterday was, in my opinion, the first real day of competition. So these teams are figuring out each other on the fly.
Well, speaking about teams, what about Mega? Again, prelims, they stomped their way through. They were pub stomping everyone in the entire server. Coming into this, well, they are in 10th place with 32 points. And the difference between them and dropping down to like 13th is only about 4 points in total. So it's really rough time for them. They haven't been able to play like we saw them in the prelims.
And they're not able to get the kills that they get in the prelims. They're currently sitting in 10th place with 13 kills overall. So they need to go ahead and step it up.
Yeah.
Every team that wants to go ahead and challenge today, that has a striking challenge today, they need to go ahead and just pick it up, I think we're going to be able to tell a lot in the first 3 games, in the first half of this day. If a lot of teams don't pick it up, I think it might start hurting them mentally. They might start changing strats, and that's when they you start wondering, are they going to go ahead and change too many strats? Are you trying to overcompensate for something that just maybe you should have given it a little bit more time to see if it worked better? Maybe yesterday wasn't your day, today it will be. So it's going to be able to tell a lot within the first 3 games.
So quick little prediction game out of you two. Give me the teams you think are going to take the chicken dinner in map 1.
UNicornGaming, all right? Ooh. Yesterday they were playing Edge. They realized that is just not working for them. We saw them frag out yesterday. They weren't able to secure the kills, but I'm looking for that squad.
I think for me it's going to go ahead and be Entity Gaming, and I want to see a strong performance from Cloud9.
Entity Gaming. We'll see if they and Cloud9 can do well. It's time to our commentators. It's John, Allen, and Blank to kick off the first game of the day.
Thank you very much, Jason. Cheers, mate. We're going to be getting into game number 1. Erangel, match number 5 for the global finals here at the PUBG Mobile Club Open 2019 full split.
Cheeky transition there to go into match 5 as well. You got to love it. UIs on the screen. Not quite as big as the one we had yesterday, but still, it looks very, very nice. We got a loot crate over there as well.
I'm a big fan of this.
2 loot crates actually.
Someone's been having a word with the PUBG Mobile gods.
I know.
They've been sent a gift from up above, and well, we're going to be sent the map, and we're going to be sending it on over across from Severny all the way down to the southeast.
You hear the crowd.
Milton. Hello.
Already getting very excited, and hello. Nice to see you.
To see you nice.
To see you nice indeed. We're going to come down from Severny all the way down to Milton on this side. This is going to afford a lot of places on the eastern side of the map, so Pubg will be very easy to get to. GANK is slightly less so it really is quite nice for teams if they want to go Sosnovka, because then they can think about going over the Western Bridge and have a pretty safe route out of there nice and early. But today, we're looking for teams to solidify themselves within these rankings, show who's best. We got a semi-good idea yesterday of who the best teams are, but again, we only had 4 games, nowhere near as grueling as it will be today.
Yeah.
So we've got 6 matches coming straight at you, so we will finish on match 11 at the end of the day. Match 10, sorry, I believe.
Yeah.
And then, after that, we'll go from there.
Exactly, that's the thing as well, right? You've got the first day, you've got the last day. Both of those are quite easy for the mindset. The middle day requires severe mental fortitude in order to be able to push through, right? Because it's not, well, I don't want to say it's not special, because of course it is. It's a huge chunk of maps, it's a huge chunk of points you can earn, but it's a lot different to, you know, being in those final throws where you're really pushing, where you're feeling like we have to make it.
Yeah.
Or being on that first day was like, we've got to make a statement. On this middle day, you've just got to play the best PUBG Mobile you can.
This is the day when you can go for big plays. This is the day when, like you say, John, you have to really make that push. The difficulty is if you get into tomorrow and you're relying on other teams doing worse than you to get into that top spot, then you're in a rough position. The top esports here already mounting up in the vehicle. And you know why? Because this circle just hard shifted over to the west. We had an eastern plane path to begin with. A lot of teams, they're going to have to rotate early, loot later.
One of the teams that we saw a lot from yesterday dropped out early on this plane and headed all the way over to Zaki, a very, very uncommon drop spot. But it seems like they figured out what was going on with the circle, because it has actually included that round. Of course, that team, Team Queso.
Team Queso, yeah, like you say, John, I think that this team is a very fun team to talk about, especially because it feels like they have learnt so much, and they're a team that is continuously pushing for the upper echelons of PUBG Mobile competitive play, which is nice to see. Team Queso are actually starting up in Zaki, so they've got a little bit of a way to move down. They will have to move down a couple of teams. C9 set themselves up in a nice position on the northern side of Georgiapol to actually go down to Mount Everest. Scout from there, it's a really strong position going forward, but UNique, they're already towards the center. My main concern here, John, is Mega, who are actually all the way in Milta as they usually loot down here. It's very, very similar to a lot of teams taking this play. They've got Milta power locked down as well, Milta, so it's a very greedy split they've got going on here. But I don't think you could hold this anymore. There's no reason to hold this greedy split because the circle's no longer here. It doesn't afford you any better ability to take it. I think being closer together and moving in as a unit is much stronger, especially when this team in the prelims, they had a lot of success from moving in from the edge and basically taking down teams, but they took a lot of fights. It didn't go so well for them yesterday. They were taking a lot of fights with really, really strong teams who were able to shut them down before they even made it to the center circle, which just wasn't the case in the prelims.
And of course, that rotation to the west is going to be involved with a lot of other teams. South of Potato Hill, sure, you've got a couple of routes, but do you have enough to sustain, what is this, 7 teams out to the east? Not to mention the teams down on Military who are going to want to come up over the East Bridge and make that push to the west.
You're completely right, John. Entity, they're going to have to make that rotation through Illuminate the Murder and Soul. And again, like you say, YOODOO, GANK, Kurd Squad, Mega, BTR, and EGC, they have to come underneath. And they're pretty much going into open ground here. The teams that already made the move, made the push into the circle early on, reactive dropping as we'll call it. Orange and EGC, who have currently a scout out there in the form of Penguin, who is looking for compounds early. There is minimal areas to hold down towards GATHENA area. Those teams who take that early will have a huge advantage versus the teams who are coming in. So you can expect to see early fights, early action here on match 5 of Erangel.
What I'm going to be interested in as well is, we spoke about where Team Queso dropped earlier on, out in Zaki. Are Cloud9, who are currently playing North Georgia Pole, are they going to be aware of that? Are they going to be able to push south and maybe even catch Cloud9 by surprise? That's what I'm wondering. But at the moment, though, Luxy, you can see him on your screens. What a devastating player he's been, and he's one of the main reasons why Bigetron are so far up the table so consistently. But Orange, they found their scout. That's unfortunate. EGC, Penguin, he's going for a dive.
Yeah, he crashed very early on there, looking for a compound, but Leon, a really strong player, even by himself all the way out to the south, he's able to just easily take him out. But obviously EGC Penguin didn't know that, was probably putting himself in a less preferable position. You can hear the crowd going wild for YOODOO Geek. This guy, part of the Malaysian squad who was qualified for the global finals here in Malaysia itself in Kuala Lumpur.
That's where they're getting the support from. Beautiful home crowd for them. Hopefully they'll be inspired to make some beautiful plays as well, if they so choose. Kurd Squad currently rolling up onto a compound, not quite in the zone. Well, in fact, almost on the opposite side of the map to the zone, all the way out on the east, just the north of Mansion.
They've had a little bit of difficulty when it comes to circles recently. We saw yesterday, had to move all the way down from Miramar. They didn't have the best of luck on Sandhawk either, coming down from the northern side again. And here on Erangel again, it's just, it seems that they keep flipping the coin, they call tails, and for the 10th time it's gone heads. We'll see how they can work it out. I had a chat with Kraken yesterday. He says that he's feeling a little bit better about things, and today he's hoping is much better than yesterday. Obviously, it's not so bad doing. Obviously it puts you behind if you don't do so well yesterday, but it's only 4 games. You get to feel out everyone, and if you have a bad day, you don't have to play those 2 last games feeling quite unconfident. You have a mental reset coming in today, try and do much better.
Few teams have made that push out to the west. Seoul, they're pushing into currently where Orange were occupying. Remember, of course, they were able to take down one of the players earlier, but YOODOO GANK, they haven't made that rotation yet. They are currently in the process of moving all the way north, up and north of Yasnaya, so they want to head north of the river on this one, Blake.
Oh, they do. I like that on the screen there. They brought up my man with 1 kill and 100 damage per match. Crowd cheers.
Fair enough.
That's how it needs to be.
Absolutely.
That's the kind of support you want from your home country.
And that's the support you need. If you're not doing super well, you know, if you're sort of middle of the pack, not putting in massive showings, having that support can really turn the tides of it. And I think, you know, we've got a fantastic crowd today. We're on a weekend day. It's going to be phenomenal for them.
PTR here in farm, pretty standard position for them on Erangel. Mega, obviously they still have to move as of yet, and they are starting to crunch together. Form a bit of a snowball moving forward into the map. PTR, however, they're most likely going to scout into Potato Hill, move from there into the map. A lot of teams banking on this circle, finishing very much on the western side, as you can see on your screen there. You got Team Queso already making their way down into South George. Most teams have already made that route, but it's C9 who are making an interesting rotation down over the bridge that leads into Rozhok. Now, I'm wondering where they are taking themselves. I think it is just straight across the river itself, and they're going to hold in ruins.
This is where their sister team as well. That's the bridge that Omen Elite, who were playing in the prelims before, always sort of came a cropper. Crossing that river was never really strong for them, but Cloud9, they have managed to figure it out. They've been taking some advice, taking some masterclasses, and, well, they've managed to cross a bridge. Congratulations.
Good job. It's a difficult task at times, but for Omen, the difficulty was that we're getting caught in this situation where they were unable to scout. Now, C9, I'm 100% on the case that I think this team is excellent at scouting out, figuring out what's going next, Bayo has come across a few instances where he's maybe gotten a little bit too aggressive, but Pyro and Even doing magical work for the team so far.
They made a similar rotation yesterday, but this time around, they're not heading on to Everest, and UNique are there first, so they can't actually take that position. This is obviously at the end of yesterday's games when we were playing on Erangel. That was a similar sort of setup for a Western Circle, so a lot of these teams, a lot of these rotations should be a little bit more figured out, but with the playing path as it was, it makes it a little bit different.
It's true. It's true. I think that the major thing for us right now is we've got a lot of edge teams, but we already got BTR coming up against All Rejection.
It's going to be Zuxi rolling on forwards, but the player behind the rock has been knocked. The backup not quite there. All Rejection run for the hills. They don't want any part of it. Nicely done. Lapis, he's not getting back up.
No, he will be confirmed here, forcing All Rejection to play with 3 players after this.
Yes, the knock. Ryzen gets the confirm as well. Kill goes over to Bigetron. There you see the rest of the squad for All Rejection just driving away, finding a new spot. The next circle shift has come through, Blank.
Yeah, but they have to move north. They can't just easily move into the circle, insert themselves on the southern side like they wanted to there. But Mega, let's take a look at this team. They've made a much safer rotation into the circle, and they're looking to take a central position. This is very much unlike them, so it feels like this team has consolidated yesterday, talked through the problems, and now they're going for it, because they're an extremely strong team, but they need to set themselves up for success. They don't always have to get 23 kills a game. It's not necessary. You can just go for a strong 10-kill game like they were doing at the end of prelims, where they were just wandering into that last circle and using that gun skill, using that strategic power that they hold on to so many times, just close games out.
Teams have sort of coalesced to pretty much the areas around Everest. You can see how heavy that western side of the circle is currently, but then you've got the opposing set of squads over on the north side. It was both YOODOO and Kurd squad who made that rotation up north of Yasnaya, north of the river. And Entity will be among them. Obviously, Yasnaya normally dropped on by Entity, so they did make that rotation already. So they are much more used to it, I would imagine, normally making that sort of a push. Hopefully, they'll be able to hold it down. Of course, Entity, one of the strongest teams from yesterday's games.
They were really, really good. And as Dave said on the desk there, Aman, who is a really good player at setting up kills for his team and holding down angles, he wasn't feeling very well. Now, coming in today, obviously, or hopefully, he feels a little bit better for the team, is ready to push on forward and provide that 4th man support they absolutely need. But here's Team Queso crashing up here onto Top Esports, the previous spring split winners. Team Queso looking to dethrone them here, and here comes Ayala.
Beautiful stuff. Marco in first, Ayala in second. They're staging this crash, and Mystic backs it up. Beautiful timing for Team Queso so far. Only one player for Top Esports is left upstairs. That smoke not meant to go there, I'm afraid, Marco. I think they might just have to go for the push. Now, pushing up these stairs can be pretty dangerous, can't it, Blank?
Yes, it can. All depends on how much they can get done, but the crash is strong. Top Esports looping around the side, desperately providing support for Eagle. Huge nade for the window.
The nade's out though. Mystic takes most of it, but stays up and running. Eagle being down upstairs means they can push up, get the confirm, get the point, but for what cost? It's going to be Team Top Esports trading it one back and forth. Beautiful nade coming in for Team Queso. They're now going for the reverse push onto the building. 3 players up and alive for both of these squads, and Ayala getting res up on the top floor, but the nade in through the window. Years takes down Axel, and Mystic falls as well. Team Queso, they're getting melted.
A terrible miscommunication there. As Team Queso went to finish Eagle upstairs,
Nade's
but
out.
Shields, Nade actually takes down his teammate.
Oh dear. I think that was a smoke, so it's just going to give them some time. Do they know that he's in there? Marco goes for the fight, goes for the spray. He's going to be able to keep it up for now, but he goes down. His teammate outside Ayala trying to heal up, trying to stay alive. 2 players for Top Esports. First kit did go off, turns the corner of the UAS, gets the first knock. Ayala now going for a second, and he manages to make it happen. Queso, what was that?
A terrible start to that fight, with Axial's nade going off onto his own teammate. He finished Eagle in the process, but Ayala bringing it back in a big way. This is not the way that Top Esports wanted that to end. They were given a freebie. They just did not take it.
Beautiful stuff on the crash there. A little bit messy in the middle, but in the end, it was the South American champs who were able to pull through on that fight. eliminating Top Esports down in 16th. But now Entity, another of the strong squads from day one, up against Kurd squad.
Already Baby is down. Kraken making the peak, but look at this. This is the way Entity plays.
Oh my God.
They have such good movement.
Nades out as well. There's no way that they get either of these players back. Ari, look at him. Already taking most of the damage, and actually they have the off angle too. Neo will see to it that that one's confirmed. Ari very, very low, goes for the spray, finds a little bit onto Aman, but the hit markers won't tell him which way he's rotating. Gatuk moving across the hillside. This is coordination. This is the brutality that saw Entity to be one of the top fraggers from day one.
South Asia is a region filled with teammates that know one another like the back of their hand, and Entity, they make it look easy.
Soul, though, might not have such an easy time of it. Coming up against Unicorn, of course, we talked about how they'd been a little bit unlucky with these circles coming through. They need to try and prove it to us now what they can do with the opportunity when it's given to them. They'll be able to get one kill against Soul.
UNicornGaming moving forward. An okay day yesterday. Now they're looking to take down Soul.
Oh, okay. In comes EGC too. They're going to try and just sail on past. They don't want to be part of this fight. This is right on the edge of the circle. Stopping here, not the best.
Not at all. They know that a lot of teams must have gone over to the western coastal side, so now they're all moving over the top of Everest. You can see C9 in the distance there, but it's Unicorn who comes blasting in.
They go into the warehouse. Soul holding it down with 3 at the moment. They have plenty of angles and plenty of nades being sent out that way. Unicorn need to try and rethink their strategy, because at the moment Soul have every advantage going their way, except for that one. Okay, Viper gets bombed down. Regaltos goes low as another nade sent on over. There's nades out. Ryan goes for the close push. One gets knocked. They're still trying to hold it out, but Regaltos finally takes a tumble.
God, that was a tough fight for Soul, but UNicornGaming just make it happen so easy. And the arc through the window from Hung would have made Noah proud.
Mortal still alive, though. The last hope for Soul into this game. Knows where C9 is. He knows where his teammates is. And look at this shift.
I'm telling you, man. I said it to Bayo at the start of the tournament. I said, man, who did you pay for these circles, dude? They are really good at positioning themselves. I got to give credit to Beowulf. I mean, he's always able to set his team up in the best position possible going forward. Even if they had to move from here, they had clear routes to do it. So you've got to be happy for C9. We're seeing on the screen right now versus UNicornGaming. They have great information on them, and UNicornGaming, they have to go their way.
They have to come out of the blue as well at some point. They managed to pinch the vehicles, but not the position, unfortunately. Everyone has to cross around over Everest, and that rotation almost impossible, so everyone has to go to the north side, Black.
Yeah, going over that hill, you just do not know who's up there. Illuminate Murder, they already have a position on that side. They've got a really, really strong position going forward until the next circle pops, which is quite a while. Oh boy, here we know this man can frag out, but not quite able to hit the shots as of yet.
Not just yet, but it's a very difficult push that they have to make. The smoke needs to come through to block up those stairways so that they can get up and get those reses onto their teammate. Otherwise, Entity will be down to 2. C9, they're holding in South George warehouse, well, South George crate warehouses. As all the teams will start to be looking at this as a pretty decent spot. Team Queso think it is, and even not quite able to get the spray down onto Marco. One does get knocked, but it's Unicorn to do the work. They've already got control of one of those spots of crates.
Yeah, this is a really good spot for C9. Here comes Beowulf.
Chiming in, it's uneven too on these rotations, and Orange now try and make the cross. Will they be so lucky? No, they won't.
Oh my
Uneven gets
God.
it. VSS pulled out the back there, and it's a kill confirmed. Cloud9, they're doing all right this time around. We said we wanted to see more frags come out from them, and they're doing just that.
That they are. Uneven's trace, though, on these vehicles. It's madness. Fire now, quite literally in the middle of a massive fire between so many different teams. You got BTR, Orange, UNicornGaming, Soul, just holding on between the bottom there, and Team Queso too.
There's so many choke points, and it's forcing all of these teams together. 5 teams on your screen currently, with Orange and Team Queso trying to hide, trying to ship themselves off to the middle of the circle if they can, but don't think they're going to be too lucky there. Mega down the foothills of Everest on the south side of the circle, actually vying with EGC.
They played it much safer this game, I think. They spent a lot of time scouting, slowly moving their way into the circle, and it's exactly what I wanted to see.
Ooh.
As Model, though, on his lonesome, getting the shot.
Nails the headshot over onto C9, so that's his position given away. He's currently on the southwestern side of the circle. You see the number 9 on the minimap. That is Team Seoul, of course. Moving on through.
Issue for C9, though, is now taking a knock like that. Their once aggressive playstyle, they have to pull back now. They have to pull out, find their player, res him back up again. They know they need 4 players going to the end of this. It will be a huge advantage.
EGC go for the push against Mega. Mega able to take the first knock and send them back, send them packing. Down the hill they go, but they trade 1-for-1. Ponce is down. Bear spots it out, but the DP doesn't quite land. Stoned going up the hill, trying to roll it on down. EGC really at risk here.
So much more patience. You can see it on the face of the players themselves. Mega looking to finish one off. Bear. That was quite over there, but Stone makes the push.
Over the top he goes. He gets the knock, and it's easy EGC to fall. Mega back on form, potentially to try and push into the rest of this circle from the south side. They've got Rodfear as their scout already with that forward spot.
Today has to be a good one for them, and yes, Rodfear, excellent scout for this team. This time playing it much more safe rather than just bombing it straight into the circle. He's played it much slower to get here and provide a position for his teammate going forward. He's kind of like the grappling hook that you throw forward onto these teams. Or rejection, they take down Neo. I believe that is Entity almost finished now.
Oh, Gatuk still going though. Illuminate the Murder might try and stop them, but UNique have oversight. This is going to be a very tricky push for them to make. Already one of them has been knocked, and they are going to send it off towards the bridge. They'll be alive for now, but they're right next to Gatuk, and Gatuk might have something to say about it.
Massively open field here. The compound that currently UNique hold on to is ridiculously good, but it's BTR. Currently facing off a UNicornGaming within the crates.
Such a difficult set of circles. You need to make the break from crates, but how do you do it with so many teams around you, so many looking your way? It's almost impossible. Mortal eliminated means Soul out in 13th, or Rejection out in 12th, as players are going to be fragged out and confirmed amongst these crates. It's so difficult to get these reses in this spot.
UNique actually just completely removing ARG there. But again, like I said, you just cannot take on UNique's position. There's just so much open ground around them that they can just keep peeking from the rooftops.
Gatuk did take a swim to get away from Illuminate. He's trying to stay safe under the bridge on the north side of the circle.
I still worry about YOODOO GANK though.
Oh dear. Don't think he was aware of that one. Marco in the little watchtower will strike it on down, but RRQ have more problems as Cloud9 start to roll up into the fight. Senior tries to go for the knock. Percocet is down, but Marco's still the thorn in the side of this fight. Look at him go. He's trying to pull off a little bit of cheese, and he might just be able to get it done, depending on what he finds. But no, they find him. Cloud9 put a stop to it.
Percocet does go down in the process, though. This might give RRQ the opening they need to get away or try and finish this one out. 2v3.
Oh, nicely done. One player standing now for RRQ. They're right around the corner. The confirmation comes in, and it's just Senior, half HP, left alive, and 8 kills for Cloud9. They are starting to bring the heat.
A huge number here. Let's see if they can hit the 9-kill mark. Make their team company proud, at least.
Fights going on every single which way you can look right now. Bigetron trying to take it with Unicorn, but C9 takes another knock as Mega clashing, but UNique have changed it up. A hard western shift. UNique will have to leave. The open ground that once was their ally has turned foe.
Like you say, John, moving away from this building is going to be difficult. They're going to have to contend with all the people that they've poked and prodded while staying in here. But C9, they've got a really difficult spot here. So many teams know where they are. YOODOO GANK currently underneath the bridge. 4 members alive, but they have to push across. It's going to get hard now, but UNicornGaming already hitting Drax.
We saw a similar circle actually happen back all the way in the spring split. You cast your mind outside the crates. Leaving those crates is so deadly. If there's someone who's waiting, it can just absolutely decimate you on the push, but there's only about 4 teams outside crates currently.
And scouting this with so many players around you, you have to be ever so careful. We saw Marco, he basically had to stay in one spot the whole time. YOODOO GANK have made their way to the bank side now versus Illuminate the Murder.
They've left Zully over on the other shore. The smoke blooms to try and give him some safety. Illuminate in a really strong spot, but I have to say, I think YOODOO, before this next circle, had one of the better spots right now. Mega in a great one too.
They've taken little to no casualties here, moving into the circle with all the utility, all the healing kits that they need. Now Ryan making a run for it.
They're going to send it away, see what they can do. Of course, one player left standing, that is him, driving around Fury Road, trying to stay alive. But Unicorn, they go down, they go out. Unique yet to make the push all the way through. Cloud9 trying to hold it down, but they still got Senior to worry about. They weren't able to finish that one. Rogue tries to push in the buggy, but Old Boy goes down. So does Kitsune, as Mega have spotted them on this push.
And Uneven once again, somehow just finding the shots, curving those bullets in through the windows. It's becoming very, very difficult for Unique to leave here, especially with Mega watching too. And look at that, so many teams here.
But Cloud9 continuing to rack up those kills. Percasas does get knocked. So does Beowulf. A nice spray coming out from Mega to shut down some of the dominance from the crates, but it looks like Senior's just holding it down and using them as bodyguards.
Yeah, Senior just waiting as long as he can. But again, Mega's route into this circle, very difficult. As is Unique's, how do you make it across this road? You can see they're falling left, right, and center.
You just have to stay in the grass and hope nobody spots you. Unfortunately, they might have given the game away with a lot of these vehicles. Illuminate the Murder going down as well, as Mega take a heavy beating from the sidelines. The push coming in, as Unique have spotted them. Cloud9 still holding down the crates. Bigetron gets knocked, and YOODOO continue to push on through.
That one crate there, it might provide a refill, but it might provide some great cover if they need to make their way in. Uneven once again, though, this man has been on fire this match.
Able to get the knock, and he's tagging it away very, very slowly. Rogue makes the crawl, but another bit of damage goes their way, and they get their 10th double digits.
This is looking really good for C9. What a way to start the day for the Seoul NA team. Next circle pops, no one's in it. Everyone has to make the mad dash.
Orange now fighting off against Bigetron to leave this warehouse, but Bigetron do not have the time to take a sustained fight. I want to see Micro Boy get rezzed and get gone, but how long will it take them?
BTR currently in the #1 position. Orange looking to put a stop to it.
Stalker over the side, back up over, and he stays safe. Somehow he's managed to get away with it. Bigetron eliminated. Beautiful stuff coming out from Orange, but they still have a way to go. YOODOO from the north side. 3 players up and kicking. C9 have to leave the crates.
Oh boy, the clutch master from Unique trying to stay in this one for as long as possible. They're currently just hiding down. Stalker takes a huge explosion from YOODOO GANK.
Unique are eliminated. 3 teams now left alive. As Mega really, really low on the southwestern side. It is going to come down to it. C9 might just have the face-off against YOODOO. YOODOO starting to pick it up too. They make the move, they make the dash. C9 take a knock, and it's 3 teams still going. Pons, and it's going to fall, and it's Rodfear last alive. YOODOO taking heavy casualties down to 2.
Beowulf also knocked, so it's just Uneven remaining really here. Pyra also in the grass. But Bayo's done such an excellent job for this team. IGLing perfectly, tailing this team, when to move out, when to move in, and getting some excellent knocks in the process. But you can see them all moving in. YOODOO's moving over much more open ground here.
They have smoke control. They're trying to push in, use some of that cover. Shots coming in, but the shots off mean it's the game going to be given the position as well. But the shots over towards C9. He's taking blue damage, needs to figure it out, but 2 of them are down. Beowulf super low, but he gets knocked by the play zone. That's disastrous. It's just Geek. Pyra trying to stay alive, but no! They can't do it. YOODOO might go all the way. It's a 1 versus 1. Rodfear against Geek across the way. There is no cover in sight.
Rodfear has to make this one work. He was the first in the circle. Can he be the last man to stay alive to do it?
Geek across the way. The road will be the decider here, but it's going to be YOODOO who have to cross it. Geek gets spotted out and he goes down. Oh, right at the last moment. It was Mega to take it home, but YOODOO finally coming alive here in Kuala Lumpur.
And it just seemed like Rodfear turned on a dime there. Such a good shot from him, and this is exactly what we want to see from Mega today, John.
Absolutely.
Great
Beautiful
plays coming out from that, and I think it was just a completely new type of play style. We got similar things from the past we've seen them. Rodfear obviously scouting, but much smarter this time. They know that they are now playing against the best in the world. They have to be much more careful, but they've got to also remember that these guys are one of the best too.
I'll tell you who should be bloody happy with their performance as well. It's Cloud9. Absolutely coming alive. Those frags came through thick and fast.
Dominant over in the crates, John. Not letting up whatsoever, and I think they just had a really good understanding of when to move and where to play from. That position right on the edge of the crate actually afforded them so much good look going forward. And it was a great position for them because they're able to see teams rotating past Hospital to crates to try and find that cover for themselves. And you saw Uneven. To be fair, without Uneven, I don't think they would have held on for so long. That guy was pulling people out of cars. He was like reaching all the way across the map, grabbing them by the lapel and just ripping them out from the back seat.
But they managed to make it to third, I believe, with 11 kills, maybe even more. So that's a huge scoreline for them on today. It's a really, really great entry. Certainly going to pick up their pace, and I'm hoping to see more great stuff coming out from them in the games to come.
Yeah, it's a strong 20-point plus game there for them. This is great play from Isla. Like, look at this guy go. Years just seem to be on the back foot there, a little bit panicky towards the end.
Team Queso managed to get relatively far into the circles, going down a bit earlier than they would have liked, but taking that fight with Top Esports, they were able to win it out in the end.
Entity as well, they put on a really good show. This is what I'm talking about, by the way. This guy is just pulling people out. It was crazy to watch. Beowulf as well, far, far better than yesterday. Yesterday, it seemed like he was stumbling somewhat, but today he's really, really picked up for his team.
Yeah, very, very nice stuff. Of course, the rush down Everest saw Mega okay. They took this fight, they got the loot, and they sent away Rod Fiat, being a really good scout for them in this situation.
But this was the major thing that we want to see more from Mega, right? Because they moved up the mountain, they realized exactly where they needed to go, they got the scouting out, but they took the one fight that they needed to take to get into strong position.
Yeah.
And that's the smart thing they're doing now. Before, they were taking so many fights on the way to the circle through really dangerous rotations. And the fact that they were doing that really left them very much bare towards the end, not only in terms of kills, but also in armor, utility. They just had nothing to go from.
Yeah, it was really, really strong. Final thoughts on the game, Blank?
I think it was good for NA. I think Mega is starting to show up, and it's definitely a team we should continue to watch as we watch the rest of the matches today.
Fantastic stuff coming in from the home team. Mega taking it home, but we're going to be heading back over to the desk to break it down.
I know. I don't even have to look towards the other hand side of this desk. I know exactly who you're going to be looking at, Seven. Cloud9 obviously doing phenomenal, but we have to hold off. We can't talk about them just yet.
Okay.
I'm sorry. We got to talk about Mega. Mega Conquerors finally coming in, taking their first chicken dinner, looking like a completely different team than what we saw in the first day.
Yeah, I mean, we saw them around circle number 4. They pulled up onto EGC over there at Mount Everest. They took them out, bada bing, bada boom. And then right from there, they rotated north of Mount Everest, and they were playing Edge for the entirety of the game. They let all the mayhem unfold over there at crates. They let all the teams do all that craziness. C9 being the victor coming out of the crate zone. And then we saw Mega just snaking until the end, getting the chicken dinner.
And as you mentioned, NA, baby, they finally showed up. I believe they got like 15 kills.
This is what happens when I try to talk about Mega. I
didn't want to talk about Mega. I want to go ahead and talk about Cloud9 because they got a good placement, and not only that, they can back it up with the kills. Sorry, I'm honestly so hyped. I know some of these players before there was even a pro scene, so it's super awesome to be able to go ahead and see them perform here at a global stage, and hopefully they can go ahead and continue that kind of performance. We are going to have a chance to go ahead and play Aaron Gill 2 more times today, so they're going to have a chance to maybe get that chicken dinner. And as Dave mentioned, Cloud9 actually waited to rotate very late there in crates, which helped them out immensely. They let all the other teams fight, and then whenever they had to fight, they had the players to back it up. Something we've talked about yesterday and earlier in the show, it was that Cloud9, towards the end of the match, they just didn't have the 4 players. They always had to just camp and wait for everything to happen. Here, they were taking the action. You saw them knocking people down from the cars as they were rotating. Yep. So it was just a beautiful play, and I hope they can go ahead and continue backing that out because I want to see a win for NA.
Yeah, the fight against RRQ for Cloud9 in the crates was so important because that allowed them to push and be the victors of crate. Not only that, they got 2 knocks on their side, so after winning the engagement, they were able to get the revives, pulling into late game with 4 alive, playing such a critical role in their victory. But UNicornGaming, GANK, they did get 3rd place because of the kills. They didn't get much kills compared to Cloud9. They had a challenge as well. They were camping up there in the north across the river. They had to make a push. Illuminate was honed in onto them. And then we saw Zully from UNicornGaming doing the cover fire play while his team members crossed the river. So critical right there for them to be able to move across that water. I mean, UNicornGaming, the crowd, the team, the home, favorites. I mean, the
They
arena
were-
was crazy.
They were so close to taking it home, and a great performance by them. Now they're going to go ahead and feel the crowd being here for them.
Yeah.
They are the hometown team. Another exchange that I actually want to go ahead and talk about was Top Esports versus Team Queso. Top Esports, in that final exchange, they seem a little bit desperate to me. They were doing stuff that I'm just not used to them doing. And I think it might have been just from day one. They didn't have the performance that they wanted from day one, and I think that's going to affect them immensely. And to give Team Queso credit, that drop shot was just absolutely disgusting.
Yeah,
and as you're able to see right there, the top 3 teams on the overall standings, Bigetron, Team Queso, and Entity Gaming with 77 points, 65 points, and 62 points. Entity Gaming being the only one without a chicken dinner.
Yeah, I mean, Yala from Team Queso pretty much saving the day for the squad with that drop shot. But Top Esports Years was getting up close and personal, was the first person to breach the compound, was tracing all the members. I believe got 2 of them right off the gate. I believe Top Esports, you know, after yesterday's poor performance, they're trying to be a little more aggressive here, maybe taking these fights early on. I like the plays, but they just need to finish it out.
See, I actually thought it was the other way around. I thought it was Team Queso was the one who was trying to force the fight against Top because they kind of crashed the compound that the one player Top was holding on to, and then unfortunately losing out on quite a few in the exchanges. But then again, the 2v1 push at a Top not working out for them in the end. But we can still see, like you mentioned, 7, Entity Gaming, a team within the top 3 without a chicken dinner, able to just do it based off placings and kills alone. Illuminate The Murder still in there at 4th place, but Cloud9, they have made a massive jump from 8th place up to 5th.
Yeah, a huge jump, and they're going to go ahead and be within at least 20 points, so that's great to see. As we were mentioning at the beginning of the show, I think going into day 3, you want to be anywhere between 30 points to maybe 35 points, so it's good to go ahead and see that kind of performance. And we still haven't seen teams like RRQ.ATHENA show up. I know we just talked about Top Esports, that's one. And another one to go ahead and talk about is Team Seoul. I really hope they don't start this day too slow because it's going to hurt them immensely. I know they got a chicken dinner yesterday, but that can only take you so far.
So they were near containers in one of the warehouses there, and Unicorn came in. Unicorn actually got like a nice little nade in to catch out the first player on Seoul, then they just crashed it and took 2 down immediately. So kind of unfortunate for Seoul to have that start since they had a decent, position, but you know what, they have to be able to bounce back because go ahead.
And then Mortal, the insurance policy, was the only remaining member from Seoul to kind of run out of there and try to survive a little longer.
Yeah, unfortunate for them. But let's take a look, though, at our kill leaders overall within our first and second day with our first 5 matches now done. Of course, Luxy going to be in there with Zuxy. Even Jonathan retaining from yesterday as well. But Mystic kind of climbing in there with 9 kills.
Yep, and as you're going to be able to see there, Hong with 15 kills, taking that first place, 22 minutes of average survival time. And I'm actually interested to see if Jonathan's going to go ahead and continue moving up that leaderboard. I know he wants to challenge Paraboy's kills at the spring split, so we'll see if he'll be able to challenge that and maybe surpass Paraboy as the top fragger of the world.
Yeah, so we see Hong up there from UNicornGaming. They did very interesting play, to say the least. I mean, that's to put it lightly. They were in the containers after that fight with Team Seoul, and they were fighting Bigetron. The reason it's interesting is because speaking to Bigetron before today, UNicornGaming is the one team that they're actually concerned with, because in the scrims on Erangel in particular, every single time they versed each other, UNicornGaming wiped them down and out. So I'm actually surprised when Unicorn was fighting Bigetron in the containers, they didn't go for the push. Instead, they got some grenade damage, but then they all got into their vehicles and just drove into the center of the circle in the wide open. I feel like the pressure kind of getting to Unicorn there, making the misplay. I mean, if they could have just taken the fight with Bigetron, I think they would have been a top contender for this last game.
And as we were seeing right there, Uneven from Cloud9 taking player of the game. Love seeing that. He was able to get a lot of damage in that game just from the other teams rotating and them just being in a great place. Probably that there were plays there by their IGL Beowulf. So good to also see Beowulf get some kills today. That's going to be a confident boost. And right here, top 1 damage is going to go ahead and be none other than Entity Jonathan with 2,339 points, followed by Suxy with 2,315, and so on and so forth.
It's nice to see some good damage numbers being put up by the teams there as well. And Entity, I mean, they got knocked out in 10th place there. We were kind of curious if they could kind of maintain some good performance from yesterday, as well as Team Queso. I mean, that's a team that, in my eyes, they placed 13th in map 1, 16th, or 6th, 3rd, and 1st. Like, they were consistently doing better as the day went on, and they come into here and they get knocked out in 11th place, unfortunately.
I don't know. They might go ahead and continue the same thing as yesterday. They might just start a little bit slow and then start picking it up. It could be just jitters. honestly, that could be it. Maybe they're just a little bit nervous. As long as they readjust, they do what they did yesterday and towards the end, get some chicken dinners, get some higher placing, and also back it up with kills, I think they'll be good.
So you brought up Entity. One thing to note, yesterday their drop spot was contested by Orange. Orange not contesting them because if you recall, yesterday Orange got wiped within the first 2 minutes. Orange coming into the late game, 2 alive. I believe that's because of the new drop location. Good call from that squad.
Okay, well, gentlemen, thank you very much for your input into that. We'll be back, obviously, for the next match in a few moments. But for now, we're going to head over to my man, Icy Baby 1-2, to break down the last game.
NA, baby.
Thank you guys so much for what a fantastic game here to start things off here in day number 2 here. To start things off here, I want to talk about the map a little bit here. Starting off, the flight path was coming in from the northern section, passing towards the southeast corner. A pretty balanced drop spots here for all these teams here. Only a little thing happened here, which is starting off here would be UNicornGaming getting contested with ARW. Besides that, nothing much has happened. Biggest major change here would be starting off coming in from the second phase of the circle. As soon as you can see second phase circle, you can see teams like RRQ, teams like Illuminate, Top Esports, and also Team Seoul. They're kind of prioritizing the center circle of the map here. They want to contest the mountain of Mount Everest here. In this case, Mount GATHENA, but most of the teams, based on yesterday's performance, they're having a little bit recap, expecting the circle fall towards somewhere in the vicinities of GATHENA. However, the biggest change point here was coming in that the circle is ending on the eastern side of the containers of Georgiapol. This is where teams like RRQ, teams like Illuminate, and also EGC had one of the biggest factor here. If you pay attention in the shift here, you can see every single team was dodging Mount Everest entirely just because of how the terrain is coming in here. So you can see teams only taking 2 different kind of option. Rotation pathway would be one from the eastern side, one would be around this segment, which I'm going to be fast forwarding to the map right now. You can see the teams actually dodging completely RRQ, Illuminate, and EGC. That's one of the biggest reasons why there's a huge congestion where C9 was inside the container. We can see at least a couple of 7 to 6 teams all in towards the eastern side of container. And because of that, it allowed teams like Mega Conqueror, who kind of benefit it later on, just because RRQ and Illuminate, they knew this entire terrain was kind of like open field. There's no man's land, not a lot of cover to work with, and they forfeited their mountain where you can see RRQ and also RRQ is still here. Illuminate later on just making another flight path here where they actually push themselves in towards the container vicinities where you can see the circle kind of all just clustered all the way towards the western section. But as the game progressed, teams like YOODOO GANK benefited the most just because there's not many teams coming from the northern section. It was just fantastic to watch, and you can see really good stuff here coming from Cloud9 just because they benefited, just because they knew that everyone on this side of the map doesn't exactly have cover to work with here. They made a lot of suppressing fire towards that direction. They got kills like UNique, they got a kill on towards the guys from Illuminate coming from YOODOO GANK as well. So it was really a tough call to actually begin with, but eventually it just came down to 1v1 situation where Mega Conqueror, you can see here, just because they don't exactly have cover, they actually barricaded themselves with 2 vehicles here to protect themselves from any suppressing fire coming from the eastern side of the map where container is. You can see RRQ, C9, they're just making sure that they're fighting all the guys on the outsides before actually clearing the compound. When the circle forced down out in the open here, it came down between Cloud9, Mega Conqueror, and also YOODOO GANK. So it came down to a raw battle here, but that's pretty much it coming from that. But Mega Conqueror was just fantastically done from them because they understood their timings, they understood what they needed to do. They played it safe from the top compound. They came down and saw so much chaos coming from the containers, capitalized on that. But worth mentioning here would be the guy from Cloud9 as well. Uneven, fantastic shot with those long-range shots, taking out the guys from UNique, and Cloud9 just popped off all the way to the container section. Was just fantastic to watch. But once again here, that's pretty much it in the game 1 here. My name is ICBaby12, but as of now, we're going to be throwing into an interview here. Let's take a look at what Stone has to say with Mega Conqueror, and Faras, take it away.
Hello, we are back with Mega Stone. Once again, congratulations on Mega playing so great. Well, by the way, Mega Stone, hello. By the way, just now you have played a really splendid performance, I saw that. By the way, I heard that a few days ago, your captain had actually ill for quite seriously. So how could you, is that affected that your team performance overall? Can you share with us?
เขาถามว่าคือหัวหน้าทีมของเมกาป่วยแล้วมีผลกระทบต่อการแข่งขันไหมคะ
ก็วันแรกก็มีบ้างครับก็ไม่ได้ดีมากไม่ได้แย่ครับก็ตามคะแนนที่ออกมาครับ
他说第一天或多或少都有一些影响，但是也不会有很大的影响，然后没有很糟糕。
OK， 就是sorry again。
就是第一天也会有影响，但是没有很大的影响，不至于很糟糕。
Alright, so the captain was actually ill, but it didn't affect much on their team's work and their spirit on the winning of glory. So by the way, just how we saw that you are actually one of the survivor out of 5 of them, and you actually got it the glory by only all alone from your team. So how could you do that? Can you share with us about that?
เมื่อกี้1 ต่อ 2 แล้วเราชนะได้อย่างไรคะ
ก็เราอ่านคิวฟีดนะครับว่าศัตรูเหลือแค่ทีมเดียวใช่ไหมครับแต่เหลือ2 คนแต่อีกคนคือน็อกไปแล้วงั้นก็คือแบบเหลือแค่คนเดียวก็เลยรู้จุดว่าอยู่ตรงนั้น
刚才那个队伍，我们知道他只剩下1个人是满血，1个已经被打倒了，所以我们知道他的位置就比较容易能赢。
Alright, so actually he knew the position, exactly how 2 players were positioned in one places, and another player was actually having a full spirit and the blood. So he knows position and how could he survive is actually really important by the position stated. So by the way, I'm sure we are all ready for the match 2 by another glory of great chicken dinner. I will pass back to our caster for match 2. Enjoy.
Along those lines, so if they can go ahead and do that, this place is gonna go crazy, and I'm gonna be loving every second of it.
So I mean, we're going to Sandhawk. It's gonna be a mess. I don't know what to expect.
Well, you know what? We're expecting a good game nonetheless. We're about to get underway with Sandhawk. It's gonna be our 2nd match of the day. It's gonna be our 6th overall as the teams are looking to ramp up into day 2 and hopefully set themselves in a good position into day 3. We're gonna be heading over to our commentators once again to take us through Sandhawk. It's John Allen and Blank.
Thank you very much, Jason. Into match number 6. Sandhawk will be the arena for this one. A pretty chaotic finish there, and Sandhawk tends to deliver the same. Of course, my name, John Allen. With me is Blank.
Your name, John Allen.
My name, John Allen.
My name, also Blank.
What?
We good to go. We good to go.
Okay.
Right, Sandhawk, like you say, we're going to get it underway very shortly. You can just see the playing path on the screen.
Just to cut in there, don't worry, it's not actually raining in the arena. That's just the beautiful AR graphics that we have in store for everyone involved.
And even if that was the case, we'd have provided umbrellas and given a lot of warning.
Or rain ponchos.
Rain ponchos as well. Would have been pretty cool. However, you know what would have been cooler is actual snow. That would have been really, really icy, not enjoyable if we go to the Kendi flag.
Yeah.
So that we had to cut it. We had to cut it, unfortunately. But here we are. On Sandhawk, we got an east to west plane over here. We're going to see the players pounding on forward towards the northern side, it would seem, because honestly, it has been something that's happened so frequently now, is that a lot of teams will play on the northern side and opt not to go over down to the southern side. BTR, they like to take Painan, but currently Orange are the one holding on to it. And BTR, they've just been residing inside boot camp, holding it down in a massive way.
Just a little bit. We'll see where these teams do opt to go. Of course, they are currently all just finding their feet into the into these drops. We've played one map of Sandhawk before, and you sort of highlighted where a couple of these teams are going to go. We're going to see where they opt to go. Are they going to change anything up?
It will definitely have to be changed up now, that's for sure, because Circle goes down to the south. Now we're going to get the live standings on the screen really quickly. Got 77 for BTR. They still are in first place, but Team Queso now with 65. C9 all the way down from 8th. They jump up into 5th. And they're tied with Illuminate the Murder and very close to overtaking Entity. So they're looking for a strong game again here. Get that confidence on board for the NA boys and everyone at home cheering for them going forward. But really, BTR, they've had an outstanding performance during the prelims, and they're showing us the exact same here on Sandhawk and in the global finals.
Yeah, they were doing just that and making sure that they can keep clearing their lead and keep extending it up on 77 points. It's beautiful stuff for them. They're currently, as you said earlier, Blank, in boot camp. And they will have to make a southern rotation. The circle has headed down that way. Teams that might struggle a little bit. Illuminate should be fine currently on screen, but there's teams north of them. You've got UNique, you've got Cloud9, you've got RRQ all the way out on that northwestern island. they're going to be pushing down and maybe coming into contact with Entity.
Yeah, see, the thing that is a little bit difficult here for me, especially for RRQ and Cloud9, is that when they leave, there is some very obvious routes of ingress into this circle from the northwestern island. Now, if teams have done their homework since yesterday, they'll know that teams do drop here. So they'll know exactly where to cut off C9, they'll know where to cut off RRQ, Entity, EGC, BTR, all in position to do that. And these are all really strong teams, especially BTR. Not only does that team have the fragging power, they also have that strategic advantage too.
They're going to be looking to try and bring that into effect.
Of course.
Moving on forwards. Of course, a team that we spoke about earlier, not having the best of luck moving into these next circle. Moving into the circles in general. Unicorn. They are on the opposite side of the map to the circle. Yet again, Blank. They're all the way on the northeast over in Mong Nai, so they have a long way to go. They're going to have to push through some really tricky teams. You've got Illuminate, you've got YOODOO, the home crowd favorite, and AllRejection in the way.
Well, I guess you can say, John, that UNicornGaming are going to have to get a bit of a trot on going down south.
Okay. You can say that. I'll say something else about a different team entirely. Unique, of course, one of the teams up in the north as well. A little bit further to Cow and just a little bit south in Tap Mok with a little bit of a spread drop. No one really headed out that way with them, so they can go for a more dispersed looting style here. But, again, a southern shift is necessary.
That's for sure, John. They'll have to move on their way down. It's kind of difficult going forward, though, because they've got Illuminate the Murder in the way of them. A terribly, terribly strong team that we saw do really well on the first day. Not so much on the first match. First match they went down to 16th, but they definitely warmed up towards the rest of the day after that. BTR still playing around safe here in boot camp, as you see on your screen. It is a decent place to play from, and we know that teams can move down from the coastal side pretty easily on through to Painan, which is currently unoccupied as Orange look for a stronger position within the circle.
Loot phase still on for a lot of these teams, remember, because they're really quite close. Bigetron, they're not fussed about leaving just yet, but I think they might be having an idea. I mean, look, Luxie's pretty much decked out here. He's got everything he needs. He's already got a sniper, and quite frankly, doesn't need much more than that.
Not at all. Doesn't even need a face, as the face cam doesn't even show his face, just his hair. That's all he needs. He needs a hair and a sniper.
Someone get him a hairdressing sponsor.
Yeah, well, absolutely. I think that's what he needs.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to see teams now moving down with the map on our screen. We've got Kurd squad. This is a team that went out very early, but already Seoul into a bit of action with ARW once again. That's the barrel. It's mighty fine in the early game.
Southeast side of Quarry. The battle will rage on. Seoul looking to try and close it down. AllRejection have other ideas. Regaltos does get the heal off, and they are backing off. They don't want to take the fight here, Blank, and probably rightly so. AllRejection claim that building, but they still want to go for the fight. They still want more. They're trying to roll it down. Seoul looking to take a fight on their own terms.
Yeah, let's remember yesterday, John, AllRejection were able to make it into the top 3. Obviously, they were taken down by the beautiful Luxie himself. Sniper God, but yeah, they need to have a very good performance here on Sandhawk again, because they're starting to fall down in the rankings.
They managed to get away with it. Seoul have. They've got away to a different compound. Southeast side of Quarry, as I said before. They can rotate into the south side of it, and probably a relatively unexpected rotation coming in if they manage to get it early. But there's a lot of teams south of Painan around that river that haven't moved yet, and they haven't had to.
Nice shots coming through from Mortal. Hits the shot.
Viper able to get the knock. This is a crossfire setup, and you can see Regaltos taking a forward spot here. It's achievable to get there for Seoul. You can see you can vault over that wall, send it wide through the tree line, and actually have a decent chance at rezzing up Regaltos, but it is still risky.
They took a hit there, though, from giving up the high ground. That's realistically the compound that they want to hold going forward. It's a pretty strong position in the circle. We still don't know where the next is going to go off to, but I think holding on the high ground gives you a massive amount of scouting capability going forward. And W, the QBU, I believe. Taking a pretty nasty shot on a couple of players down there.
Swaps out to the AK as well. So Uva just goes to the reloads. Nothing more than a couple of love taps to the South Asia squad. Now I've got to send it away.
Yeah, and really letting them know who's boss in that situation, because Seoul there, you have to admit, they played very nervously.
Please don't give Luxie an orm. please don't do it. It's just unfair.
Look, Luxy just does not need an off-season meta buff. That's not what he needs right now. It's very unfortunate.
Oh, dear. Well, they haven't gone for it just yet. They haven't gone for the loot crate. We'll see if they do opt to make it out that way. Currently, they are the only team in Painan, but Cloud9, coming from that northwestern island, might try and crash in from that top side, and UNique is still all the way out to the northeast. Unlikely that they get it all the way through to Painan, but let's take a look at the stats for Clutch God.
Wow, 4 kills a game is actually really, really impressive. He's really putting in the... 4 kills a game, wow. He must have had a really, really strong couple of games yesterday to make sure that happened. We did see him fragging out, but I didn't realize it was that much.
Entity, they've got some pretty heavy fraggers too. One of the heaviest fragging teams, actually, in general across the tournament. They had some really strong 2 double-digit kill games coming on through. Top Esports, they went down in 16th last game. Looks like they are under fire a little bit. Mega, the chicken dinner winners from the last time around, may have spotted them out.
Stoned here, looking very peaceful on his scooter. Let me remind you, though, not a peaceful man at all. This guy is one of the heavy hitters on the team with a baseball bat, and he'll do some work, but does prefer to use the M4, however.
Yeah, he's going to be hitting home runs left and right, or knocking them for 6, as we would say, if you're, well, from a cricket-playing country.
It's true.
Which would you go for? Which would you prefer, cricket bat or baseball bat? Go.
Cricket bat or baseball bat?
Yeah, go.
I have to just go cricket bat.
There you go. Fantastic choice.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. I was under pressure.
There we go. Most of the teams are going to be under pressure too. They are going to be crunched in. A lot of southern heavy clustering going on here, Blank.
Yes, and there's no reason why not to, because going forward, if you hold strong positions towards the bridge side, you get to basically decide who passes and who doesn't. And going forward, there's many hills on the northern side that you can post up on and get a pretty easy rotate out from the southern side. C9 actually have a really nice position now on the western side of the map next to the bridges. They've not come into contact with many other teams, but RRQ, one of the most aggressive teams from the spring split in the global finals. I feel like they're playing very scared to me all the way down in Tambang.
Teams scouting out. Unicorn have made it all the way down to the south, actually on the southeastern peak of the entire map. So nice from them. Top Esports gathering all the information they need and seeing what they can get done. Unicorn, though, they've sent their scout out, and actually it's right next to Seoul, so the rest of them will need to push on through.
So Seoul, they've run from ARW, now they're running from UNicornGaming, and they're about to get pinched hard. Very safe little circle here for everyone.
Oh,
nice shot from KK. That's what we want to see from this guy. He is one hell of a player. We know he has it in him. We want to see more of that.
It's not going to be a problem, though, for Mega. They will be able to get that res. What that will do, as we said time again, is if you knock someone in a compound and no one's pushing, it's going to limit their meds, it's going to limit their armor, right? You're taking a lot of hits on there, which keeps you a lot less safe moving into the later circles.
Cut this circle in half, down the middle from Barn down to Nakan.
Okay.
And C9 is literally the only other team on the northwest side. Every other team of the 15 that are currently here with us in the lobby are down to the southeast. So an interesting circle, and C9's got to be careful where they post up next. They definitely want to have some forward scouts here to know where the grand march is coming from.
Bigetron did not go for the Orm, so it's not in the hands of Luxy. C9 might spot that in the river and maybe try and take a look at what they can see in there.
Yeah, and that's a considerable nerf to Luxy there,
yeah,
unfortunately.
He's still got the M24, though.
Yeah, M24 will do him just fine. He just won't.
Oh, beautiful. YOODOO. All right, then. On to All Rejection. Gets the headshot knock onto Lapis. They're right across the hillside from each other. Seoul will be able to hear these shots, too, on the southeast.
I mean, who has that much confidence to get shot in the face, yet still take the sniper shot? I think he knew that he had to do something and do it quick, so very well played to him on the YOODOO squad. But already, in comes the crash. It seems a little bit early.
They're going to hear this. They're going to know exactly what's up. He pulls up maybe a little bit too slow. Out in the open, around the side of the building. Seoul looking to descend now, but Regaltos goes down. Support from across the way. Drax, nicely done, but they'll be able to res it. In the meantime, attention might turn their way. All Rejection will have spotted this too.
Yeah, he's looking just to Drax them Seoul players over there. Seoul just running away from literally everything right now. I think they're just trying to get a good placement here. Like Dave said on the desk earlier, most of their points were from placement.
Unicorn are actually making a push away from this fight and towards the rest of the river in the meantime, and really struggling with it against Mega and EGC. They're getting taken down really heavily, and actually they are going to take a loss there. AllRejection still under fire from UNicornGaming.
Yeah, Unicorn here. Small animal caught between a couple of lions. It's very, very difficult. Your EGC entity, as well as Team Queso underneath you, and then Mega the big ones.
And Unicorn under the bridge. They lost plenty of players, and they managed to find a little bit of respite, but they are swimming around, and it's not where you want to be. Unfortunate rotations coming through for them yet again.
I think they got themselves caught. Oh. I don't know if they expected to find that many teams down there, but there sure as hell was maybe some poor scouting coming through.
That was some dirty shots coming out from the DMR entity facing off against EGC. They just don't want to go for the pushes just yet. There's so many teams down here, Blank.
It's going to be a very difficult push forward. So many teams control the bridges right now. It's everyone on the southern side who's having difficulty. Top Esports are now rotating downwards to hold the players who are going to definitely rotate up to the north after this next circle, should it go northwards again. But Mega are holding the position on the north side. If it comes to them, they have a really good position. If it doesn't, they have to push into EGC, UNicornGaming, Team Queso, as well as Orange. It's difficult.
Seoul have found themselves a little bit of a spot. The next zone about to come on through. The last one, as you said earlier, was pretty kind, Blank, but this one could prove troublesome for a lot of these teams. Making that southward rotation away from that location will be tough.
UNique, they have to come southwards here, push through UDO if they want to get into this next circle.
They might just do that. Central is the shift. Teams in the south going to be breathing a sigh of relief. But UNique still engaged with UDO. Across the way, spotting those red lines, gets the knock. Yasha finds Zully on the back. They've also got so much pressure. And Yasha still getting the rattles down. The spray from the M4 is just too strong for Drax.
Seen UNique do wonderful things in Europe. They were heads above everyone else in that region. Here they're looking to show up for EU in the global finals. Show exactly what we can put on. But UNique, they have a rotation here. They can go to the north and wrap around Quarry and then meet up with Illuminate the Murder. The question is, who do you rather fight? UDO GANK or Illuminate?
Well,
I would say UDO in this situation.
But you've got to remember, you've also got AllRejection right next to it. So you go for the fight with them, you then have to take another one. With Illuminate, you might just be able to clear out some zones.
That's true, John. It's trying to choose the lesser of two evils here, right? One really good team or two teams who are towards the bottom of the rankings, not quite solidified themselves towards the top as of yet.
Will be pretty tricky to do either way. UNique are going to be looking to mount on up and climb up those leaderboards, because at the moment they are not doing the best, not doing the worst either, but
still early doors.
Yeah, absolutely, still early doors, as you say. Only 5 games down out of the 16 set. We're in match 6 now, so they can warm up into it. And of course, from this point on, everybody's going to be figuring out rotations a lot more.
So it seemed like the play for UNique, now UDO, ARW, they're fighting together. And UNique are instead trying to take the bridge between Quarry outwards, but Illuminate the Murder, they have the read on this. They're waiting on the other side. This has to be a trap, John.
They're playing on the low side. They don't want to give it up. Team Queso doesn't want to give up the rock either. RRQ engaged in the fray. They fought in crates last time around. But this time, we're on the hillsides. Greener pastures, and RRQ have the backup to go for the reses. 2 down for Team Queso.
But EGC also chiming in here. G9 took a knock from EGC along the way. Team Queso saw this, immediately backed off to the compound. I like this play. Sometimes you just have to leave a player behind to set yourselves up stronger towards the end of the game.
The thing is, though, that now RRQ have to push towards the rest of Team Queso. They are right in the way, and they might struggle to do so. They have to come across EGC as well, as you said.
Now watching again, EGC, they're in the tree line. They got trees around them, got the rocks around them too, so a pretty decent cover, and also the slope to their advantage. RRQ, this terribly edge position is not favored them whatsoever.
Not at all. EGC atop the hill, spotted out by RRQ, and he's dealt with swiftly, but Ernie has a little bit more of a push to make. He's got that AUG on board, but the shots from Bear and this QBU have just been devastating so often. Looks for another spray, but has to get behind cover, as it is going to be echoed. G9 looking to lay down the hurt. QBU in hands. QBZ, sorry. As the spray is out, Ernie gets the drop shot, looks to push in. Is he going to go down? No. He stays up, and he has another fight to deal with, but he might just be able to get the heal. The blue's still pushing him. The pressure is on as Ernie hits the deck. Bears out wide. He will not go down. Gets the first knock onto RRQ.
The fact that Ernie was even able to make it that far, get a knock afterwards, after that perfect spray in the beginning, a double headshot to make it happen is insane.
The next circle is going to head northward, so after this, they're going to have to beat a hasty push up to the north side.
It's going to be difficult, John. G9 looking his way up. Out comes a nade, straight to the floor. Doesn't really go exactly where he wanted to go whatsoever. Might just be directly on top of his teammate.
Oh no, Ernie isn't going to be best pleased about that. They denied the point, but not much else. They still have to push through. EGC wasting time now, Blank.
If we can't have him, neither can you. Top Esports, though, the circle does shift straight onto them, and EGC know they've got to get a move on now. They've got to get a shufty up towards the top side. And all these teams are going to now have to start crossing bridges. C9 have had to do absolutely nothing as they just stroll casually onto a compound in the northwest.
Got themselves some free real estate there, it seems. But Soul now crashing on into Mega. And the first shot goes one way, then the other. A Molotov onto the doorway, crashes straight through it, breaks it instantly. Nice use of mechanics there. Also forces them around the wall, isolates them. He can't push out wide, he has to go out to the side. And Clutch Gold around the edge, stays up just for now. And in comes Mortal, just in time. But the confirmation goes down onto Clutch God.
It's a really big nade.
Nicely done. 3 for Mega down now on the floor. Mortal is in, spots him out wide, goes for the trade, but Mortal takes a tumble. It's Pons to try and stay alive here. They keep on going. In comes Viper, the last hope for Soul. Around the corner, he's full HP or near enough. Certainly more than Pons anyway. The Micro Uzi trying to rattle off the shots, is waiting for the reload. Nicely done, goes in for the trade. No, but it's not enough. Pons gets it done. Soul eliminated in 16th.
You try and step into this pond, it's much deeper than you think. And Pons brings it back massively. The Micro Uzi, the M4 in hand. What a play from this guy. A true assaulter at heart.
UNique tried to make the cross against the quarry, but Illuminate, they were still there, as you said earlier, Blank. They're playing that edge, they're playing right next to that crossing, and it's going to prove so difficult.
This is the lazy rotate as well from UNique. They could have made the complete wraparound come through the top. Instead, they've opted to try and cut through quarry. Oh, and it's come back to bite them in a big way in the form of a QBU to the face.
Able to get the shots off. Not in the zone, will be pushed on up, and they have to make a further push as well. It's zone 4. Can't get it done here. Nades on in. It's really the last hope for UNique. They have to make the push around the edge. And Bigetron chiming in onto Entity in the meantime. Illuminate, though, they trade it. Old Boy has managed to get around the edge with a QBZ. Looking to try and bait out some shots. They know where Martin is upon the hill. And Old Boy gets a spray. They are into this zone, but the next one shifts straight to Top Esports. What luck for them.
They've just been hanging around in basically
Nate?
no man's land. Yash has to just desperately duck away from that one. Won't grab him. The play zone will claim Senior.
3 players up for UNique. Rogue has been sent off on his own solo mission. Down towards the south side, maybe get a little bit of an easier exit on the off angle.
Top Esports directly in the centre circle as well, John, but it's not only that, they have a compound to play around with.
Oh, QBU not going to save you there, I'm afraid. It's Martin. Okay, Guardian Angel from above, pinches it away from UNique. No kills for you, I'm afraid.
And there's Luxy coming from the skill feed with the M24, and you can almost expect it by now, John.
Micro Boy as well chiming in. Mega with the compound they wrested so firmly from Soul, with a beautiful play from Pons coming under fire as well. Looks like UNique have their eyes that way. YOODOO are off in the wings too, but they've been spotted. Rodbeer goes for the spray onto Drax. Able to get it down, gets the knock, but he's traded 1 for 1.
Some good fighting there coming out from the teams. EGCKRBlack onto Rodbeer there from a very, very long way away.
UNique now making that break for it. They still have all 3 alive, but Rogue taking a lot of damage there. Vector in hand as Okay, the Kurd squad have started to come on in. Well, 2 players down for Mega, 1 confirmed as well, 1 incredibly low. They're playing spoiler for Mega, and in the meantime, YOODOO need to make their way, and so do UNique, and beautiful chime in with the 3rd party on Kurd squad.
KK still shooting onto this team right now. Kraken looking to stand up tall, but they've already taken a knock. Kraken will finish him off through the smoke.
Cracking shot, my boy. Beautiful stuff. Kurd squad stay alive. Mega eliminated in 9th place, but now the Kurd squad, they have so much more to worry about with Entity up the hill.
It's KK again. This guy is just taking shots from long range. No one's able to do anything about it, but Luxy, he spotted the next victim on the list.
Of course he hits it as well. Why wouldn't he? Spots a boot, goes out wide. Fire takes the second one. They're looking to go for a nose. Okay. He's just styling on him. Fire eliminated. He's extinguished, and with him orange.
That was really important actually for Cloud9, because Fire would have been in the wings, and Cloud9 got a little way to go here, and if they had a 4 in the side whilst they were trying to do it, it would have been so hard to try and take this fight to Top Esports, who now have to move away from that compound they held before. Illuminate the Murder though, they're still trying to make this one happen, but oh boy, he is behind. He's looking to put a stop to this after they so nastily trapped him earlier.
Last remaining player for UNique. They have to push on in. He's just got to try and break for cover in the midst of the firefight. Might have just got the respite he needs. Beautiful push, trying to stay alive. Ladder up in terms of those placement points. Could be a good strategy. Nope, he goes for the kills. Gets 1, gets a second knock as well. Tries to get the 3rd, but he just can't find it. Illuminate the Murder though. They've just been hit with a complete blindside.
And now other teams are starting to chime on in. Martin, the last one alive, and all the players behind him. It is the Kurd squad. They're happily going to take these kills.
They're going to push on through. Cloud9 as well. They're starting to take the fight with Bigetron on the western side, but they've been found by Entity as well. Real tricky pushes now. The hillsides proving to be very, very difficult. Top will have to leave this compound eventually. And Entity starting to snake it on down. Cloud9, 2 players remaining. They're looking for that res onto Bayo. Illuminate the Murder, 1 player left here. Going for it with Top Esports. Kurd squad were eliminated, and so are Illuminate. 5 teams, 4 teams now.
This is more like the Top Esports we know. Good to see that Isla's clutch there has not put them out of the running yet. They still have a lot of confidence going forward. But Entity, they're still in this one, as is BTR. BTR looking to increase that lead with 7 currently on the kill leaderboard.
Getting the res off crucial. Oh, this could be a good nade. And even lines it up, sends it through. Is the cook there, right on target, and the Molotov to finish it off. The nade is good, the burn is on, and in goes C9. They're starting to try and displace Bigetron, try and get those kills. Huge plays coming out from the North American side, but Beowulf gets taken down from the side. Entity playing spoiler.
Just squeezing out there, managed to find it. Top Esports with 4 kills. Cloud9 just holding on. They really just want to make it to the top 3, but they cannot do it. Goes out in 4th.
Bigetron now, 1 of them knocked, crawling on forwards, trying to find some cover. Top Esports, 4 players strong. Entity have been doing so much damage on these 3rd parties this game. But they're out in the blue at the moment, need to move forwards. Nothing really to keep them covered as Qatar ticking away in the blue. They managed to snake it in.
BTR have the circle here. They have the hillside too. Looking down on the poor, unsuspecting subjects below.
The issue is Top Esports get the next circle, and Bigetron will have to push. Entity again playing spoiler. Gatok opens fire, gets the knock as well. Not quite confirming the kill as Bigetron send nades their way. It's brutal. Gatok takes a nade. As Neo now the last standing for that South Asian squad. They know where he is. It's only a matter of time before he gets flushed out unless Top Esports can come on through. They actually stole the kill over onto Gatok.
7 Worlds Gaming on the desk over here. He wanted to see them dominate on Vikendi, but it's looking like it's Sandhook.
3rd place for Entity, and now 2 teams remain standing. Top Esports so close, KK Skur. Up he goes against Bigetron, trying to face off Luxy, but he can't get it done. Luxy takes him down. On Sandhook is where he found his 1v2v2 victory before, and he looks like he's starting to ramp up again. 2 kills now on the trot, looks for another. His brother can't quite find it, but he's still alive and kicking. He's still around. Last player up, looking for the shots. 2 players for Top Esports. Years trying to crawl on forwards, and Luxy needs to crest the ridge. He's crawling forwards. They have all the info. He's snaking it around, goes for the spray, looks for one, takes it down. It's 1 versus 1 yet again, and Luxy, look at her take him.
They can't get a bead on him. Luxy's in the grass. Can he come out? He can't!
Swoops down swipes that chicken dinner. Straight away, Top Esports, they get circle after circle after circle, and with it, the chicken dinner is sent straight onto them.
What a comeback there from Marengo. They knew that they'd made some mistakes there. It should have been easy. And I said they didn't take the freebie last round, but they sure as hell did here.
Absolutely beautiful stuff, but consistent performances now for Cloud9, for Entity, as well as Bigetron, obviously, making it into those final circles. Really, really strong stuff from all of those squads. 4th place, 4 kills, more than enough to be happy for Cloud9.
Completely right, John, there. And I think that there's one guy we have to talk about if we're talking about Cloud9 here. You saw it on the stats last game, uneven. 40% of the damage done for his team. And I mean, that sure as hell is it. He is doing uneven amounts of work for his team right now. The rest of his team playing very well. Obviously got Bayo IGLing and the other 2 players backing up perfectly, but he seems to be always the last player alive for them, really putting in the work for them. But they did just only have to walk in. They had no real fights in the beginning. As all the other teams were on the other side of the circle, they were really looking for a top 3 finish there and they just weren't able to get it.
Yeah, getting those extra 2 points on board would have been really, really good, but I have to say, Entity, they played spoiler to so many teams in those final circles.
They did, and that's what Entity's really good at, is they're really good at playing the edge, and it feels like they're coming more into their own right now. It took them a little bit of time in the South Asia Regionals to warm up to the other teams, but now you're seeing it here where they're starting to figure out other players, go from there, work their way in and get the top spots whilst accruing a lot of kills on the way, because their fragging power is nothing to be messed around with.
Such a strong fight from Pons in the back line. I have to be honest, I think Viper Mr. Trekkie made a really strong play here. You can see Mortal went in for the fight, didn't quite take Pons down. He knew the reload was there. Viper will have heard these shots coming out. He made the break instantly, heard the first spray. Here's the second spray. He went out way, way too wide and allowed the reload to come through from Pons.
If he had actually completely gone for that push, he wouldn't have even taken damage for them teams on the other side of the circle either, and should have been able to finish it off. His looks here, I'm not actually sure if these were his sniper shots, to be honest with you, and that one should have definitely been on target.
Come on, you can't fault that. Cloud9, don't even get us looking on that. Oh boy, didn't stay quiet there either. He made the push.
Yeah, I'm always happy that he did as well. I mean, it's a very old boy thing to do. We've seen this guy do those kind of things so many times in the European region where he's just gone for mad plays and he just sends it.
Top Esports doing good work on the freebies there, Blank. What do you think?
I think that Top Esports here, let's be honest, they got the circle so many times. They were dead center in the compound they held early on. And playing this one out, it should have been so much easier.
Well, we're going to send our circle back over to the desk to break this one down. Jason, over to you.
Well, I'm glad we got the zone at least here on the desk, and hopefully we can kind of hold on to it. Like we saw Top Esports do, they had the zone so many times over the course of that match, and they were able to maintain it where teams like Seoul were unable to. The Top Esports finally get a chicken dinner after their performance yesterday of getting second place, 16th, 14-7. What a turnaround for them.
Indeed, indeed. They are the defending champs. They are here for a reason. Can they go ahead and continue that kind of performance? I don't know, though. I don't know if it's going to happen. You saw how happy they are there when they were celebrating. You know that they wanted that. You know that they've been pushing for that win with some kills as well. And what a surprise as well to see BTR almost getting the win in Sandhawk, almost being able to go ahead and clutch it again, just a 1v1. Overall, great performances by Top Esports. And also, I'm happy to see Entity Gaming and Cloud9, they're in the top 5.
Yeah, I mean, before this game, you guys, I did mention, you know, their best map played here was on Sandhawk when it comes to Top Esports. They got a second place yesterday, getting the first place right here. Now, they did drop west of Quarry, and that's practically where the end circle is favored. And then Bigetron dropped Pai Nam, also right next to Quarry. So both those squads kind of just hanging out for the majority of the game, you know, showing up late zone. But I got to talk about Years from Top Esports. 30% HP, pushing the hill, keeping the pressure on Bigetron, allowing Eagle to hold those off angles. Years, though, gets taken down and out, but immediately Eagle pushes to get the confirm because Years put in so much damage over there. I mean, great job from Top Esports.
Honestly, if I was Top, I'd be very afraid in that kind of situation, having Bigetron. Like, anytime Luxy peeks over that ridge, over that hill, he just takes one person down. and you kind of have to cue the Jaws theme as they're just waiting for their destiny to come. But luckily, they're able to take the victory. Only 8 kills, but they still did win nonetheless. But Bigetron's still putting up some really big numbers here, trying to be a little bit more consistent, trying to maintain that #1 position, which they should have been able to after this game.
They are still being able to go ahead and frag out 10 kills to their name, 14 points for the placement. And also something to go ahead and notice is Cloud9. They went ahead and got top 4, but they only got 4 kills, so they're not able to go ahead and follow out the performance they had in Erangel in regards to kills. Hopefully they can go ahead and bring it back on the next game in Miramar.
Yeah, I mean, they dropped near Camp Alpha. They were playing the edge for the entirety of the game, showing up towards the end with 4 alive. I mean, I do like that they have definitely improved since yesterday's matches, being able to keep the squad alive to the late game. So big improvement from them. We got to talk about the Kurd squad, though. I mean, this is their best placement yet. 5th place right here. I'm trying to think. Oh, it was Mega. So Kurd squad, they pulled up on Mega right after Mega took down, I believe it was Entity. But Kurd squad finally releasing the Kraken here. And that's something that I like to see because yesterday they were dead last. Their team communication was horrible speaking to these squad members. So today, the main goal, just stick together. And I believe that's what they did this match.
And Entity right there only getting 4 kills. Hopefully in the next one they can go ahead and just put up a better performance. Overall, I am really waiting to see what Entity is going to go ahead and do in Bikindi, since they told me that they were going to go ahead and change a lot of stuff. We'll see what happens with that. Another team I want to go ahead and point out, actually a couple teams. TeamUnique, we really haven't heard much from them. In Erangel, I believe they were top 5. RRQ.ATHENA, I don't know what's going on with them. I don't know if now the pressure from not performing so well in day 1 is getting to them. But hopefully, if they can get a chicken dinner like Top Esports just did, maybe they can go ahead and turn it around, because right now is the time before Miramar, before we get to the halfway point of the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned RRQ. They kind of got sandwiched with EGC over there on the west-hand side. And the reason I bring this up because I was paying attention to Team Queso's rotations. They dropped near docks. They got into boats, rotated around the peninsula and docked near caves. And then from there, they tried to run into the zone to the west. Personal opinion, I think Team Queso overthinking the rotations on Sandhawk. They could have just came in from the east underneath Quarry. Not sure what's going on with that squad, but we can say that for multiple teams this previous game.
And something to take note right there is that Bigetron getting a huge lead now over Entity Gaming. Entity Gaming now moving up to the 2nd place. Mega as well starting to make their run towards 1st place. In 3rd place, Cloud9 still sitting at 5. They have picked it up on kills after that first game. Hopefully they can continue that kind of performances in other games. And now look at that, Top Esports, just with the win and some kills, they're going to go ahead and shoot up to the top 7.
And also a team I wanted to mention, I mean, we're talking about teams rising through the ranks. Well, a team that's falling through the ranks is unfortunately Team Queso there. 1 point in the last game. That's what's going to happen if you have a team underperform in a map. You can drop down the rankings. That's how close it is at the moment.
Yeah, it is, and it's not the performance that we're looking for. As I mentioned at the beginning of the broadcast, they said that they were going to try to get every single chicken dinner. Obviously, that's something that everybody says, you know, it is confident, but you hope that they kind of follow through to some point. I don't know. I think they're going to go ahead and bring it back on the 2nd half of the day for today. I hope for tomorrow it's a completely different story, because I hate seeing teams that just start so slow. And another team to go ahead and mention is Team Seoul. Look at that, the chicken dinner on their name. But at the moment, it's just kind of like a, oh, thank you for participating prize.
That's so gross. I feel so gross looking at this.
Points.
Exactly.
And
out of their 25 points they had,
kills.
yeah, out of the 25 points they had, they got 20 of them from 1 game. Like, that's unfortunate. And you're talking about kills 7. Like, they have 9. Look at everyone else around them.
Yep. They need to go ahead and just step it up. They haven't been consistent whatsoever. Yesterday, I think the win was just the highlight, and we kind of just, after they got the win, maybe we just forgot about how poor their performances were. I hope they can step it up. I don't know what's currently going on with the team, but maybe they start switching stuff around, because whatever they're doing right now is just not working, and they're also not winning their gunfights whenever they need to.
I mean, hear me out, guys, all right? They put up a good fight this last game. It was them versus Mega. They were trading back and forth, and then it was a 1v1. Soul Viper was the last remaining member. He was putting up the damage, but then he popped outside of the warehouse door, received some damage from a 3rd party, and then went to re-engage. And that's when we saw that last remaining member from Mega get the Uzi kill onto Team Seoul. Team Seoul, though, this previous game on Sandhawk was a challenge. They dodged so many gunfights. They went up against AllRejection. They went up against YOODOO GANK. I mean, they dodged team fights left and right. I don't know what they're trying to do here. Are they going for kills? Are they going for placements? I think that's a question that they are currently asking themselves as well.
Yeah, I know. All I know is that Luxy is getting the kills. Look at the man, 4 kills, 730 damage, 32% of the damage from his team goes to him. Great to see the Twins performing well for Bigetron. If they can go ahead and continue that performance, I think they just gonna stay in first place. But Mega climbing up the ranks, and Entity, if they go ahead and continue the consistency that we're seeing from Entity, which I love to see, man. That's one of the teams that I'm actually very passionate about, just seeing what they were able to do in the regional finals. I hope they can follow it up. And right there, we're seeing KK Skirt, the man, the legend, the one that was able to go ahead and clutch a 1v4 in the Spring Global Finals. Can he go ahead and do something like that today to maybe spark the team chemistry and team energy even more? Yeah,
I mean, all I know, though, comparing the players head-to-head when it comes to the ultimate esports pose, Luxy's definitely the more intimidating one, not gonna lie.
Oh, 100%.
I mean, that esports pose is he's dead serious.
But KK Skur, like, he's the only returning player, I believe, from Top Esports from Spring Global Finals as well. So for him to have a lot of extra pressure, having experience of playing on LAN, playing against his international teams, he's got to be the one to, like, pave the way for his team to build the confidence, I would imagine.
Yeah, and in regards to that, it's actually 2 players returning from the Spring Finals, and their IGL is completely different, so that could come into huge play. Maybe now they're starting to get that chemistry in a LAN event like this in the global finals. Yeah. Maybe now they're starting to pick it up. I don't know. We'll be able to tell in the next match. If they can go ahead and back up the performance that they just had right now, then it's going to be huge for them.
Exactly. I mean, I don't normally throw around the L word, but they did get pretty lucky when it comes to the circles. I mean, they dropped West to Quarry. They didn't have to do anything. All they had to do was maintain their center position, let all the teams kind of fight it out around them. I'm sure Icy Baby's going to break that one down. And when it comes to their positioning, so like I said, and like you said, hopefully Top Esports, they can perform on the upcoming matches, because that's what's going to take to convince me that they're back with that fire.
Well, you know what, Dave? You said it perfectly. Icy looking to break it down on the screen. So we're going to head over back to him so he can break down what went down. What happened? I said down way too many times there. What happened in the last match on Sandhawk? So Icy Baby, take it away.
Selamat datang dan salam sejahtera kepada tuan-tuan dan puan-puan sekalian. My name is ICBB12 and welcome back to the recap session. And we want to talk a little bit more into the map of Sandhawk. We saw a couple of interesting plays coming from some of the teams, especially coming from Top Esports and BTR. But so let's talk about the map a little bit more here as we jump in towards the starting of the map here. You can see the first phase of circle here consists of 90%, mostly centered in around the southern section of Sandhawk, where you can see a lot of teams tentatively dodge the northern section here. You can see completely on the northern section, Bootcamp completely ignored just because of this entire terrain is pretty much very hard to play in terms of rotation here. So when we talk about places like this small quarry as well as the big quarry, I want to highlight a little bit small point where you can see teams, especially from UNique, YOODOO, GANK, ARW, and Kurd Squad and Seoul, they struggle a little bit here. They tentatively dodge this vicinity area here, and it was a smart call coming from Illuminate The Murder to gatekeep here just because of so many gunshots coming from the eastern section of the map. And because of that, they have multiple choices to make, which is one, tentatively, which is dodging the entire southern section or dodging the completely northern section, where if you go through right here, Illuminate The Murder pretty much gatekeep all these teams here. And based on this map as well, we see Illuminate The Murder, we see Cloud9, we see BTR, we see Seoul as well, pretty much gatekeep everyone from the southern section as well as the eastern section. And also, in terms of rotating from the south section all the way towards this next phase of circle where Top Esports is pretty much only this direction, coming from the bridge, this side, and a small little ridge from Painan, and also coming from Quarry section will be here, here, and here, which is a really tough spot, especially from the eastern section here. As soon as this circle came, they had a couple about 1 minute 30 seconds to actually work with. So as the circle favorite came into its final phase here, Top Esports was in the compound where they could have so much angles to work with, pushing everyone from every direction, forcing each other to take each other out. So coming towards the final phase of the circle, it came down to this open terrain where it's pretty much open for up to the taking here. You can see Top Esports, there's so much angles to work with just because of the covers of the compound, and they can stand up and get a little bit of vision. So when it comes to this phase of circle, I want to talk about how BTR had the upper hand, just because they had this mountain terrain to work with, and they had this vantage point where you can see the guys from BTR, they climb on top of the mountain to try and provide a little bit of assist. But what really made the mistake here coming from BTR was that Entity Gaming contested Top Esports. They got a couple of knocks, and BTR expected Top Esports to be in a really rough spot to begin with, and they saw a couple of kill feeds coming in. You see Entity engaging against Top Esports. You can see BTR immediately going on a full aggression mode, trying to capitalize on this situation, which was provided to them, but instantly gets punished. But yeah, speaking of the rock, you can see Zuxi and Luxi, they were making full use of this vantage point, but immediately gets punished from Top Esports. As you can see, KK's Kurd taking a page of Luxi's book in yesterday's map of Sandhawk, where he actually took off his backpack. You can see here, he doesn't have a backpack, and because of that, he has the preemptive jump onto them, and this was pretty much the opening for Top Esports to clear out every guys from the side of BTR and close up the game. So that's pretty much it here in the recap session for the map of Sandhawk. I'm looking forward to see more games to come. My name is ICBB12, and I'm looking forward to see what Top Esports has to say by securing their chicken dinner. Leslie, take it away.
All right, cool. We are here with Hope from Top Esports. Once again, give them a big clap. All right, so by the way, just now I've saw, and we all saw, the game is really intense by having Bigetron at higher position, and actually that is a really beneficial stuff. So how could you manage actually to come back with that and actually defeated all of them together?
就是你在比赛的时候，最后 BTR 处于一个在你上面非常好的位置，你是如何做到最后成功把他们击杀，并且吃鸡的？
因为当时我们知道在我们头顶的是 BTR， 但是在我们左手边还有另一支战队，可是他们的人数不是很多，所以我抓住了一个机会，把他们打掉了之后，迅速扩展到左边，让我的队友在右边以及上面能够更好的支开枪线，所以相对而来说，我们的下面是更有优势的，我们控的位置更多。
Because we know that in front of us is BTR, and I also found that on our left hand there is also another team which is just one guy live, and I found the chance to knock him down, and then we go left way, and after that my teammates can focus on confronting BTR. And we got more positions to fight with them.
All right, cool. As everyone know, if you watched the previous season, actually, Top Esports was actually the defending champion last year. So everyone was actually having a really high hope on you all, expectations, you know. So, by the way, because however you didn't make it to eat chicken dinner yesterday. Actually, didn't win any, but how could you manage to come back today? What aspects did you change with your team together?
大家都知道你们是上一届的冠军，然后但是你们昨天的表现并不理想，你们一次鸡也没有吃到。对此你有什么想说的？有什么期望？
其实昨天来说是我们的状态有一些起伏。我相信我的队友，也相信我自己。我觉得今天的调整还是不错的。我们先吃一鸡，后面我们一定会更加努力，博致无憾。毕竟我们是滔博电竞。
Yesterday we didn't perform really well, and after that today we changed our statistics and do many efforts. Now we eat chicken dinner, and I believe that we will perform better after this game.
All right, thank you so much to our Top Esports winner as well, our translator. Thank you so much. And I hope you enjoyed the game just now, as we will go back to the match tree later, so do stay tuned.
Okay, well that's going to do it for us on the desk. We'll see if teams can maybe change their stars coming into our third match of the day. Maybe new players can feast on some chicken dinners. We'll be finding out in this next match, brought to you once again by John Allen and Blake.
everybody. Thank you very much for that one. Cheers there, Seven Worlds. I did hear that. I think that did come through. We're heading over to Miramar. My name's John Allen. With me is Blank. As we said, we're over to desert time.
That's almost just as unlucky as a hard shift there for Seven. How unfortunate, but match 7. And see if they can show some fortune towards a couple of these players with a nice little bit of a circle look for a couple of them. C9 so far been able to wrangle the circles just a little bit and pull them towards them. Danny's quite westerly from Minas del Val to La Cobriera.
There's so many R's in there, no one knows quite where they are.
I know what, I put them.
Where are your R's dropping?
Where my R's dropping, it seems to be all over the place, for me at least. But yeah, this is opening up for a lot of quite simple rotations for a lot of teams. Puerto Paraíso, where Mega like to go quite often, or Impala sometimes as well. That's going to be a bit out of the way, out of the way on this side, so they might have to work for it somewhat. Other teams, however, BTR, Picardo, massively open for them. They could just drop over there nice and easy. But a couple of these teams, just because their usual spots up in Tierra Bronca and El Azahar, we know a lot of these teams like to go up there, they could be fearing for their lives a little bit here in the global finals, worrying that position might in fact affect their scores a bit more than they like.
Yeah, can be pretty tricky. Of course, a team that doesn't have those effects is Cloud9. They've been getting those positions. They haven't been getting those kills, but they've started to turn that around now and get a couple more frags on board. I mean, we saw how heavy they were over on the first Erangel in the crates position. See if they can repeat that performance after the Sandhawk that they just had.
You see, the big thing about day 2 is all about improvements and how quickly you can flip the car over with the grenade in this situation, which doesn't always work, but we've seen a lot of teams able to get a new lease of life in day 2, specifically C9 with the fragging power. We're seeing Regaltos just tossing a nade in before leaping away, using that ledge grab to keep himself nice and
Is this a Vikendi circle?
It does look like a Vikendi circle. You get the West Plane, you get the East Circle. Now, I said Mega's going to be pretty unhappy. I take it back. They're on the way to Puerto Paraíso to loot up in a couple of vehicles, and they won't really have to move too much from there.
Well, hopefully not. They might have to go a little bit further north, but 3 teams currently all trapped in together. You got Team Queso, Soul, and Kurd squad as well on the sidelines. Just trying to see what they can find. That's all the way over in Valle de Mar. And the shot's coming out from Regaltos early on. Peeks out wide. Gets a little bit of damage sent his way, but it shouldn't have too much of an effect here.
Yeah, going up against Team Queso, it's a scary team. Now, Soul, this is a very tricky spot for them to be in right now. They've not had the greatest of games today. They know in Game 3, this is really the turning point for a lot of players, a lot of teams. Whenever you're in a tournament day where you've got the 6 matches coming through, they want to make sure they can hit off to a good start. But what we've seen so far is their firefights just haven't been as strong as we like. Now, starting with 2 of the teams, it's not good. Vehicles have now been removed. Kurd squad moving away. Now Soul have to take this fight with Team Queso.
Absolutely, but Kurd squad do not have to do anything of the sort. They're going to be sending it straight on away, straight on over, and try and get a better position to move forwards for the next circle. Of course, UNique as well. They're currently trapped outside of the circle by AllRejection. You can see they're across the road from one another. I think they might know that someone's there, but I don't know if AllRejection know that UNique have had that forward spot yet.
Yeah, you've got to wonder on this. UNique, a really, really strong team when it comes to fragging. If there's anywhere to shine, it's now. Been having some tough games where they keep getting trapped. A little bit too readable at this point in time. And I got Illuminate the Murder back on our screens once again. A team that is fairly strong and set up a really good crunch onto UNique as they tried to make their way into the circle. And again, a lot of that was because of the fast playstyle that UNique takes, maybe taking a shortcut that maybe they shouldn't have necessarily taken.
Top Esports, of course, previous chicken dinners. 7 kills total so far over the course of the global finals for Eagle. Starting to step up into that previous game. Of course, Top Esports not doing super well so far, except for that Sandhawk showing.
Look at the meters they traveled though, 129. It's not a lot a game, let's be honest. A lot that comes down to pretty good circles for them so far, not really have to move themselves too much. We see UNique all the way up on high. They've got a decent advantage, but do they have the weapons to take this long-range fight? There's Old Boy, picks his head over the top, and he just stares him down.
Fair enough. It's a ballsy play, but he's got them to do it.
I mean, this is the issue of Old Boy, is that, sure, he can frag out, but how many times can his team let him do that and almost risk their running here in the global finals? It's very, very scary, but so far this is also the same guy who is getting them towards that top spot where he's the last member surviving.
They're just not hitting these shots. I'll be honest, Old Boy staying out that long is a bit overzealous. Teams and players can hit those shots. They should hit those shots, and taking the peak like that, you know, it's everything on the line for UNique. They're still trying to clamber on up and push towards the top.
They're not in a safe position, but oh boy, the snipe straight back down to Macho. Macho might not hit those shots, but Old Boy certainly does.
He takes risks, but he gets rewards. That's the thing that happens with Old Boy. He's going for the long-range spray. Maybe he's going to finally come alive and allow UNique some strength moving into these next games as we move towards that second half of the set of 16.
You can see the pure focus on his face, though. Feels like he knows what he's doing. AWR dropping down here. Only issue for UNique is that at some point they will have to leave this high ground and move down to ARW, or move north and try and move in through Picardo, but it's a very, very obvious rotation, that one.
AllRejection just trying to slip through the cracks here. Old Boy allowing them to do so. So Chumasera has been backed off, but they will have to make the same rotation. The blue zone coming in a little bit slower, so not really super urgent, but they still need to have it in the back of their minds. No one's made their way over to Impala yet. No one's made the super hard eastern shift over the hills over to the east of Junkyard and maybe try to play a little bit of coastline. It's very tricky to play around those areas, though.
Yeah, most teams off to the west here. We don't see anyone in Tierra Blanca, Cruz de Val, or El Azahar. So there won't be this massive traffic jam that we saw the likes of yesterday down as we come through Impala, as we come through Junkyard. And instead we'll see most teams migrating from the western side into the circle on the east. And take a look at Old Boy here. 5 kills the entire match, 268 average damage. It's pretty decent. He's trying to start to lift things up a bit.
UNique mounted up, 3 in a vehicle. Yasha just a little bit ahead as the scout. Cloud9 as well making this rotation just a little bit further north, and they're going to come into contact with Bigetron any time now. They've actually got Ryzen on the scout on the vehicle. He is 100 meters or 2 out of their sight lines, but looks like they are going to find them. Take the fights.
Wow.
Beowulf. Okay, they're going to be able to confirm this. I don't see any reason why they wouldn't. Microboy not quite able to get the peek over just in time, and actually he gets away with it. Ryzen staying alive.
Yeah, Ryzen just over the horizon itself, and Beowulf now moving over to him, try and finish this fight, but his teammates are quite far away. A good 200 meters.
Huge.
Takes the shot. Huge plays from Beowulf.
He misses the confirmation, but he gets the next knock, and the blow up is there. Everyone's low, and the rest of Bigetron will need to try and capitalize here. C9, they are in the next zone as well. They can take this fight, they can take their time, but they will need to push in afterwards.
There would be a behemoth that they take down here in the forms of BTR. They get rid of them now. They have control of the western side of the circle from Picardo inwards. A really strong play from Beowulf. Cloud9 been seriously consistent so far, and they've only looked to improve.
I don't think Bigetron can make the break here. There's a nade going in. There's a little bit of damage around the side. Ryzen and Microboy, they're ticking away, and I just don't think they're going to be able to get back up. Bigetron, one of the most consistent teams in the tournament right now, going down to 2 early.
That's a good start for C9. Not great for BTR whatsoever. And finally, someone might just have prevented BTR from getting to the top 5.
And that might also allow teams like Entity to come on in, like Cloud9, you know, who just took them out, to try and push on over that score gap that they were starting to open up. So it's a really, really nice opener for Cloud9 to find those picks.
Taking a look at ARW here, have moved much more into the circle, took a more central position as the circle starts to close, push these teams further in, and Soul still out in Kumasera, navigating the foothills. Next circle comes in.
Oh.
Teams in the west, south, they're going to have to move their way up into Graveyard and Junkyard, which are quite literally so open.
Notoriously difficult to play around, but there's got 3-4 teams on the south side. You've got Mega, who are kind of on that southeastern edge. Oh, Lapis trying to get up over the lip of the hill. Ho Chung not quite able to land the first spray. Looks for the second on the bike.
The difficulty now comes though, John, is the fact that all these teams are outside the circle. They just have to send it in and find a position, because once you're inside the circle, I'm telling you now, you do not want to be moving around much. You don't want to be in the line of sight of teams who will be taking shots onto you as you rotate. You want one strong rotate into the center, and everyone who is outside right now is going to have a really tough time. If C9 opts to play edge, if EGC opts to play edge, they're going to be creeping their way in, but they will have to be extra quiet.
The traffic jam on the southeast flank, and at the back it's Team Queso. They got Mega and Kurd squad ahead of them, but RRQ and Orange, they're duking it out just to the west of Junkyard, around the side of the hill. Orange is alive, but Ernie going to be backing up the rest of his squad. You can see there's the firing line for Orange behind. If they take the high peaks, they might just come a cropper if they aren't careful. But I think RRQ, they might know that. They might know a little bit about it. Currently sat really slap bang in the center of the circle too.
Yeah, Ernie, we've seen him already start to show up on RRQ, and he was, let's be honest, one of the best players we saw in the global finals. Just a hugely strong player. But RRQ just haven't really been taking advantage of this aggressive playstyle that they're absolutely known for. Instead, opting to play it slow, but it's a 3-day tournament, John. You really don't have time.
No, and time is of the essence for so many of these teams to try and put their name in the hat for vying for those top spots. Otherwise, they're just going to run out of it, and unfortunately might not be able to claim the overall chicken dinner of pretty much 2019.
Attack goes down. Illuminate The Murder taking that shot there. Entity directly next to each other, and the remaining two members from BTR close behind them in Graveyard. We see him on the screen right now.
Maybe going for the fight. Illuminate, potentially going a little bit aggressive. They've already done a lot of damage to Entity, who have been harried heavily, taken risky peeks just like that. Neo able to get away with it because of the railing, and Martin stays out just too long. He goes to the Car 98, hits a shot with that. That's pretty much going to be Kurtz for anyone in there. nade not seen through the window. Neo goes out for the peek. Only very briefly low to send the nade over the wall. Doesn't quite get the damage on. Gatuk makes the break further towards the back. Entity want to disengage.
And they do. They want to get out of there. There's another nade in, I believe, onto Neo. We'll just be able to get that first aid kit off. But so low as the shrapnel just litters the battlefield here after so many nades are thrown. Utility being wasted very early on, to be fair.
Bigetron are just down the hill as well. That could prove difficult, but Goddard, he gets knocked behind the fence. A nice pick at the start of the fight for Entity. Jonathan still taking those angles, and Martin has not been dealt with on the high ground. They make the cross to the palm tree. He goes back as well. He's playing with fate.
Hokey pokey for Illuminate. They got to figure out where he's going, but now there's an off angle. Aman knows he can take it versus the single player there, whilst the free, they can quite happily hold down Arm Joan, as well as Martin on the high ground.
Oh, a lot of damage sent through, but Aman stays out too long. Gets rattled down. Entity, 3 players standing. Neo, forwards position right now for the squad.
Things are starting to get so hard. Entity, we know this team for being very good position, very well positioned in a lot of the firefights that they take. But Illuminate, much of the same. This team is able to hold on in the most rigorous situations.
And not only that, the next circle has popped. They're right at the north of it. There's going to be teams coming their way. They're going to be coming behind Illuminate. And I think you can see that Illuminate might figure this out. They're going to be sending it back. No scopes for Martin. He's spotted the down Aman, and he will be able to pick up Aman.
Jonathan trying to make the cross. It's a very tiny pixel there he had to hit.
Oh, he sees the whole body this time around, but it's the spray from the sidelines. They'll confirm it this time around. Makes it behind the palm tree, however. The spray on the cross, I don't think can get through. 2 players down, and another knock on the squad of Entity. Illuminate the Murder are going down, but hang on a minute. It's Bigetron. The duo's still alive, and they're coming in from the sidelines. Entity might have just been sent a lifeline.
I mean, this is the best duo you could hope for. It's Luxy and Zuxy, the twin brothers in unison, coming in to try and clean up this fight.
They are quite a way away, but we know how lethal they are from range. Stopping those rotations could prove really instrumental, and in fact, it spread all the teams around the outside as well, away from them, as fights rage on across the rest of the circles as well. Currently, UNique taking the pain over to EGC. So they do get closed in just a little bit.
Yeah, UNique wrapped around on the southeastern side. Now they're trying to make their way in, but they've got to crash through EGC in the first place. But right now, EGC's looking like pins, and UNique's the bowling ball.
They're just skittling them around. Penguin goes down as well. Really struggling to push on through. Beside, up the top of the hill, I think he's the last remaining player for EGC there. I think they know where Penguin is. Should be naded out. No way they get this res now, but Old Boy goes down. Okay, Beside chimes back, but there's the rest of the squad just outside the circle. I don't think they want to go for this confirm. He breaches the roadside, maybe, just about looking for those peaks, and Yasha sends it forwards.
Yeah, Yasha forced into an awkward situation here where he has to crest this hillside, but Beside, he's got absolutely nowhere to go. Yasha should just be able to rock up to his fellow teammate before taking the shot, but Beside finds another.
He's looking for more, but he won't be able to get it done. UNique, they stay alive. All four of them still in the fray. A 16th place elimination handed out to EGC.
But a risky play will cost 3 first aid kits going forward for UNique. It's really tough, and they've got a long way to push through down from the southeast side to the northwest. C9 currently just held, gatekeeping the southern side of the circle right now.
Kurd squad looking to break in as well on your screens. As Orange is taking a fight with RRQ on the north side. Still winning out. Remember, of course, they were combating around that hillside earlier, and finally they come to loggerheads. But La Bandita is being contested, the southeastern side of the crater. A little hamlet of buildings as Cloud9 finally get crashed on. Mega looking to try and push on up, and now they can start to close those ranks around them. Uneven has been taken a little bit low. We know how deadly he can be.
Nate comes over the top, drops down, potentially right on top of Rod Fiat.
I think he was just saved by a little defilade there, protecting him. And another one is going to be sent over, just blocking off the way. You can see how Cloud9 have closed ranks now to try and hold off the full frontal assault. But now it's all about the off angles. Pyra hits the deck just in time. Stone has managed to move all the way forwards.
This is the first real test for C9 in terms of a 4v4 firefight. If C9 want to stand up against the best from the SEA League, NA has to do it now.
In they go. The nades over the top. Uneven. Takes a hefty chunk. Has to go for a little bit of a heal. They don't quite have the off angles that they want. They're in the next zone, so they have a little bit of time to play with, but you need a little bit more than time when you're facing off against Mega Blank.
You do. You need the skill. You need the guts to go against this highly aggressive team, and C9 currently holding this ditch is really strong. Mega have to push into them.
The nades coming out from Mega are on point, and Cloud9 do not know what's hit them. The smoke's coming through. It's going to allow them to move around relatively unseen, but Pyra still has the off angle, takes another lick of damage, but stays alive. He's burning through those first aids, and there's only so much more he can do. Up he goes. It's Stone to lead the charge. Pyra around the side of the smoke is hidden for now.
Look how aggressive Stoned is right now. Pyra gets the first aid off, but C9, they've been held down, and Mega, they're slowly pulling in the net around this team.
But C9 have made their own rotations. Pyra back a little bit more to safety. They're relatively untouched on this hillside, and no one really looking to push this location at the moment, so they have all the time in the world now to get this fight done. The smokes, they will start to clear.
Two giants from two separate regions going against each other, throwing the stones themselves. We're going to go back over to UNicornGaming.
Southeastern side a little bit settled now, as you can see on that push, but C9 still holding down in this little bunker that they've managed to find themselves. None of them gone down yet. Only 2 kills. If they wipe Mega, that's another really strong team, heavily weakened.
C9 currently in the there was 15 teams remaining. C9, they're doing well for placement points. They want to keep up the consistency coming into day 3, and the only way to do it is to take out Mega now, because they are not holding up.
Pyra
Stoned.
They're so close. Pyra goes down. The first knock of the fight goes over to Mega. No retribution either, not just yet anyway. Rod Fiat looks for the off angle. Spots Uneven in the ditch, but no,
what a
flick
swing.
is strong. And Beowulf goes down as well. It's just Uneven now against the world. Mega will be able to wipe C9 out of the bunker. They have been unearthed.
It was a strong position, and that fight felt like it went on for eons.
But UNique is still going for a fight as well. 2 of them have been knocked, and Mega's just over the hill after winning that fight. They'll need to regroup, but Seoul are taking it in the meantime. 3 players up and alive for them, and UNique looking to dominate the hillside now, but they have a huge northern shift.
Viper just took himself down with his own nade, caught with it in his hand as he fell, And then Boy again,
Oh, that's
taking
big
this
nades.
fight.
That's big nades. That's straight into the bunker that C9 once had. Not too much damage found just yet. But there he goes, stoned again. Will take it up with those boosters.
What a fight we're seeing on the southern side start to break out. UNicornGaming, Soul, Unique, Mega, all littered over this hillside. But remember, the circle is going to start to close soon and suffocate these teams if they don't start moving south and soon, north and soon.
The pushes have to come through. The zone is moving. And Mega mounts up. Beautiful escape, beautiful egress, but will they be able to do it unharried? That's the question. They have to go pretty far on these pushes. But so does everyone else who's waiting in the wings. They hop out, gets a kill, hops back in. YOODOO lose a map.
They do, YOODOO, not too happy about that one at all. But Mega, this is what we wanted to see from them. They take a really strong fight. They show us the true potential of this team, and now they're opting to leave. But Unique, they're not going to let them do it so easily.
No, Stone has gone down. Online and Pons at his back, and Boy and Yasha head up at the front for Unique. They're going for the push. They have the bikes, they have the speed, they have the aggression. The nades are in, and Mega looking risky right now. Illuminate and Top, by the way, both duking it out in a little shack, and it looks like Illuminate get the worst end of it. Top Esports, they're starting to reclaim it, but in goes Boy around the side. His teammate is going to be able to get the first knock, and Online is right there. They get the spray, he gets the shots, but Boy not quite able to finish it, gets knocked in response. And Online holds it down. Yasha looking to try and get the peak. He's on a sliver of HP, and the rest of Unique are there to back it up. Kitsune comes into the fray, and he should be able to spot the angle here, but no! That's a number! Online holds it down. No, it's just Yasha there. Is he going to be able to push around the edge of the smoke? He hasn't spotted it. Online is still alive. He is still going. And Yasha's low. He goes 24/7! All day, every day. Mega alive once more.
A huge fight from Mega. They're going to be counting their lucky stars after that one.
Huge, huge fight for Mega. Fighting through Cloud9, fighting through Unique. The West is no barrier to them. They will find purchase in the circle, but they only have one player to do so. But what a player to get it done. Online 24.
Unique, though, we said it earlier, taking those extended fights. The risky play from Boy, it cost him first aid kits. Yasha just couldn't heal. He had none left.
Now the next circle coming in. Teams that are still alive, the consistent ones that we've been seeing. Team Queso, Entity. They're going to be the two looking to try and jump on up, of course. Bigetron still in with a chance as well with their duo.
Bigetron, I said earlier, see if they can't get into the top 5, but seems all they need is Zuxi and Luxi at this point. This two are a mega duo.
Oh, I think he spotted the gun there. Doesn't cook the nade at all, allows the push. Neo goes out wide, but the nade, oh, it's on the windowsill. He needs to get away from it. Will it do the damage through the wall? No, it just ticks him on the ankles. And G9 goes down, Tuck comes on through for Entity. Ernie playing up close as well, knocks Neo down, but I don't think G9 can survive this one.
No, he's in a really tough spot right now, but Ernie, we know this guy can frag out. Like we said before, one of the best players from the last Spring Split Global Finals, and he needs to clutch it out now.
They need to make the break soon as well. The blue is going to pressure them. RRQ with the worst end of it. The nade is pulled, it's cooked by Ernie. He sends it to the grill, he sends it out through the door! Huge! Ernie lands it.
That's what we needed to see from this boy. And he makes it happen. Perfectly cooked as well.
Top Esports, by the way, 11 kills at this stage. They are doing work into this circle. They're coming off the back of a chicken dinner. The pressure indeed has been lifted. And Online, he's going to keep on going on that south side. But he's got a lot of people to move through. YOODOO and Top.
But if anyone can do it, it's Online, right? He has the hillside. There's a little bit of cover over the top. And Top Esports, once again, make it up, and he will be taken down, but his efforts took them so far.
All right, Mega eliminated in 6. 5 teams remain. Team Queso on the northern side have a really strong spot. Top Esports really dominate from the south right now. They have a hillside. There's a loot crate in front of them for some hard cover, and YOODOO under pressure.
The B team, Top Esports now coming to show it up in the global finals, and they're doing an excellent work of it. They said they felt the pressure before, but like cold to diamonds now, they're starting to stand up.
Nades just being peppered on top. Eye shots really didn't have a chance there. They are going for it. Geek actually looking to get the res off here. This is a bold push. It's just confirmed as well. Bigetron take it away, and the push is all for now. Top Esports, though, they have to push down the hill. They've already got some smoke cover, and no one really looking their way as YOODOO get eliminated in 5th.
Still a pretty good performance. We've seen YOODOO towards the top many, many times right now, Malaysian crowd. We're happy about that, but it's Team Queso. This team we saw just slowly ramp it up yesterday. They have 3 members in this last circle, but it could be a miracle run for Zuxi and Luxi if they can make it all the way to the end.
So they can get rid of Ernie on this side. They can really start to take dominance over the ground that you can see on the west of them. But Ernie, he's been spotted. He's taking Mystic quite low. Marco maybe looking to try and take some ground. Top Esports maybe looking to use this opportunity to push across the way. The spray comes through for Ernie, but he's not quite able to finish it. The reload is there. He goes out wide. Mystic takes a tumble. Half HP now for Ernie. He started it off well. He's looking for the confirm, but not quite able to finish it. Goes out wide, and he will take the 3rd member of Team Queso. The nade over the top towards the tree. He saw the push. There was no cook, but they can't really go for the peak. He's so low. Takes some more damage, but he gets the knock. Marco now lost for Team Queso, and Ernie doing so much, but Eagle's over there on his wings. He goes over the top. RRQ eliminated.
Eagle eyes and bad ears there to find out exactly where they were playing from. Pretty on target shots onto Zuxi too. Eagle is just going hard here.
Top Esports though, 14 kills. They have come alive. They've come from nowhere.
Are looking to jump the standings right now, John, to shoot towards the top like rocket men in this tournament. And they absolutely needed it now. Yesterday was not good enough for them, but now, today, it's looking strong as ever.
They're fed up, and they've eaten hearty. They're looking for one more chicken dinner now, though. 2 players alive for Bigetron. The duo, Luxi and Zuxi. Miracle workers in their own right. Team Queso with an entry in Marco. As Luxi crests the hill, takes a lot of damage. Cannot sustain it. The spray from Luxi, though, onto Years. Will find a little bit. He spots it. Oh, nicely done.
Beautiful shot. Takes out the kneecaps, takes out the player. Now the off angle, it's removed. Only have to worry about Hope and Eagle. Ayala still in the running though for Team Queso, but 0 kills. He's banking all on placement points, but Zuxi and Luxi looking to remove him now.
Looks like they're going to try and crest the ridge. Marco has been spotted. That's Bigetron to pick it up, and now it's 2 versus 2. The twins, they are going to take on Top Esports. Eagle and Hope both looking to try and hold it down. They're on the deck and they're vying for control. Eagle takes the majority of the damage, gets the first knock, and now it's 2 players alive for Bigetron against Hope from Top Esports. The push is coming through. He wants to go for the fight. He's going out wide. 32 bullets in the mag. Is it going to be enough to take him down? Luxi takes a tumble. Zuxi over the top, and it's Bigetron. I don't believe it! They come back in swinging. 7 kills, all in the name of Zuxi. The duo able to do it. They went down so early. The first 2 kills from Cloud9 were sent to Bigetron, but they come back and you cannot stop them down from the top.
Bigetron. What a game. What a game that one was for them. And we thought it was the miracle run. I mean, they had 2 other guys on the team. All they were doing was praying.
Absolutely. That's all they needed to do, though, because when you rely on the twins will deliver time and time again. They've proved it here. They've proved their mettle. Definitely amongst the Hall of Fame for PUBG Mobile right now.
It's a scary one as well. I mean, in most Hitman movies, you always have that character. You have those 2 characters. You got the twins, right?
Yeah.
I didn't expect to see that kind of thing in PUBG Mobile.
Fair enough. It's going pretty well for them. They should be absolutely delighted with that performance. An unfortunate turn of events for Cloud9, though, on that push against Mega.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that was the thing for them, though. And what they hope now, or what you hope as a fan, is that they don't lose confidence going forward. They've had such great games yesterday and today in terms of consistency, making sure they get their way to the top. They do get 4 points out of this game, but it's really not enough when it comes to averages going forward. But Mega, they are just starting to play. They're starting to come into their own, really, here in the global finals. They've already had to play 3 days already. Perhaps the fatigue is starting to set in, but right now, it feels like they're starting to wake up a little bit.
Just a little bit. Their position was really unfortunate for Cloud9. That foxhole just eats nades. It just pulls them all towards you, and it's going to send you straight in their face. Mega beautifully orchestrated this push around it as well. But my, what a player online is. Taking out 3 of UNique all on his own.
And literally on 10 HP to do it as well. I mean, it is madness. It is complete madness.
I will be honest, it was a slip up from UNique.
Yes. But this is the thing you can see on Yasha's screen right now, and the rest of the players, there were just no first aid kits on board. And this is what happens when Old Boy goes and takes a fight when he really shouldn't have done without his team, and it feels like he is going off on his own a little bit too often.
Team Queso make it into 3rd as well, Blank. I mean, there were some really high places. Again, consistency from them.
Only, if he managed to finish off a little bit early, we could have seen a very different finish. And this nade was so cheeky.
Oh, absolutely. It cooked it late, it got the knock, and left Marco stranded. But it was, in the end, Bigetron with the duo able to take it down top, not quite able to breach them. Still a good game from them. We're going to head over to the desk to break that down.
Honestly, I feel bad for Ryzen and McBoy because looking at that game, you have to wonder, do the Twins even need 2 other players on their team coming out, holding out strong after Cloud9 dropped their 2 teammates in the beginning? How the heck do you do that? Honestly, how do you go into a game like that, come into the very end, meet up against...
Points that they are missing out on currently from the last 2 games.
I do want to say, by the way, as we talk about Cloud9, I think we want to take a look at the scoreboard one more time. I think there was a slight error before that they want to kind of fix and just kind of reiterate for you guys at home. I believe it was just the chicken dinner going over to there we go, to Bigetron. But anyways, we talk about Cloud9 being at the right place at the right time, right? On RRQ. We talk about Top Esports on Senhawk getting the right place at the right time, getting the circle, right? My question was, would that luck kind of carry over, or did they need that luck to take games? And I think that last match on Miramar just answered it for us. No, they don't need that luck. They were hunting for kills. They put up 14 there, and they showed they can still play well, right? So maybe that pressure being off their shoulders, seeing them rise through the ranks, but also Bigetron having such a massive lead now. I think it's about 30 points between first and second.
Yeah.
That's kind of what we were maybe wondering if it would happen, and it finally has into the halfway point of day 2.
Yeah, and something for the audience to keep at home to keep in mind is that around the 6th circle, whoever's getting this zone is more than likely whoever's going to end up at least top 2. At least from what we've been able to see, it seems to be that way.
Yeah, and you mentioned Top Esports. They were getting no luck this previous game. They dropped all the way in the north. They rotated through water treatment, and then after that, the circle continued to pop further south, and then they went to Graveyard. So no luck that game, all skill in the rotations and the gunpowder.
And luckily for us, as we talk about them having a kind of bad spot, not having any luck as well for them. Luckily for us, though, we do have Icy Baby 1-2 to break it down and walk us through what went down for Top Esports, and more importantly, Bigetron to take that victory, to take that chicken dinner, and put themselves even further in first place.
Selamat kembali lagi sekali di Analyst Desk here. And once again, my name is ICBaby12. This is going to be the recap section. And of course, let's break it down into with the map of Miramar. Interesting games here. Congratulations to BTR taking chicken dinner. However, Top Esports still secure most of the kills. So let's find out how they exactly do it here. But first things first, starting off here, the flight path was heading in towards the northwest section here. So a lot of teams, they have to kind of rotate towards the eastern side of the map. And because of that, this allowed a kind of like a intersection here, right here, where all the eastern side is kind of empty for at least the first phase towards the second phase circle. You can see even the second phase, not many teams actually went towards that direction here. And I like how most of the teams are slowly adapting in terms of playstyle and understanding where they need to go here, because we know teams like Illuminate The Murder, teams like BTR loves to gatekeep whatever teams who tries to push into the circle. But because in the map of Miramar, it's kind of resized as well, and there's a lot of terrain to work with, despite me having the same distance as RRQ, you can see a lot of teams tentatively took this approach where they tried to swing far east all the way through, and this resulted in a lot of situations where they don't exactly have gas cans or even vehicles to work with, because they took a really rough ride. And because of that, a lot of teams eventually came to a situation where we see Kurd squad need to take a little bit pit stop here to try and restock their vehicles as well before actually pushing into the next phase circle. And this next phase circle is going to be the deciding factor, because a lot of teams, they tentatively try to dodge La Bidita because of the terrains as well, where you can see movements coming in this section, where you can see all teams coming in from this direction and also this direction here, except for ARW, which was a smart choice there. But one thing was really nice to see was that Top Esports, they actually made a decision, because they heard so many gunshots, they actually prioritized themselves in this small hut right there where they can actually gatekeep all these teams who eventually came all the way from here, including Mega Conqueror, who was engaging in that. And the whole point I want to bring up as well is how important those vehicles are, is because if you think about it here, Mega Conqueror early on, they had this contestment against Cloud9 just because they want to protect those vehicles here, whereas UNique tried to mess them up, and that ditch right there was fantastic for them, especially if they want to go for an exit strategy where you see Mega Conqueror, they safely disengage this fight here. They managed to protect those vehicles, but the problem was that they took too long in that engagement against Cloud9, which resulted in them losing a lot of members here. But eventually, towards the final stage of Circle, you can see Online 24 still made it all the way to the true, but still eventually got taken out. So one thing I like to see was that this play here coming from RRQ early was fantastic because of this vehicle being parked in front of him. He was able to pick those kind of unorthodox juggle picks here, and Queso, they have no exact plan here to finish him off just because he was just picking through the sides here, and they had not much to work with in terms of rotating their way through. But eventually, TOPESPORTS was the one that clutched their way through. You can see they got a little bit greedy just by splitting up their forces here to fight against BTR, and you can see Zuxi managed to punish Years here, who's actually hiding behind the car as well. Like, it was great here in terms of expanding the reach, but just not enough in terms of cover just because of the advantage of that game here. So that's pretty much here, the recap session in the map of Miramar. And my name is ICBaby12. I hope you guys enjoy yourselves here because right now we're going to be seeing more games to come. But before that, let's take a look at what Luxy has to say here with Farah's interview with him. So Farah, take it away.
Alright, I'm Leslie. Today we are here with Luxy from Bigetron. By the way, they won another chicken dinner once again. As yesterday they against the top esport, as both of them is actually at the lead of the game right now. So Luxy, can you tell us more, like, how could you manage to do a comeback this time against top esport?
We got the advantage zone and we got the advantage position. So we confidently will be top esport.
Alright, so due to the position, well, you did really well. So, by the way, I think everyone didn't expect that you guys will be in the prelims because you did pretty good job as previously. But can you tell us more about the techniques? What aspect that you changed so that you can do it so well, or supporters, anything?
The supporter is helping us, make us boost.
So mainly it's due to the supporters, alright? So they give you energy to do a really good comeback, even though you were in the prelim season, is it? Alright, so by the way, since we talk about supporter, do you have some words to them?
Thank you for your support and for coming to support my team. BTR win!
Woohoo! Let's give it up to Luxy. Once again, congratulations on that. By the way, we are waiting for the next game as well. We are having a really huge star right here later. So do stay tuned and watch the next game as well, the star.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Henry Lau! Henry, can you join me right here? I want to ask you a couple of questions. First of all, how are you doing, man? How are you feeling? It's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Henry, you know you're looking good right now. You got a lot of fans in the audience. Tell me, I can bet you something. Just looking at them right now, all of them want to be in my place, standing right beside you. Is that right?
First of all, hi everybody. For the people who don't know who I am, my name is Henry. And I'm just really happy to be here. Thank you so much. And I missed you guys all so much.
One more time. Now, Henry, I gotta ask you this question. Have you ever performed in front of an esports audience before, or is this the first time?
This is the first time I've been to an event like this.
Okay. Henry?
And I'm very honored. And it was so cool. I was in the back.
Yeah,
watching.
man. And the
It's
Jeep
amazing.
as well, like the opening. That was crazy.
Did you guys see the Jeep? I mean, of course you guys see the Jeep. Yeah.
They were going crazy. They saw a couple of people walk out. They were screaming. They thought it was you. Now, I want to ask you for a favor, Henry, okay? So we know that you're a very multi-talented artist. You know, not only do you play a couple of different instruments, you know? Yeah, I like that. You're also diverse with your genres in terms of music. You also played in a Hollywood movie, A Dog's Journey as well. Right?
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow, thank you.
But I want to ask you for a favor. You see...
Anything, bro, anything.
Anything?
Just let me
all
know.
right, thanks, man.
What is
So,
it?
you see, all of these guys are PUBG Mobile fans. I was thinking, since you love playing the violin, can you play, if I get these guys to shout and scream really loud, can you play the PUBG Mobile theme song on the violin?
Theme song. Let me think.
He's
It
thinking,
goes like-
wait, how about this?
I heard it a lot. Da, 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 da.
Huh?
Hold on, let me try this. Can you hold my mic?
Okay, sure. All right, no worries. All right, come on.
All right, here I go. Let me try it. Don't blame me if I get it wrong, though.
All right. I like the fact you remembered it. That's what I like, man.
Thank you.
That was great. Now, Henry, let's go back to the middle there. But, you know, I just want to ask you one question. You know, how are you liking Malaysia so far?
Malaysia, well, let me put my violin down. You can talk a little more. Well, Malaysia, first of all, how have you all been? I think it's been a really long time since I've been back. I was scared everyone would forget me, but thank you all so much. 感谢大家，我太想你们了。我以为你们会把我忘掉，可是真的感动了。Yeah.
Okay, I just want to say one thing. Do you guys want to see Henry perform more songs? I think we got to do it, bro.
All right, let's do it. Could I just? It's kind of hot in here.
Oh, you want to take off the jacket? Should he take off the jacket? Why not, man?
I mean, is it okay? Yeah.
They
it's
said
a little
yes.
hot. 有点热.
You know what? I'll let you have the stage, man. Take it away. Oh, he's gonna throw it. Yeah, that was cool.
Okay, thank you.
Take it away, man.
Kiss me， 不要让我更远距离 ，baby， 不要让我责怪自己，别怀疑，我已失去挣扎力气，一点一滴都是你 ，baby。当回忆被揭开，希望再次重来，会看见我们的爱。
Thank you. Are you guys enjoying the show? Can I ask you guys for a favor? Can you guys help me out a little bit? Just a little bit. I'm gonna teach you a melody, okay, everybody? And all you do is just sing that melody. Here, let's practice, okay? You, it's you. Okay? We'll try that. 1, 2, 3, 4. You, it's you. No. Come on. A little louder, okay? 再大声一点点，好不好？啊，自信的。Let's go. 5, 6, 7, 8. You, it's you. Oh, good. Very good. So the next song I'm gonna sing. The next song I'm gonna sing, I'm gonna let you guys know, and we can sing together, okay? Okay. 1 second. If you guys have your cell phones, you can take them up, turn the flash on, we can all, That's beautiful. 太美了。Baby, I'm falling head over heels. I'm looking for ways to let you know just how I feel. I wish I was holding you by my side. I wouldn't change a thing, 'cause finally it's real. I'm trying to hold back, you ought to know that you're the one that's on my mind. Falling too fast, deeply in love, finding the magic in the colors of you. You're the right time at the right moment. You're the sunlight, keeps my heart going. Whoa, know when I'm with you, keep myself from falling. Right time at the right moment is you. You is you. You is you. Baby, I'm falling deeper in love. And everything that you are is all I'm dreaming of. And if I can't break it up to show you that I need love, I give up everything I ever just for you. Oh, I don't hold back. You ought to know that you're the one that's on my mind. Falling too fast, deeply in love. Girl, all I need to breathe is you, 'cause you're the right It's your turn now. Let's go. 7, 8. Let's go together. Beautiful. Keep going. It's you.
Henry Lau, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for him one more time.
Thank you, thank you.
That was beautiful, especially the last song over there. It was beautiful, the PUBG Mobile theme song. When you were singing over here, it was amazing, man. How do you feel right now?
No, you guys are beautiful. They're so beautiful. When they were singing together with the lights and everything, thank you guys so much. You guys are amazing.
Of course. Before we leave, I just want to say a big thank you to our title sponsor, Vivo, as well. Of course, our organizer as well, Tencent Games. Now, we do have a token of appreciation that we want to bring for you.
For me?
Yes. Is that possible? Can we do that?
I think I should be giving everybody something, but...
I think with your songs you already have. Can we have the Vivo hero to present the prize right now for us on stage? We're going to bring it. And pass the token up. Okay. Do you see the fans, man? It's crazy. These guys...
Hey, I see you guys.
Just...
Thank you.
I like the guy sending the kisses, man.
Yeah. Well, while they're bringing whatever out, I just like to thank everybody so much. I miss you guys so much. I always think about you guys, and without you, I wouldn't be here today. Thank you guys so much. All my strings, I love you.
This is the token of appreciation as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Wow.
All right, that's a lot of stuff. Okay, perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, one last round of applause. Scream and shout for Henry Lau, please. Henry.
Thank you, and I hope to be back soon.
We
Bye.
hope to see you soon, man. Back in Malaysia. That was... Just gonna wait a while. Make sure everybody has screamed and shouted.
Miss you guys.
All right, now for everybody right now, once again, thanks to Henry Lau. We're gonna be going for a very quick break. When we come back, it's gonna be our next game in Erangel. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Thank you.
Club Open 2019 Fall Split Global Finals brought to you by Tencent and Pubg Corp with Vivo, the title sponsors of Jason Kaplan, Mustache Dave, Seven World Gaming. And you can tell he's switched. The bandwagoner over here.
Switch.
The flip-flopper. The flip-flopper. Going from Cloud9 to Top Esports.
No, for the people that missed the first half, I was going to say Top Esports is the story of the day. They have climbed the ranks. They have gotten a chicken
climbing
dinner.
out of this hole right now. But to be fair, they have climbed out of a hole. They had a really weak performance yesterday. They've been able to take a chicken dinner and a second place off the back of that, even though they did lose against the only two players out of Bigetron. They're coming back strong, and I think, like you said earlier on in his interview, they said pressure's off their shoulders, and they're starting to show what they can do without that weight.
Let me jump in here, if you don't mind.
I do mind.
Are we talking esports here? Are we talking how Henry was pointing me out during the concert saying, it's you?
I think he's pointing out to his security that's the stalker. It's you.
Oh, no.
It's you.
Hey,
He's like, the guy with the mustache. Go get him.
Guys, it's getting hot in here, all right? It's getting hot in here.
Okay.
Did you watch the show?
Yeah, but I don't think you're going to get girls screaming when you take your jacket off.
Man, it's getting hot
they're
here.
screaming for you to put it back on.
It's getting hot in here.
But
hey,
anyways.
He was talking about me, though, all right? I'm just laying that out there. Anyways, like I wanted to say before you steered us off there, Bigetron.
Are you kidding me?
Bigetron first place right now. Let me put this into perspective. 35 points ahead of Top Esports. That's 1 chicken and 15 kills. They're starting to bridge the gap. No, create the gap.
Break out.
Yeah, break out the pack, create that bridge.
Stretch their legs.
Stretch it out. That's what we say. That's what they're doing.
Yeah, and one team that's actually not doing that is Team Seoul. They are having just a very, very bad day. Are they going to go ahead and get a chicken dinner, Jason?
I mean, they did already. Will they do it again? I'm not sure. Actually, we're about to already head into game. I thought we'd have a little bit more time to talk about the teams. But let's get some quick predictions then. Going into Erangel for the second time today, Mustache Dave, who's your team?
I need Henry G to sign my autograph, or his autograph.
Well, he's probably over at ECS right now casting another game. But here we go. What do you got?
Top Esports.
I'm going. Okay,
Cloud9.
I was gonna say Cloud9.
Top Esports and Cloud9. NA ambassador, I gotta represent.
Mega and Entity.
Okay.
I think they should do fairly well.
I like those two choices. I'm going Bigetron, but ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to shut up on the desk. It's time for our new casters to start talking as we head over to Miramar. We got two new faces to bring you the action. It's gonna be Alex Byfield and Icy Baby 1-2 to cover match number 8.
Icy the cutie.
Thank you, Jason. We are back. Day 2 of the Global Finals, map 4. It's a Erangel. Terrence, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling good here. I've seen some crazy games time and time again throughout the whole day here. I'm expecting to see even more. Ladies and gentlemen, here, we're back into El Clasico. Oh my. Alex, I don't know, man. Like today, every single team coming into these games has been going guns hot and blazing. I'm not too sure what's going to be happening in this game here, but I'm hoping to see a couple of ocean battles. Possibly.
Ocean battles?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we haven't seen any rotations yet on the boats, going around the sides, trying to go for those creative rotations. However, though, Terrence, now with the plane going from north to south, all the way down to military base, maybe we can start to see something a bit creative here.
Maybe. You know, I did heard a couple conversation from Dave as well, you know. Release the Kraken from Kurd Squad. That was really good, you know. I would like to see.
Do you know where you got that name from?
Captain Jack Sparrow.
No. So basically, Kraken used to play on an iPad. This is what he was telling us anyway at the hotel.
Okay.
And he used to play with 7 fingers on the iPad when he played. And they couldn't crack him because of that. The tentacles onto the iPad, obviously on the Vivo phones. Don't know if you can get all of them on. Although I was watching him play, I think he uses like 5 or 6 still. It's still ridiculous. But there you go, a little bit of trivia for Terrence. You know, I'm not just a pretty face. What can I say?
That's good. That's good. But speaking of the games here, let's take a look here. The flag path, pretty balanced one coming from the northeast section of 70, passing through Pubg, ending towards the outskirts of military base. So pretty balanced for all these teams to actually contest those spots here. We haven't seen too much of a contestment in terms of drop spots coming in from today's games.
No,
a little bit lesser compared to yesterday's game. So I'm looking forward to potentially see where the circle may end up here. I'm hoping to see a military base though.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things as well to mention is the fact that our game yesterday, when we casted Erangel, it was just so far towards the south that we didn't see any teams to go towards Georgiapol, Hospital. We saw a little bit towards Everest, where it ended just north of Gatka. Although, with a very balanced plane trajectory now with a very balanced circle, this is the kind of game we were waiting for.
Well, speaking of contestants here, we see Kurd Squad actually challenging Illuminate The Murder in the map of Rozhov here. This is something we don't see too often here, considering that a lot of teams are kind of afraid of what Illuminate brings to the table as well. Mustache Dev, he did mention that Illuminate The Murder is kind of like the dark horse coming in towards this global finals. I'm a little bit surprised to see Kurd Squad actually trying to challenge one of the top titans, especially when it comes to Southeast Asia teams here, where a lot of teams have this mental pressure, a little bit afraid for them here. On the other hand here, we see Mega Conqueror did so well, taking chicken dinner for the start of the day, and also a dominant performance coming from Online 24 that with that clutch in the map of Miramar.
Yeah, the versus GANK as well, GANK as well. So up against the fan favorites, but the pressure didn't get to them. They still won it. And obviously we've seen Bigetron, Top Esports all have victories so far today. And here are the live standings currently. And just as I mentioned it, Bigetron currently perched up 128 points.
Yep, they're so far ahead here. They're like about a couple of 30 points ahead compared to Top Esports here. But they are looking to secure the title of being world champion. But will they be able to do it here? Because now, as of now, Illuminate The Murder, a team here currently in the top 5 position, getting contested by Kurd Squad, who's actually trying to contest them. This is actually quite surprising for me. Like, I didn't expect some team to actually try and contest these guys, and it seems to me they're going to be respecting each other's boundary here. Each side takes a couple of loots here, and it seems to me you can see rotations from Martin and Goddard trying to bail out of this city here, hoping to loot another place.
Yeah, Kurd Squad currently 16th on the leaderboard. If they were to take out Illuminate The Murder, that would be quite the upset here in day 2. We are as well, Terrence, we have to highlight this. We're at the halfway point of the whole entire event.
Yep.
This is where teams have to start to do well if you are towards the bottom echelons
RRQ being one of them.
Yeah, definitely. And at the same time as well, Top Esports, they have been switching up the drop spot for quite some time here. It seems to me they're going back to their yesterday's drop spots here, going back into his Georgia pool once again here. But this time, they may consider looting up a little bit quicker here and then just bailing the heck out here, because they are on the outside of the zone here, where we potentially may see the guys from UNicorn or C9 actually contesting them later on. But Beowulf, he's a bit far off from the rest of the members here. He's all by himself here, contesting manpower run. He goes for the spray, and Beowulf, doesn't seem to clip him off here, but the damage has been done, and it seems to be Beowulf is going to back out.
Yeah, Beowulf on Miramar had probably the best shot I've seen so far in this event. The one-tap headshot on the vehicle that was passing by and then finished off 2 more players inside the UAZ. This time, though, the AKM spray not quite as perfect as maybe we're expecting to see from him, but Manpeng, he can just survive for now, just wait for his team maybe to back him up here. But yeah, I mean, towards the northern hemisphere of the map, it's not going to be too much of an issue right now because of how balanced the circle is. All these teams can get strong economy going into the later game as they're not forced into early rotations.
Yeah, we have Drax here, the friend favorites coming in towards this tournament here. YOODOO, GANK, they had a couple of really nice shots coming from Drax as well with his Car 98 shot in the map of Sandhawk. He did pull off a little bit here, but unfortunately to say here, the circle didn't exactly favor them a lot as well, considering that they have to push into the circle a lot. But today, in the first game of today as well, we saw YOODOO GANK almost clutching the chicken dinner against Mega Conquer. However, Cloud9, this is interesting for me actually, Alex. Like Cloud9, usually they will just loot out fully decked out in Georgia Pole and then just comes in blazing here. This is an early aggression coming from them to contest YOODOO GANK. That's actually quite surprising for me.
Yeah, I'm trying to see actually where they are. Currently just south of shooting range, but towards Georgia Pool, we have a few teams there as well. UNique, the team reigning from Europe, but we saw that yesterday where they go towards Georgia Pool, then eventually rotate towards Everest, and they use that as their stronghold into the latter stages of the game. Although, with how central the circle is, Terrence, it seems very unlikely that it will conclude there. We're going to have to see a different strategy from UNique. Yeah, definitely here. 2 games of Varenga has passed, most of the circle ending towards the western side of the map here. Now, seems to me a pretty balanced approach here. Every single team might not struggle a little bit in the first field phase, but at the same time, I'm a little bit worried here for the guys from Cloud9, YOODOO GANK, Illuminate The Murder, as well as Kurd Squad, just because they were contested rather early, and I don't think they have enough utilities or even firepower to actually take it to the next following few fights here. In this case, Top Esports is looking to potentially set up a couple of roadblocks later on in the stage of the game. Yeah, it's interesting you mentioned Kurd Squad. When speaking to the players backstage, they said that a plethora of teams had came into their booth asking where they were going to drop on a wrangle, and they said, get out, we're not telling you, we want to hot drop you, and we want to contest things early. As they came into this event extremely confident, and you can see kind of why, you know, there's some accuracy there, Baby dropping down Penguin, and actually does get the finished off conversion kill as well. EGC currently struggling towards the lower echelons of the table already, and now losing against Kurd Squad. They may actually be in 16th, as I believe EGC were only 1 point ahead.
At the same time here, YOODOO GANK, I'm a little bit worried for them just because they actually took the bait coming from Cloud9 here. We saw early on Beowulf going for the sprays onto his manpower, and because of that, they're actually checking a lot of corner here. So much time wasted from side YOODOO GANK. I hope it doesn't affect their overall economy and also rotation timing here, because that mental game being played by Beowulf, set up by C9 here, kind of triggered them a bit, and I'm a bit worried here from side of YOODOO GANK.
Sol, we've actually seen some good rotational play from them in this event so far. It seems like they just die early on, 14th, 15th, 16th so far today. Where is it you think they go wrong? Because right now they're in the center of the circle, they're in the center of school, they've got a strong compound, but it seems to always go wrong for them in the first 15 minutes.
Well, it all comes down to the next few phases of the circle here, but Seoul, like you said as well, the center of the map as well, where there's a lot of terrain, a lot of long range they can do, but it's still the first phase of circle. There's still too much to do about, but at the same time, we see RRQ trying to catch up a couple of rotations here, coming from Team Queso, who's actually trying to run past the south of Pachinki here, and RRQ is known to be the kings of Pachinki. Will they be able to defend this title if the circle actually ends in towards the vicinities of Pachinki?
Yeah, RRQ 9th on the leaderboard. As we mentioned just moments ago, the fact that we are now exactly halfway into the event, they need to start getting some chicken dinners or more kills as well, because kills are a major part of the statistics and the standings going into this event. I mean, we can see Bigetron currently leading the charge in terms of kills, and it's not an irony, the fact that they're first as well.
Yeah, same goes for Top Esports here. Like in the map of Miramar, despite them not getting the chicken dinner, they still got more kills. They secured more points, about 1 point higher than BTR. But because of those skill points there, they were able to push themselves into the top 2 spot in the overall ranking from the previous map of Miramar. So nicely done for them. But now the first phase of circle is going to be completely closing in very shortly here. We see a lot of rotations coming in already. One of them going to be top esports. We have Hope and Years already taking the Runes pathway, hoping to scout out a couple teams. Same goes for EGC down in the south, UNicornGaming in the southeast, and also Mega Conqueror exiting the vicinities of Milta and also Milta Power.
So Terrence, we know that apartments and school is so good for the economy of a team like Seoul right now, able to loot this whole complex up, get to the highest level of economy in terms of weaponry, scopes, utility, etc. But how good is it in the late game as a compound? Because look how large it is, look how many ways you can be flanked, look at how many teams can actually crash you. Is it really that strong to have?
Well, in terms of looting-wise, it's great, but in terms of holding a compound, it's not the best possible position here, just because, like you said as well, there's so many angles actually push into the apartments, and at the same time, to exit the vicinity is not that great because there's no cover to actually rotate out from. And on top of that as well, there are going to be a lot of teams contesting vehicles in the early phase of stages here, just because of how centralized the map is for rotating to west or even to east side. So most of the vehicles around school or maybe even apartments are mostly contested early stage of the game. And I'm worried for Seoul because right now, they're still stuck there and they don't exactly have an exit strategy.
Yeah, the circle has now shifted again towards the west, centralized towards Pachinki. You said RRQ are the kings. Let's see if they can keep their crown.
Well, and we saw a little bit of player stats as well. And like you said, RRQ, will they be able to secure it? I like that. But speaking of which here, hold that thought for now because Team Queso might be contested from the guys from UNique now.
Yeah, hold that thought and try and hold this compound as well as UNique spots the players from Queso up in the air. But they're going to be fine for now as they actually get out their vehicles. They may try and go for a congestion here as Seoul maybe hearing the shots coming out from apartments and they may try and third-party this.
Yep, Team Queso, they have been looking for information time and time again here. They ran through RRQ, they ran through UNique now. They've heard a couple gunshots coming into this game, but I'm worried for them because in terms of the vehicle-wise, they don't exactly have a lot of health on those vehicles. If they lose their vehicles rather early in this stage of the game, maybe the next few circles, they're going to be in some trouble.
Yeah, and obviously I mentioned economy, utility, weaponry, but it seems like vehicles as well are a major part of that in terms of rotations. We're not even into phase 3 yet. And for you, Terrence, you always say phase 3, phase 4, that's where teams need to start getting settled. And if you haven't already found your rotations, that could be pivotal into the later game.
Yep, YOODOO gang, they found one kill here onto the guys of ARWs, looking to finish them off, but seems to be they are respecting it. No, apparently not. They won those loots here. We talked about how they wasted so much time in the early stage here, but at the same time, C9 is in the vicinity. Uneven might get shot off here. YOODOO gang.
Uneven into the open here, but some poor driving skills there coming out from one of the players from YOODOO GANK. Maybe didn't pass his driving test, but they're going to be getting out. They're going to be onto the top of the hill terrain. Now they're going to be shooting over as well onto Uneven, but thankfully there is uneven ground here for YOODOO GANK because it's actually going to be playing out in his favor. I believe he's going to get away scot-free. Ooh, Drax there landing a few shots as he does go inside the blue zone.
Oh, nice usage here coming from the DP as well. Trying to do a little bit of vehicle damage, but unfortunate to say, they needed those kills. We talked about how they were mentally psychoed from the guys from C9. You can see they only have like level 1 helmets on most of the teams here. They need to get some kills to rack up some supplies. However, Entity and UNique gonna go head-to-head here in the 6 million houses outside of Runes.
Entity Gaming currently 5th. Yesterday they looked so consistent. And as well in the skirmishes before the tournament started, they said that they were feeling confident in their gun skill as well, but maybe not into the actual game itself as they realize UNique are in the compound. They're going to be playing the more passive approach, however, in this statement. Although, back when we were casting South Asia Regional Finals, Entity one of the most aggressive teams, so this is quite strange to see.
Yep, in yesterday's games all the way to today as well, we saw consistency coming from Entity to secure those placement points, but I like how the devs brought it up as well, that kills become a huge factor over time, and this is where top esports shine the most because from yesterday to today, they've been getting kills after kills after kills. Hopefully, we will see a kill here coming from Roach, going for the tap. Does he connect to Neo? Ooh, very close though.
Very close indeed. UNique, they actually have a compound as well that is inside the circle, so it may be crushed and contested by Entity. Although, with GATCAB being the center of the circle, Pachinki as well in there, there isn't really too many positions that you can actually get hold of. Where on the map would you say teams have an advantage in terms of getting locations?
Well, it all comes down to those mountain terrains or maybe even hotspots where Orange Esports may or may not be. But I'm worried here from the guys from RRQ because it seems to me a lot of teams are worried about what RRQ is going to be doing, especially from them exiting from Pachinki. We saw like at least a good solid 3 to 4 teams making barricades, setting up roadblocks to try and punish the previous world champions here and Illuminate The Murder. Now, from their perspectives here, they are finally abandoned Rozok and regathered themselves in towards the water tower vicinities. And it seems to me they're looking for a sign before they make their first rotation in.
Speaking of rotations, AllRejectionGaming trying to make theirs, but it seems like UNique want to take it to the next level. It's going to be the roadkill as well. Oh, this is an absolute mockery against Matyo, as he's going to go 6 feet under. And in the meantime as well, Regaltos from Seoul is taken down.
Oh, good call there coming from UNique, spotting out he was all by himself. Why not chase him, pop his tires, kill him off? That was brutal. Brutal indeed. However, looks like they want more here because Team Queso, for the third time here, they encountered enemies, but this time they will lose Axel.
Old boy with the headshot from that range with the DP-28, and it did a lot more than 28 points of damage, as they may try and finish him off as well, as he is going to be in the wilderness. And we mentioned it time and time again, Old Boy was touted as potentially the most skilled player here at this event, and these are the sorts of situations that really show that off.
Exactly here. We saw a couple of long-range shots coming from Old Boy yesterday as well, where they engaged against the guys from C9 as well as Top Esports. However, now Entity, they had a small run-in early on. Now Illuminate, their first rotation coming in. But Ernie from RRQ punishes them, saves them a little bit of window to work with, but Jonathan will get knocked out.
Yeah, Kurd squad as well, you can see in the fray, started to get into the action as they do drop out. They hear the bullets and the firefight going on before, just moments away. MENA as well, they've already had their chicken dinner today, so they're on form. UNicornGaming been quite quiet so far this event as they're starting to look down upon MENA.
Yep, seems to me Unicorn is no longer as aggressive as they say. However, Entity, they're still looking to pick out those long-range shots here, but Aman will knock Kraken off here, and this time they are going for the push as they need those loots. However, Kraken's kills, he got stolen by Uber. ARW.
Oh dear, especially for a team like Kurd Squad as well, towards the bottom of the table. They need as many points as possible from kills, placements, or anything. Let's see then if Entity can try and give them some. As they do start to enter the compound, they know exactly where Kurd Squad are. Beowulf as well in the background of all of this has been headshotted and taken down and eventually converted as well by Yasha from TeamUnique.
And as of now, the circle is going to be favoring them a little bit here, but they have to push in towards the next phase of circle. But I don't think Entity should push this. Hixie is going to lob a nade over. Does it connect though? Entity, they're going to go for the wraparound, but it seems to me they take too much time here. Oh, Jonathan will respect this and back off. Good catch there on the eye for the nades coming from Kurd Squad.
C9 lost another player. They're now down to 2. Uneven was also taken to the grave. Jonathan, scratch that. It's going to be Top Esports, UNicornGaming, EGC as well, all trying to rotate into whatever compound they can find inside the circle, but they're all individually inside the vehicles. They don't have that second member to try and jump out and take some damage. But let's see then, as Beside is going to be Beside, it seems, as he does go down, as well as another player from EGC, but not before he can at least knock down one of the players from Top Esports. But they're called Top for a reason, currently second in the standings, and you can see why. Their gun skill, their team play, everything is phenomenal.
Fantastic defense here coming from Top Esports, but at the same time, I'm worried for them here because nades tossing in may actually punish them. And you can see Coco is going to try and make way here, open things up for the rest of the team to gather, to regroup and take this fight here. But Top Esports, they're in a kill box.
Yeah, literally a kill box. They're just chucking in grenades into this said box and hoping it explodes. Senior from RRQ taken down as well by UNique. They've been doing so well as they're going to be inside the compound as well towards the bottom left of our screens. It seems like they're about to wipe out RRQ. And I think they just did, Terrence. And yes, it is confirmed. RRQ 16th, and we're halfway in the tournament. They're currently 9th. With a result like that, that's going to be catastrophic for them going forward. But let's see then, speaking of going forward, let's see if MENA are going to make the move forward as they know exactly where UNique are. As well for Neo from Entity, who's taken down by YOODOO GANK, who literally are ganking teams here, third-partying as much as possible. Kurd Squad again, they're just whizzing by everyone, it seems.
Yup, they won those placement points. However, MENA conquered. They're going to take advantage of this situation where RRQ and UNique were fighting here. Now, UNique, they are in a choke spot. This is a great time here to flush them out, and Stone going to be leading charge here. Will they get the first pick off here?
Let's see, then MENA are up close, just next to the compound, hearing the pinning of grenades, waiting to see what the move is from Rogue, because if the Molotovs come in, it's going to flush them out of this compound and into the open. And look at the flank as well from Rodfia and Online, ready to flush them out if they do indeed make that move. but they have to make it soon as Old Boy, Rose, they're trying to see if they can go out together, using the smoke to the best of their advantage. The Molotov as well, trying to deny the choke points to hold these windows, but this is such a tricky affair here as Mega have them pinned.
But at the same time here, you can see UNique, they're trying to buy time for another team to help them out, but it seems to me it's not working out because Mega, they're safe and sound, they secure the position as well. They're afraid to push because they are afraid to get punished, but Stone is going to see one here, going for the tap. Does he connect?
Oh, let's see then as he spots out one of the players coming out from UNique. Old Boy as well starts to kick things off as he goes for the spray, takes down Stone as well. Rockfield as well actually does take that one in favor of himself, but Rogue is here trying his hardest to back up his team as it's just going to be a 1 versus 3 here inside the compound, but 2 of the players are down from Mega. Oh, Pond and Rodfield, they should be able to 2 versus 1 Roki, but he's trying to get the heal off as much as possible, trying to buy up to as much time as he can, but that's kill points here for UNique. That's what they need as more damage is being done here. Onto 5 kills, that's 5 extra points, but that's going to be him done. The grenade is perfect. UNique around 15th, but at least there was a few kill points there from Rogue. He did his best.
Oh, they lost online 24. They tried to go for the save, but the grenade catching a glimpse of Rogue, taking him down. That's going to be pretty unfortunate. However, YOODOO GANK, they lose King. They are putting Kurd squad in a tight spot. They're pretty much stuck in the corner here. Manpower going for the suppressor. Ari will reply as well. Drax planning go for the flank here. Ari, will he get it? It seems to be they will take them all out.
That should be it. Kurd squad out in 14th. They're going to be staying there towards the bottom of the table. It's been a poor performance for them so far in this tournament.
But YOODOO GANK, with that, will secure themselves 6 kills in total, Alex. But this fight is still not over as well. Unicorn versus Top Esports, they're still stuck in the kill box. How will this go down for the Chinese teams here?
I think the best question is, Terrence, how should they get out of this?
This is going to be tough here because they've lost 2 members in the process. They tried to go out of this, and they don't exactly have vehicles to work with. They have a yellow Dacia, but it's pretty much out and open where Satan is going to be marking that angle for quite some time. Same goes for Queso, but this time they are going to be barricading on the other edge of the ditch here. They've made themselves a small mini bunker, but it's not easy to attack this segment compared to where Top Esports is.
So they've got Unicorn there towards their right. They have another team as well just behind them. I believe that is C9. Yes, indeed it is. Cloud9, 2 players still remaining from them. Illuminate do lose Martin. AllRejectionGaming lose Crazy Gory as well, as we're starting to see the kills start to really flush out.
Well, while this was happening here, so much gunshots happening by, we saw BTR rotating past all these gunshots, setting up for the next team fight here, where they're going to be setting up a shot in front of the circle here, hoping to gatekeep some of these teams, and this seems to be Unicorn.
This is like a Venus flytrap. They weren't expecting there to be a team inside this divot, and look at this coming out right now from Team Queso, as they are turning them into cheese. Literally, just like that, melted away in 12th is Top Esports.
Mamma mia, ratatouille cooked cheese indeed, because Unicorn become a unicorn stew. I have no idea what reference that, but yeah.
We're all cheesy jokes here, but what can you say? It's all dad jokes. Nevertheless, though, EGC Satan trying his hardest to stay alive in this situation. He's up against Mortal. He may just go for the high ground here. He's inside the zone, comes away, trying to bait out the shot from Satan. Oh, he does spot where he is, but look at this. They're all taking hemorrhaging damage from the zone, and actually Mortal just may wait this one out. He does indeed. Down goes Satan from EGC, and that's going to be them eliminated, but Mortal! He's made the mistake there. He's gone for the full first aid, and because of that, down he goes.
What a bait they're coming for Satan, just taking out a competition alongside with him, just to deny him those kill points as well as the placement points. But because of that, Soul will be heavily punished here, because as of now you can see Clutch God is going to get beaten out from the zone as well. But C9 Perha reproning in towards the potato field here. Mike, scout out the guys from Team Queso. Will they be able to punish them here? Queso has been in that ditch for quite some time. They scout out all these rotations here, but let's take a look at the circle as of now. It seems to be it's going to be favoring BTR.
Gosh, they've been so strong so far this event, winning the last chicken dinner, and it seems like fate that they may take 2 in a row. Mega currently under so much fire as well from YOODOO GANK, who have done so well in terms of kills, currently at 6. Ooh, Soul out in 9th.
Yep, going to be unfortunate here. They were taking too long in the blue zone. We're down to the last 17-21 live in the open fields of Gadka. Vehicles are super important. Same goes for the Snake game, but I like what Aisha is doing here as well. You saw the orange Dacia hiding behind the bushes here. Do not want to be taken out by all these teams. Same goes for Queso as well. They have a mini UAZ to work with if they want to exit this death trap.
For me, this is going to be a major game for the standings overall, because if Mega do go out in a situation where they're out 6th or 5th, and we have another win here, which seems quite likely with the situation of the zone for Bigetron, they may be poised into day 3 with a near victory. But look at this from Luxy. We heard how good his sniping prowess was, but instead it's going to be the precision from the M4. Pons as well, trying to divot and dart around the shots. And if you can dodge bullets, you can also dodge death, it seems, but not for long. As Geek spots him out, trying to shoot as well through the hay to send him to his grave, as RNG Esports have now found Bigetron.
Oh, seems to be RNG Esports is also in a tough spot here. BTR, they have so much cover to work with, but they have to focus on this fight here because BTR, they know they're going to get flanked here if they do not finish off RNG Esports. But it seems to be RNG Esports, they're thinking about disengaging it, but Micro Boy shoots through the smoke, catches on Leon. Oh, the nades almost clipped him off as well.
See who's alive right now to the left of our screens. YOODOO Gang, 4 alive, 7 kills. Team Queso, 5 kills, 4 alive. Bigetron, 4 alive as well, but only 1 kill. But in terms of points, they're already so far ahead. This grenade as well is going far. It looks like it's nearly perfect. Not quite. Oh, it is! Shots goes down, but not from the shots of a weapon. It's the grenade that's perfect. C9 out in 6th as well. They're currently quite average in the score as well, in the leaderboards, excuse me, at 7th. They need higher performances if they want to try and get top 3. Oh, Bigetron under so much fire. Now the shrapnel as well from the grenade is going to be downing 2 of the players here. RNG Esports trying to get back into this one.
Good push here coming from RNG Esports. They know they need to finish off guys from BTR. BTR, they were in a tough spot, and Orange will be the victors. Nice names coming from Leon, but Team Queso, they're still having the circle. They still have the card. You can see the UAZ being parked up to set up for an exit strategy, but now we're down to the last 5 teams. Horizon going to be picked off from Luxy as well with the Ghillie suit, which is super hard to spot for all these teams, especially in long-range fights, but Geek will try to suppress the guys from Orange as well.
Especially in the fields of GANK as well. It couldn't really be any more perfect. Ooh, Geek as well with the perfect spray. Pub is down. Zaxi as well is down from Bigetron. As Team Queso, they've already wiped out 1 team. They're trying to make it 2. In this sense as well, almost looking like they can try and third-party these teams that are currently inside the zone, as we are getting restricted in 40 seconds.
Well, 4 teams left, Queso. They're finally coming out of exits here. You can see Buggy going to be setting up as well to zone the rest of the teams here. They're going to go push through the guys from BTR. Here comes a naze lob from Axel as well. They have 2 vehicles to work with, but YOODOO Gang, they're still in the game as well. You can see the crowd cheering for the local home crowd.
9 kills for them. Let's see if they can make it double digits here. And it seems likely, although Geek is down and eventually converted as well. Stalker gets that frag onto him. Now we see YOODOO Gang actually lose the play. The only teams right now with 4 are going to be Orange Esports and Team Queso. McBoy as well still alive here by the hay barrows and the tractor, trying his hardest to keep that one as his only line of cover. But they're going to be surrounded here. To the right, they've got Team Queso. To the left, they've got Orange Esports. Oh my goodness, 4 teams remain. The problem is the zone as well. Where's it going to favor?
But it seems to me the zone is going to be favoring the boys from BTR. Okay, so they have to push in, but they have to take this slow because as of now, YOODOO Gang, BTR, and Orange, they're going to be going head-to-head as of now.
Oh, speaking of head-to-head, they're going to be touching tips here by the tractor. McBoy trying his hardest to survive. He gets 1. Eventually, they're going to be down. The shots coming underneath the wheels there. The tractor will mean it's a 1-for-1 exchange. Bigetron trying the hardest to survive. McBoy is still alive, though, into low HP. Actually down Leon as well. Drax gets run over. Leon gets run over. What the hell is going on here?
Ayala running 2 people over from the side of YOODOO Gang, but because of that, he opened things off for the guys from BTR. But now here comes the rest of Team Queso. Oh, they finish off YOODOO Gang! Oh no, Axel, what a play from Team Queso!
What the hell is going on? It's a roadkill. It's a bloodbath here in the final zone. Let's see then, though. Orange Stalker trying his best to try and get the win in for Orange Esports. They need this as they were towards the bottom of the leaderboard, and they're fighting for their tournament life here because we are halfway into this event. And this is where the teams that need to win are starting to set things up, though. But they are versus Bigetron, currently #1, and they're #1 for a reason. They're in the lead in terms of placement points, but also kill points.
Well, as of now, BTR, they still have the compound to work with here. Like you said, Luxy does have the Ghillie suit, but Stalker, he's trying to secure even more kill points, but he's proning his way through here. The circle going to be biting him from behind, but Ryzen, look at this. He's going to play this around the corners of the haystack here to try and stock this up here, but Mystic will get finished off from the side of Luxy.
Ooh, Stalker as well. The shots are connecting from the M4. The Saw, excuse me, as Luxy takes him down. This could be back-to-back 2 in a row chicken dinners here for Bigetron. They just have to work out with the remaining players from Team Queso are.
At the same time, Luxy getting spotted out as well. Team Queso, they know he has a Ghillie, so they have to be careful. But one good nade here is going to turn south for the guys of BTR. But M249 from Luxy, he's going to be spraying and praying all the way through. But Team Queso, they do not have any more vehicles. This is the time to shine here. Luxy 6 times go on an M249, but gets punished as well from Axel.
The saw, almost the best weapon to have here, 100 bullets that they can just spray out into the grass, but they haven't been able to connect the shots, but they do just immediately, and now it's a 1 versus 2. Yana has so much to do as Luxy finishing off. XL as well, all down to the 1 versus 2. The pressure is so high right now from the team from South America. Let's see though, can he make this happen? They know exactly where he is. He's given away his location. Luxy going to be lurking as well in the shadows, using the ghillie suit to his advantage as he's trying to go towards the right side.
Good spot there coming from Luxy, spotting the secondary weapon coming from Team Queso. But like you said as well, 2v1 Ayala, but against sprayed as well. Luxy going to be starting his onslaught on his way track. Does he connect? Oh, he gets one shot!
He does it! Back-to-back chicken dinners from Bigetron, and you can hear the crowd as well, the team, from Southeast Asia make it happen, and they're going to be extending that lead from 1 to 1.5, it seems, in terms of how far away the other teams are on the leaderboard.
My, oh my, Alex, that was a crazy match to watch in the map, Erangel. BTR, they got pincered so hard, but still came up on top there. What was going through their minds? But Luxy with the 6x scope swaps with the M249, swapping the red dot, swapping the 6x scope, going for the spray just to punish Team Queso. But as soon as he spot that secondary weapon that was sticking out on the grass, bam, instantly gets taken down. What a man. What, in this case, what a boy.
Trying to think as well, back to the results, which ones are going to be really important. I think one of them to mention is RRQ going out very, very early, meaning that as they are in the middle of the table, we're halfway into the event, they need to get those chicken dinners coming soon. TOPESPORTS as well, going out fairly early, which is another reason why this is so important for the win for Bigetron, just to extend that lead to who was behind them.
Yep, at the same time as well, TOPESPORTS, they were in this kill box where they were so close to another compound where a lot of teams can actually mess them up. In this case, EGC and also I believe it was UNicornGaming was the one that gave them a lot of trouble, whereas the guys from Team Queso on the other edge had a little bit of safety net just because there's just not any kind of compounds which they can flank them from, which gave them that slight advantage when the circle came in. But this fight from Mega Conqueror, UNique as well as RRQ was also a turning point for the Northeast section here, where it just gave Mega Conqueror just a lot of kills coming out from that.
Yeah, I think it's good as well to mention UNique because it seems like they got quite unlucky with their rotations. The point where they were at Georgia Pool, they go towards Everest, they think the circle is going to be more central, so they leave Gatka. They actually left where the zone did conclude, and they went inside the center, then had to go all the way back and got caught between two teams.
Yeah, and at the same time as well, this is the final fight we were talking about as well, where BTR, they were pincered for guys from Orange Esports, Queso, but Ayala, the one that opened things off for BTR just because they flagged the guys from YOODOO Gang.
This was insane! Oh, almost as if they deserved the win, just for how crazy that play was. Probably the best we've seen so far in this whole event. But let's see what Jason has to say on the desk.
Well, unfortunately for YOODOO, that chicken dinner got turned into roadkill by Team K, so they're running them over one by one to close them out. But again, Luxy, my man, what is with this guy? He is just, his back has to hurt so much because he's been carrying his team all tournament long.
I don't know, the chemistry that they have right there, especially on the final play, Luxy just waiting to reload at the right time. I don't remember which player from Team Queso it was that he took out, but he waited until he had to reload. Then as soon as the other guy stopped firing from Team Queso, he popped out and then was able to shoot him and get the kill. Now, another thing I want to go ahead and mention about BTR, they stayed by those hay bales throughout most of the end of that game. And they were able to go ahead and just fence off a bunch of teams. Great win. And I mean, I believe that now is 3 chicken dinners for BTR.
Yep.
That's crazy.
$15,000 alone in chicken dinners with that. It's $5,000 each chicken dinner. So they are racking up the USD in the house. But like you said, you made mention of that fight with Bigetron at the hay bales. They were having an epic grenade battle with Orange Esports. Got a shout out to Orange Esports though. I mean, slowly but surely able to climb their way up the leaderboards. Every single game, we continue to see them in the top 5, improving. That's what I like to see.
I just want to say one thing, going back to the chicken dinners and the 15 grand.
What about it?
4th place gets 23 grand. Whoa. They're almost up to 4th place just on chicken dinners alone. And if they keep feasting like this, they're going to continue to build that lead. Again, what was it? Top Esports is closing up against them, but now they separate that lead even further. It was, what, 35 points, I think you said, Mustache Day before?
Yeah.
It's going to be around the 50 mark now.
Let me point out as well, though, Team Queso. I mean, they made a big brain play when Yala sent it over the road with the runovers to be able to open up the southern edge where we had YOODOO GANK kind of just snaking it in the grass. Not to mention, YOODOO GANK having a phenomenal game as well. They had 4 alive. They were just crawling in the grass or the wheat field to be exact. And they were just continued to third party and get kills. I mean, we see right here, 10 kills. This is their best game yet when it comes to fragging out.
It is. And I mean, they have now had 2 good performances today. Hopefully they can go ahead and keep it up. I know they hear the crowd going crazy every single time they get a kill or they do good. But as you were mentioning, Team Queso, they are now starting to pick it up. The second half of the day, kind of like what we saw yesterday, starting to pick it up. But if they want to even challenge for the championship, they need to make sure they stay hot, they stay consistent. And it's not good that they weren't able to win that engagement with Bigetron, because it could come down to that. I mean, and them just not being able to win that one, it would be interesting to see what happens towards the end.
If you're Team Queso, though, I mean, just keep hoping that Unicorns crashes into you with 3 members in 1 vehicle, so you get an easy 3 points with the vehicle explosion. And then Chocho, yes, trying to reclaim or salvage whatever they can over there in that situation for the UNicornGaming, but questionable plays. I mean, all throughout the day, I keep saying it, UNicornGaming is one of the teams that I believe could disrupt this lobby, but they're just not showing up.
And the flag I was waving for, Top Esports, they're currently in 14th place for that last match. It seems like they were not able to go ahead and carry that momentum that they had from earlier, which is, it's huge, right? I guess maybe having the little break in between that nice concert by Henry, it just stopped the momentum from there. Are they going to be able to go ahead and bring it back?
Maybe Henry was giving a shout out to BTR, like, it's you, you're going to win. But let's actually take a look now, gentlemen, at the overall standings. After 8 matches have been played, I'm curious, how big is that lead for Bigetron? And it's got to be, oh my lord, 58 points.
That is looking nice. If they go ahead and continue that kind of performance, the good thing about that win is that they took advantage when Top Esports did not have a good game. So that is great to go ahead and see from them. And I love seeing that. Now, look at this. Cloud9 moving up a little bit too. Entity Gaming, I want to see a little bit more consistency from them, especially if they want to challenge. I think at this point, with the lead that Bigetron is starting to make, it's a lot of teams need to go ahead and step it up. If they don't, by the end of maybe next match, they're just going to know that whatever they do, they're just not going to be able to reach them.
Yeah, we see Mega here as well. The past 2 games, they've been having some challenges when it comes to team fights. Yes, they chose to push onto UNique, who was defending those yellows over there, but you know, they had the advantage, in my opinion, when it comes to gatekeeping UNique. They didn't necessarily need to be ultra aggressive there, but they did. They lost some members in the process. Yes, you get 3 points, but at what cost? They need to take this into consideration moving forward, in my opinion.
And 7, another team I'm looking at here. They had a good game prior, but then they tanked out in 16th place. RRQ.ATHENA just can't seem to get any consistency going.
No consistency, no momentum. I'm not really sure what's going on with that team, but this is not the performance we expected out of them. I actually think that them might have been one of the favorite ones to come in besides Bigetron.
Yep.
And it's quite shocking to see them currently in 10th place. But I mean, we saw Top Esports being able to get a win, a 2nd place, also back it up with kills, and now they're in contention. Can RRQ go ahead and do that before it's too late, before Bigetron just makes such a huge lead that they're not, whatever they do, they just can't reach them?
Last thing I do want to say, though, about the leaderboards was Seoul. 32 placement points done for them. The unfortunate part is, well, out of 8 matches, 20 of those came from 1 game alone.
Yeah,
so they are struggling here. But you know who's not struggling? Luxy and Zuxi, 22 and 20 kills apiece. They are steamrolling this game.
That M249 at the end, just able to come in so clutch for Luxy. I mean, just spraying and praying that wheat field, taking down those members, those snakes in the grass, mowing it, doing a great job.
He's so accurate too, which is the crazy thing about it.
And the telekinesis is strong with this one. I mean, we got Luxy and Zuxi, 22 and 20 kills. I mean, these twins are putting up the damage numbers here.
They have more kills than I think, like, what, at least 12 teams, maybe?
They got more kills than Kurd Squad. They got more kills than RRQ. They got more kills than a lot of these teams at the bottom of the leaderboard for sure.
It's crazy to see, honestly. They are just destroying. And I hope they go ahead and continue that kind of destruction, because if they do, they're going to end up being champions.
Oh, yeah. Hands
and if
down.
they're champions, that is quite an achievement at such a young age.
Yeah, I mean, if you're BTR, I don't know the exact gap that they have right now between 1st and 2nd, But regardless, every single game, they're not getting taken down early within the 13th below or the 11th below where you only get 1 point. So they're not letting up on it. Right now, they put on the gas. They're going to end today with such a large point gap that tomorrow, all they have to do is relax and chill and not throw any games. They should be our champs. I mean, I don't want to say it, but they're doing so good right now.
You might have just jinxed them. But no, even when they do lose players early on, like remember, there was a game just prior where Cloud9 picked up 2 players off the bat. They still won.
Yeah.
They still won with 2 players down.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, going back to the first game yesterday, right? Luxy being able to go in and clutch it and get that win in Sandhawk. We know that one player alone can clutch a win for that team. So are we going to go ahead and start seeing some of the teams that are in contention, depending on how everything goes for the next 2 matches? Are we going to start seeing some of those teams that want to go ahead and contend for that championship, maybe hot drop them? I don't know.
That could be easy points for Bigetron as well.
It is, and the way they're playing right now is just insane.
Well, you know what? Luckily for us, we don't have to wonder what's going through their heads. We're actually having an interview on the stage with Luxy to hear what he had to say, of course, about that last game.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, a big thank you to our commentators and casters for telling you the story of the game. I'm here with your winner chicken dinner. Give it up for Luxy from Bigetron. Come on. My man, 3 chicken dinners, 2 back-to-back. We're talking about Miramar and Erangel. How are you feeling right now?
A little bit happy, but still hungry for chicken dinner.
Little bit happy, but still hungry for chicken dinner. Give me one more round of applause. He deserves it. Let's talk about that game a little bit, okay? Orange was fragging you guys, and you know, they almost destroyed you guys, but you guys managed to revive back, fight them while Team Queso was watching, and we thought you guys couldn't make it. But at the end, you also managed to take them down and get the chicken dinner for yourself. Just talk to me about that ending there. What was the process like for your team?
We prefer the enemy, we holding enemy on behind us rather than enemy in front or looking for us. Yeah, that's how we work.
Focusing on the surrounding in general. Last question. Next map is going to be Vikendi. Yesterday you actually managed to win in another map as well, Sandhawk. Do you think you can take down Vikendi for one more chicken dinner?
Yeah, that's our map, Vikendi.
That's what I'm talking about. Give it up for Luxy one more time. Thank you so much. Thank you. Now, for everybody watching right now, we've got a recap video that we want to show to you guys. So let's take a look. And after that, we're going to come back for another game. See you soon.
Hi there, welcome back. Hello Malaysia, hello everyone at home. I hope you're ready for a bit of a recap of the game there. It was an interesting one overall, obviously BTR coming out at the end, but let's take a quick look at the map here. Obviously, I found this extremely interesting because Pachinki's just hugely populated at the beginning of the map, and it feels like a lot of these teams are starting to realize the center is kind of free. Let's all go for it very, very quickly, and this created a very hectic game in the end where everyone was trying to get around one another, but in the end, it was BTR who clutched it out. But we are going to go quickly to the next segment here because there was a very, very interesting rotation towards the beginning of this next circle where we can see Mega immediately sending it all the way up to UNique. Now, it's very good awareness from this team overall. They hear RRQ over here taking a fight with UNique, and this wrap around straight through Kurd squad, past AllRejection, straight into this fight over here. And you know what? UNique, they just can't catch a break from this team. Rodfear obviously soloing 3 of their guys last game into a full team wipe here. That's pretty awful to contend with. But let's go to the last section of the game here. BTR in a really, really tough position. They've got Team Queso behind them, all these teams in front of them as well, but they decided exactly where they wanted to go inside this map here, which is right on this area. Now, here we have a tractor, we've got some hay bales as well, and provides excellent cover for BTR going forward. They don't really have to worry about anything because they've got the ridge line to the back. Team Queso, they can keep them at bay. And then going forward from there, really, it was just the Luxy show all over. And you know what, at this point, I'm kind of prepared to say this guy is probably the best player in the world if he can continue to keep up this kind of pressure onto these teams. And they're just continuing to get pounds upon pounds of chicken dinners, and they're just not stopping anytime soon. Anyway, guys, we're going to go to a very, very quick break, and we're back shortly with the next map.
it's like a battle for second place or battle for third place. It's a battle for first place. You want to take home the title, especially for top esports to do it back-to-back. Now, going into Vikendi, we already heard our thoughts on Bigetron. Do you think they're going to do it again?
Yes, I think they're going to do it again. And I'm actually looking forward to one of the teams that are at the bottom to surprise us a little bit. Because if they're even going to try to be in contention, now is the time to do it. If they don't do it now, then tomorrow they're just going to be trying to play just to continue their name in a way. If not, they're just going to be at dead last, and you don't want to be there.
Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be done here on the desk for now. We'll be back after the match. In the meantime, we're going to head over to our lovely, lovely commentators, Alex Fife and Icy Baby 1-2, to take you through the chilly map of Vikendi.
Thank you once again, Jason. We're back. Match 9 in the Global Finals, Day 2. I'm joined by Terrence. As always, here we go into Vikendi, notoriously the best map for Bigetron. Are you agreeing with the desk kick? Can it be 3 in a row?
Oh, it might happen here. You know, I'm looking forward to see it here, but Vikendi has always been an oddball, so I'm not surprised to see BTR pull the win. But it feels like, you know, yesterday, Team Seoul, you know, I kind of want to see Seoul coming back into this game as well. Like Seven did mention, someone from the bottom coming up. I feel like Team Seoul taking a chicken dinner yesterday, I think this might be the game for them.
Yeah, obviously they did it yesterday. As one of the desks they mentioned, that this is the point where these teams towards the lower echelons of the leaderboard have to get and secure those wins, or at least get top 3 finishing with an abundance of kills. And maybe this is the one for Seoul. I mean, we're looking at EGC as well, RRQ, Orange Esports with a strong last game. Maybe this is the beginning of the momentum. The same thing we saw in the prelims where they showed up at the end.
Exactly. Orange Esports jumping from top 8 all the way into the top 3, making their way into the global finals. That is literally the Cinderella story, because if you talk about it here, you think about it from Southeast Asia League, they were on the bottom, going to top 16, then into the grand finals, from the bottom into the top 4, then making it to the prelims, from the bottom all the way to the top 3, and now here in the global finals. I wouldn't be surprised to see them though.
It's amazing as well, only 1 point ahead of Tempo Storm, so they're going to be kicking themselves, but that also goes us to show that kill points pay dividends later on into the event as well.
Definitely here, but as of now,
goodness, Terrence.
Wow, the circle going to be pushing everyone toward the southern section here, where we're going to see a lot of compounds in this phase of the circle, so I wouldn't be surprised to see a lot of gatekeeps, especially on the compound vicinities. But as of now, the local hometown crowd team here, YOODOO GANK, roaring their way through, already smack middle of the circle, so fortunately for them, they're going to be A-OK, sitting very comfortably here. However, like you said, the previous Kings of Vikendi, BTR, prioritizing those vehicles here for their rotation. So where are they going to be heading off to?
Yeah, it's interesting as well. You mentioned that vehicles are a commodity in and of themselves. You've got utility, weaponry, healing, medkits, etc. But on a map like Vikendi, where you have to make those rotations into compounds, vehicles are paramount.
Yep, definitely. But speaking of which here, Team Seoul, they were the victors here. The circle ended into the vicinities of Villa. But unfortunately to say, this time they have to rotate away from Villa. So in this case, I'm not too sure if they're going to be holding this compound for quite some time. It seems to be they are making movements here to actually bail out of Villa, maybe potentially find a couple of vehicles to fight on here. We see a couple of Uzis here from Rod here, from EGC, as they are actually trying to pressure the guys from Team Seoul, but unfortunately to say, Team Seoul has already left the building.
Yeah, speaking of leaving buildings, we're going to be seeing teams such as Team Queso, Entity, Illuminate The Murder as well, towards the northern hemisphere of the map, towards Cosmodrome. Having to rotate early, this means they don't have that time to loot up.
Yeah, at the same time, we saw Ayala as well, who was just a beast in that previous map here, running over 2 guys from side YOODOO GANK. And also, I think Ayala did a couple insane plays from side Team Queso as well, where they like 1v3, 1v2 situation with a couple of really interesting spray downs. So Queso is something that I do not touch a lot about in most of my cast as well as my desk here, because I don't know them too much, but they have proved me time and time again here why they're in the top spot, because every single game, every single play that they make, there's always a reason behind their movements here, and I'm liking the plays here slowly but surely, looking forward to see if they can contest the Southeast Asia teams.
Yeah, speaking of contesting those Southeast Asia teams, one of them which I was expecting to do better was Cloud9.
Oh yeah, North America for today, right? C9, they did tremendously well. They opened things off in today's day 2 with 17 kills in total in first game. And I think Uneven was the one that was the player of the match in that game here. He did so much work from the containers areas here. However, Top Esports, he's going to be testing out his Uzi a little bit here. I'm not too sure what's going on.
Making sure it works, just double checking that everything's working according to plan. But yeah, I mean, right now for Top Esports, they're not a situation where they have to move. They're just south of Abbey. They're inside the center of the circle. And we spoke about teams that we don't touch upon too much. One of them is going to be AllRejectionGaming.
Yep, AllRejectionGaming, Wistaria, they had a rough time throughout all games in total. Even the map Miramar, they had a really smart game sense by actually rotating through the outskirts of the crater. But at the same time, it just didn't work out for them because they are always getting caught off single-handedly in a way where they lose like one members all by themselves, which is pretty weird for me because we've seen how they were able to consistently group up as 4, but it's really rare for me to see them actually getting picked off one by one, or maybe a couple of stragglers in this regards here. However, let's talk about the kill leaderboard here. Hong was top 1 today before at one game, and now he's falling off a little bit here. Like UNicornGaming came in strong yesterday's game.
Yeah, it's the consistency almost that they're looking for. And right now, as we touch upon UNicornGaming, they are currently in a 2-2 split towards Winery, hoping to try and get that best possible economy going forward into the latter stages of the game. However, Terrence, obviously they're in the center of the circle and they are going for a 2-2 split. Should they be worried about teams coming to crash them early?
Well, it may actually happen like this year, but it feels like AllRejectionGaming here, they're trying to loot up a little bit of spots here, possibly find a couple of vehicles to work with. You can see Matteo, he has a jet ski, but unfortunately to say, I think he needs better than just a jet ski here. Same goes for Man Parang. He's going to be looking around. I think, it's Ice Shots also alongside with Man Parang with the jet ski, trying to build up those vehicles. Department here seems to be they find themselves a motorcycle for the mobility department. So this is going to be great for YOODOO Gang, but however, we've talked about Vikendi. The economies and loots as well is quite diversified, considering that the circle is all the way to the south side. So hoping for high tier loots is not exactly easy.
Yeah, Drax, one of the hometown heroes. And actually, surprising enough for me, coming into this event when we spoke to the players, even the talent as well, it was like, you know, YOODOO Gang, they're not a gimmick, but they're not expected to do that well. They're here to represent Malaysia, but instead they've actually performed so well. I mean, even the last game versus Bigetron, they nearly took the chicken dinner.
Yeah, speaking of which here, I had a chat with Man Parang earlier on for Insta story as well. He did mention as well, we're aiming for top 5 and not looking to be the best one here, but you know, having realistic goals is super important.
Respected.
Yeah, respectable, but at the same time, they've been very consistent so far in today's games overall in total. And we have a player feature of all the members from inside YOODOO Gang and Geek as well, 4 kills in total. Wow, they gotta be superstars. You can hear the fans screaming their names.
Yeah, definitely popular here at the Global Finals in Kuala Lumpur, and obviously for Cloud9 as well. They're all in the center of this circle, but there is so much water inside it as well, so it's most likely going to shift northern towards maybe Volnova, or Winery.
Yeah, it might actually happen here, but I'm looking forward to see a shoreline fight. But throughout my professional career in PUBG Mobile, I've only seen 2 games in my life where the circle kind of ended in the water, next to the shoreline.
Really? I don't think I've ever seen it. Actually, I've seen it once in Oranga where Team IND won in the regional finals, but apart from that, it's probably just that in terms of unique or crazy and strange circle locations. Beowulf, obviously the in-game leader here for Cloud9, trying to scout out some information to see who is near them currently in their vicinity as they are just south of Dino Park. But it's going to be Top Esports just staring them down currently.
Yeah, they have to bail here. And it seems to me, based on today's games here, we saw 4 different teams here. They don't exactly have a lot of vehicles to work with. They have a lot of jet ski. But besides the jet ski, this is not that great for rotation as well as cover. And I'm a little bit worried for all these teams because they need these vehicles later on. But fortunately for them, there's a lot of compound. If you look at the southern section of the map here, Dino Park isn't covered, Tovar as well, Winery, there's just so many mini compounds where all these teams can take cover from any kind of rotations or even get long-range gunfights.
Yeah, and actually, speaking of rotations here, Terrence, look how early all of the teams have just clustered in the center. Typically, you see them loot up in their respected areas, in their respected compounds. Then they'll do the slow rotations around the edges. They'll try and work out the best ways in. They'll be careful about blockages or roadblocks as teams set up around the edges. Instead, everyone's just gone inside the center.
Yeah, definitely. You know, having the center point in the circle is always great. We saw how time and time again Top Esports were able to clutch those chicken dinners just because the circle favored them. But at the same time, the Kings of Vikendi here, look at this, BTR, they're not prioritizing the center of circle. They're actually playing the outskirts of Nova. It seems to me they have a different kind of strategy to tackle Vikendi, especially when the circle is actually favoring towards the southern side.
Yeah, speaking of the southern side. Bigetron, as you said, by Volnova. We have Team Queso, who are about to come through Hot Springs and maybe into a hot firefight if Bigetron are making a blockade here towards the river.
Yeah, if BTR actually takes down Team Queso on this roadblock as well, things are going to go south for Team Queso because they might lose even more points, which already was overtaken by Top Esports in the second place here. So if they're not too careful, they're going to get punished. But fortunately for them, it seems to me they're going to be taking the southern approach of the bridge there. So they're going to be dodging BTR completely. So safely assured that Team Queso is going to be living to fight another day in the next phase of the circle, potentially.
Yeah, speaking of the next phase of the circle, I mean, it makes such a big impact for so many of these teams because if it goes towards Dino Park, there's a huge lack and discrepancy of compounds that they can use compared to if it does go towards Abbey, Winery or Volnova. So we can see two completely different endings depending on where it does end.
Yeah, definitely. I agree with the Dino Park here. Doesn't have a lot of cover to work with, but there are a lot of places where you can hide yourself in the mazes of Dino Park. And because of that, you won't be seeing a lot of head-on fights. You'll be seeing a lot of potential ninjas trying to sneak their placement points. And that's something that I'm worried as well if the circle actually ends with Dino Park. In this case, EGC already on top of that.
Yeah, I mean, look, Team Queso right now on our screens, we saw them catch out TeamUnique inside a little hole as well. So, yes, there could be some places to hide in Dino Park, but obviously, as we saw in the last game, hiding may not be the best situation. Ooh, Hong trying his hardest to get those shots up to Team Queso, but they're going to get away scot-free, and now they're going to be inside the center of the circle just against the coast.
Yeah, and on top as well, we saw Martin from side Illuminate The Murder taking the first blood against the guys from AllRejectionGaming Wistaria, taking out Matt Yo in the process. So that's going to be the first blood gone, but there are still 63 people alive in this game, 16 teams. We are not going to be seeing a lot of engagements yet, but we can see slowly but surely teams are slowly making their way to the next phase of the circle to contest a couple of compounds, maybe even try and contest some of those kill points here. So as of now, pretty slow approach, very passively done from all these teams. We're not going to be seeing a lot of engagements yet, but from here, Viper, seems to me, he made a couple gunshots, and I'm pretty sure they heard gunshots coming from Top Esports earlier, where Years was testing out his Uzi.
Yeah, just south of Dino Park, as you said. They're right next to as well EGC, a team that really has to start performing. Ooh, Kurd Squad RA manages to take down Stalker, doesn't convert it into the kill just yet. Trying to see exactly where the firefights are going on. It's this big road as well that seems to split off the circle. And this is the thing we always mention, right? If there are open playing fields, no man's land, essentially, inside these circles, when the shifts do happen, it sometimes comes down to luck, really, if you're in the right end of it.
Yep, at the same time, the circle is going to be closing in very shortly here. Kurd Squad going to be keeping Orange Esports at bay, where they actually knocked out one of the members from RRQ. D2E, like you said, was kind of knocked off. And it seems to me RRQ may try and salvage this team here, where they're going to try and make their way into its better placements. And RRQ has not had a great run today's game, except for the map of Miramar.
Ooh, hope here, going to be taking away all the hope, it seems, from EGC in this event, as right now they've been struggling to perform in the first 9 matches. And Eagle just going to be slowing the pace right down. They have Years as well on the flank, and almost like the insurance policy here to finish off these two players. They are going to receive the kill points, maybe wary of a chance of a third-party squad to steal away those kill points. Although Trote maybe trying to come in here and save these two remaining players, but they're pretty much just going to be bait here as they do go down. It's down to now Bear as well, but look at this from KK Skur as he spots out that player. Does get behind the rock, he shall be revived.
Yeah, but a good disciplined player as well, coming from Years early on. He wanted to go for the push and finish off Satan, but unfortunately, he knew there were guys up on top, and because of that, Years went for flank. Same goes for KK Skur, and they now open things off, getting another knock here. Immediately, Whoa tried to secure himself the kill points here, but Top Esports, it seems to me, they can finish off the guys from EGC, but I don't think they want to let off this compound that they've already secured.
Yeah, Mega losing a player. Brilliant headshot there from Axel. Yeah, it must have been when he was looking through the little slot there in that small building, but Rod Fierro easily going to be able to revive him.
Yep, and Team Queso is going to be having their compound as well. When we talked about this, right? There's just so many compounds. It's going to be a lot of gatekeeps here. Top Esports doing the exact same thing. Same for Queso as well. They do not want to let off this spot here, just because there's just so many exit strategies and compound that they can work with. But so we are going to be expecting a lot of long-range warfare here. This is where the DMRs and the sniper rifles is going to be excelling the most, especially in popping us some hits here.
Oh, we may see a crash onto a compound very, very shortly as we're going to be entering phase 3 into the next one. Lots of teams are banking on the chance that it does end towards Winery. That's going to be UNicornGaming, Team Queso, AllRejectionGaming, Bigetron, and Illuminate The Murder, all centered just south of Abbey.
Oh, I'm really worried for Kurd squad here because right now Kraken getting knocked off as well. Because of this, they have had a little bit of run-in for time and time again here. They had a small run-in with Orange Esports, now with YOODOO GANK. I'm worried here. Like, right now, they don't have vehicles. They don't have an exit strategy. They don't exactly have a compound to work with. Right now, they're still inside the circle. They can take their time slow, but it feels like they've overextended the reach here, and YOODOO GANK may seem to try and punish this.
Let's see then. They are quite exposed, though, on the roofs, but they have spotted out the players from Kurd squad towards the actual bottom of the standings. And for them as well, as we are halfway into this event, it seems like the hope of actually getting a solid finishing here for the guys from Kurdistan is rather unlikely.
Yeah, definitely. But at the same time, Manparang, he's a little bit too far off from the rest of the members here coming from YOODOO GANK. But it seems to me, he's the captain here. He wants to finish off the guys from Kurd squad, hoping to secure himself some kill points. However, AllRejectionGaming, they've lost one member early on. Now, they find themselves a compound to work with where they're trying to gatekeep a couple teams. They're going to be staring at the rest of the teams here, but most of this, look at this. Everyone is just securing the compound right now, but the circle phase, where is the circle going to be ending now?
This is the question, though, Terrence. Where is the circle eventually going to go? Waiting for it to come up on our screens as well so that we can explain where it's going to be. But right now, for me, though, Terrence, in terms of who my money's on, it's going to be Team Queso. They have such a strong position on the right side of Winery, on the left of MENA as well. But Baby from Kurd squad going to be caught off guard here from the players from YOODOO GANK, because they literally are trying to gank Kurd squad and take them out into a lower position once again. Clash God from Solo taking out Beowulf in the background of all of this action, but it seems like the action isn't going to settle as of yet. Drax, he realizes how important these kill points are. He's going to try and push forward for them. May spot out as well Hixie as the Molotov goes in. May flush out the peak as well from a few of these players from Kurd squad.
Yeah, nicely done here coming from YOODOO GANK. This has been a long rotation coming from YOODOO GANK to try and finish off the guys from Kurd squad. They got one knock, but Kraken here will reply, knocking off eye shots here. As you can see, YOODOO GANK, they're thinking about going for the push to secure kill points here. They've got the damage, but oh no! Run, King, no! Oh. Does he pop eye shot? Does he kill him? No,
he killed him. Oh my goodness, that was so close. He will survive, but Drax then, let's see if he can survive, as Baby has him inside his iron sights. Going to be darting around these compounds. Kraken taken out immediately from the headshot as well of Manpong. So now we're down into a 3 versus 4 as they do revive their teammate. Drax as well is back on his feet. Geek, though, going to be down by Pons. It seems like they're going to be third-party here. Shots is taken out as well. Down goes Geek from Ari. My goodness, here the team from Malaysia are being caught off guard by so many squads.
Yeah, I did not expect that play here. Trying to lob the nade through the cracks of the fence here is not an easy thing to do, and it needs to be precise. So that's going to be a small mistake there being made from YOODOO GANK, but immediately gets punished for it because Mega Conqueror, they're thinking about securing some kill points for themselves. Eye shots will be A-OK as of now, as Manparang will smoke up and try and pick up the rest of the teams here. But Drax, he's keeping his eyes on Mega Conqueror as well, because Mega Conqueror, they're going to try and take advantage of this situation which they let themselves into now.
Yeah, for Kurd squad, any kills would be confidence kills at that. Stoned, we've already seen Mega take out 2 of the players here from YOODOO GANK. Can they try and make it 3? As Drax is trying to scout out the information to see if Kurd squad are pushing him. Instead, though, it's going to be a team maybe he wasn't expecting to come from the flank. Mega whips out the M24, but he doesn't have that 8-time scope to really get precise.
Well, with the 6-time scope is good enough here from those angles, but does he want to let off that shot here? Because as of now, YOODOO GANK, they're in a tough spot. Manparang trying to disengage in this fight here. Toss a couple of smokes to work with, but they're still inside the circle. They have a lot of time to work with, and it seems to me, Kurd squad, they're playing the patient game. They know YOODOO GANK overextended their push, and they are in some trouble.
Ooh, who's going to be the one to go down then first? It's Ari. Now into the 2 versus 3. Only Geek was killed. Remember, they did revive them as well. Baby whipping out the micro Uzi, not the best weapon to have here at range, as Hixie going to be going down as well. It's all down to Baby, the Mac-10. There's no way he can make this happen as he comes inside the compound trying to fleet away and survive for as long as possible. But look at this, the G360. Ooh, should have finished off the job there versus Baby, but Baby takes one of the players down here from YOODOO GANK because he is just alive with a slither of health. Surely these bullets are eventually going to connect as he's just going to be slowly proning behind the barrels, hoping to stay alive for as long as possible. And you can see as well, shots are starting to get paranoid about the fact that a third party could be coming into the fray. The Molotov may be perfect. Let's see if it spreads, though, as he does actually heal up here as the action comes through. What was that? Ari well, excuse me, Baby actually wipes them out. It's 16th there for the finish from YOODOO GANK.
What a clutch there coming in from Kurd squad. A little bit of mistakes here today coming in from YOODOO GANK. As you can see, it was a little bit outplayed, but you can see Manpower, they were panicking. They knew they were in a tough spot. And I mentioned as well, Kurd squad, they know exactly what's going on. YOODOO GANK is getting flanked here, and because of that, it bought a bit of time. But as of now, will they be able to reap the rewards here? Because Mega Conqueror finally waited for the right moment to strike, as this nade here from Broadfan will knock off Hitsy.
Yeah, that's going to pull the trigger here for Mega. They get down Hixie, and now it's all down to Baby. Let's see what he can do. He took out 2 of the players earlier from YOODOO GANK. This time it's going to be him getting ganked as he's trying his hardest to stay alive, but through the slither of the gap in the window, out goes Kurd squad again. Similar story, similar narrative. It represents their placement as well on the overall standings, out in 15th.
Well, Mega Conqueror lives up to their name. They came, they conquered, they took 2. And it seems to me they're going to be very happy about it with total of 8-man loots. However, BTR and AllRejection now.
Yeah, speaking of taking 2, it's been 2 chicken dinners here for Bigetron. But they are going to lose McBoy early on, down to 3 players now as AllRejectionGaming are right now trying to be accepted into this firefight. And Zuxi is low, going to be healing up for as long as possible. Rising there, scouting out information towards the left side of these compounds as the grenades are trying to do that shrapnel spread damage onto Luxi and Zuxi, the twins here. We're going to have to try and make it work as Ryzen stuck into an awkward position as well. Can't really get out if he can. So really down to the 2 twins here to try and take out AllRejectionGaming.
Yeah, this is quite worrisome here from Bigetron. They lose their support Microboy rather early, and because of that, will they be able to finish off the rest of the teams here? Like you said as well, 51 alive, 14 teams. You need all this manpower here eventually towards the later stage of the game, but Ryzen is going to regroup the rest of the teams here, go in for the flank.
Yeah, Zuxi is healed up, and that's going to be the indicator to pull the trigger and really start to heat things up here, as they're going to be throwing in the grenades, hoping to land some extra splash damage and give themselves the advantage here as they make their assault inside the compound. Uva and Crazy Gory as well. Just going to be hiding here, waiting. But again, the economy is so low for this team as they're going to be down to micro Uzis. Speaking of which, Zuxi takes out one of them. Wait, Luxi just killed Zuxi? What the hell is going on?
Mistakes were made here, but because of that, they have to regroup and heal himself up. They do not want to lose the powers here, but Luxi will provide the vantage point. We'll try and finish off Crazy Gory. As AllRejectionGaming, they are a little bit afraid here. Uber, he has the AK, but it's only a hollow spot. He can't exactly go for those long-range shoots here. But BTR, great usage of the Uzi here to go in for the push, flush things out, and got a couple of kills.
So they know exactly where Uva is from ARW. Just waited to heal up their teammates. Obviously, Luxi accidentally killing his teammate, actually his twin. But let's see then, as now they're trying to hunt to see exactly where he is lurking in the depths. I don't think they see him. Yes, they do, and out he goes. I believe that as well. Yeah, it's going to be AllRejectionGaming out in 14th. And ooh, in the midst of all of this, we have an exchange here between Entity and EGC. And this is a really important firefight, Terrence, because Entity trying to get towards that top 3 spot before day 3, and EGC are fighting for their tournament lives.
Yeah, Jonathan was also in the kill leader as well with top 3 throughout the start of the day. But at the same time, both teams here, they're trying to make inside the circle. They have to push it together. But at the same time, they're burning their utilities extremely long. And Jonathan, this play right here could be disastrous for the Bear.
Oh, comes for the hit by spray with the Uzi. It's actually going to be from the rear. Bear taken out Jonathan. Entity taken out in 13th. Uh-oh, this has been a much poorer performance here on day 2 compared to day 1.
Well, another team we have been talking about over and over again from yesterday's game. We have UNicornGaming, and also Hong was in the kill leaderboards here. He's going to be leading charge, going to be taking the southeast approach of this circle. Illuminate The Murder off the grid for quite some time, also joining the screens with us as of now.
Ooh, Axel trying to see if he can put that G360 to good use. He's done about 60 points of damage, trying to make it 100. Spots out the tippy toes, and down he goes. Oh, but that was a kill still, actually. It didn't go towards Team Queso. It was actually from Mega. And actually, if they do finish him off through the smoke, they're going to be getting that in their favor. But what the hell just happened to Top Esports? What?
Whoa, Mega Conqueror. They came, they come, they conquer, but whoever comes, they kick them out the streets here. Top Esports immediately gets cleaned out of their pants. My goodness, Alex.
Look, I just seen Infinity War.
Well,
just wipe them out immediately. I don't think they feel too well. And neither does EGC as they're out in 11th.
Well, with a snap of a finger, they're out of the game. They're pretty much extinct here in this map. However, game is not over. 10 teams left, 36 alive. UNicornGaming, they're going to be setting up into the outskirts of the windmill. They hear all these gunshots. They're going to be preparing for the layer war to come.
Let's see then, 10 teams remain, 36 players as well. As inside the center of the new circle is going to be Unique. You can see it as well on the top right of your peripheral vision. Illuminate the Murder going to be out in 10, so now we're down to 9. But yeah, back to the point, Terrence, the new circle.
Yeah, the new circle here, the layered wars. This terrain here is all about those layering here, where you see all these hills are coming out from multiple layers here. It's going to provide so much cover for all these teams. This circle itself is going to be able to fit at least 8 teams here if the cards are played right. We may result to see a couple of healing games here, but it all comes down to execution. But as of now...
Speaking of execution, Stone's going to be executed on the spot. RRQ, they've been silent this whole entire game, but now they're starting to make some noise. These are the kind of games where they need strong performances here. As well, more players from MEGA being caught out in the open. They maybe made this rotation slightly too late as Online 24 trying to go in towards some safety. Something to maybe hold on to, get behind, but instead you've got Zuxi, considered now one of the best players in the whole entire world. Spots him out, and as well the explosion from the vehicle, that should be him finish off. It's actually going to be a kill point going in favor of UNicornGaming. I don't think Bigetron are going to be too upset about that.
Yep, nice headshot there coming from Zuxi, going for the knock, but at the same time you can see the layer wars are coming in. C9 getting rushed in from the guys from Orange Esports. Leon on the outskirts getting tagged pretty hard here, but C9 getting pushed and getting shut out. Orange Esports, they take the kill. That is going to be 4 kills for Orange Esports CG.
Yeah, C9 out in 9th as well. So, RRQ, Orange Esports, is going to be fairly close proximity. Orange as well need to heal up here, but oh dear, Pons. Yeah, I think he's stuck between a rock and a hard place. Has the micro Uzi. Let's see what he can do. Team Queso, one of the top teams we've seen so far in this event. They weren't expected to, but they've been proving us wrong, as that grenade does go down the steps, but all it's going to do is just buy time for him, as it seems like the inevitable is coming soon. All they have to do is push together as a unit of 4, but they're waiting for the indication to go. Pons still just waiting patiently, hoping that eventually they may leave him alone, but it seems so unlikely.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough spot here for Pons, considering that he's making so much movements here, making sure that Queso thinks that there's more than 2 players up top. Because of that, the mind games from Pons is forcing Queso to stay down below. Like you said as well, if Mega Conquer, if he plays his cards right, Queso might stay down there for quite a little bit of time.
Yeah, that's smart actually. I didn't even think of that. Thinking on another level, trying to see if he can use the intimidation factor and spread his wings to scare them off. Through the smoke though, and through the grass as well. These shots here from Marco could do so much damage against the players from Seoul. As Pons, he managed to get outside the compound. How the hell has he ended up in this location? Oh my god, it's like a spotlight. They're trying to work out where the hell he's gone.
Nicely done though, coming from Pons, exiting the strategy here, because Queso was actually firing on the rest of the teams here. He took that split-second confusion where Queso was actually focused on towards the guys with Seoul, took advantage of that and get out quickly here, because right now Seoul is coming in. They are going to flush the guys from Queso now.
Let's see, then they're going to come crashing down onto this compound here against Team Queso, as Kloskot down early. A few of the players as well going to be taken down from Team Queso. It's going to be an all-out brawl here inside the open. It's just the bridge here. Excuse me, just the wall of cover. What on earth has happened there to Seoul? They tried to make the move, they tried to catch them off guard, but look at this, Pons coming in, trying to catch them off guard as well for his own, so as he whips out the M4, sprays down 1, tries to get the kill points, and he does. 2 players down as well. If he can get the frag onto Mystic, this is going to be unbelievable here from Pons, making such an impactful play, surviving for so long, catching them off guard as he was smuggled out of the compound. Let's see the Mystic. Oh my god, I think he may actually do this one here, Terrence, as he has to try and find out exactly where Mystic is, as he does revive one of the players. Pons may just try and take the smart play here and play for the placement points as he gets away scot-free for now.
Yeah, it's a smart play there as well. He took advantage of the situation. He saw Seoul coming in, Seoul coming in, and because of that, he took confusion. He got himself kill points, but because they know Queso is pretty much knocked right now, 30 seconds before the next phase of circle, he's going to make his way into the circle now, and that's going to give him the slight edge here, or maybe in this case, the jump ahead later on. But as of now, the playing fields are pretty much laid out here. As you can see, UNicornGaming smack middle of the next phase of the circle, as they are gatekeeping every single team from pushing into this layer for war.
Stalker going down to G9 from RRQ. Orange Fire, only the last player standing, for Orange Esports, as Pubg is down. Mega out in 7th. And this might be 2 back-to-back fairly strong performances for Orange Esports, so maybe there's a chance, just maybe, a slither of hope to try go forward into tomorrow. But Team Queso coming charging into the open. They're going to be spotting other players as well from RRQ inside the open. But the problem is, the tumble there from Axel. He may be tumbling into the grave now as well, as RRQ are going to be finishing up Pubg. It's going to be the end very, very shortly here for a few of these teams as we enter into the top 6 teams, as Yasha from UNique coming into the action up against Team Queso. It's going to be an all-out brawl here, as it's so hard to even follow the action. How on earth are we trying to see what's going on? RRQ out in 6th, I believe, as well. Team Queso may be trying to heal their wounds as UNicornGaming joined into this as well, trying to third party as much as possible.
Yeah, at the same time, RRQ, when they had to push themselves in the circle here, UNique had the upper hand, they were zoning their way through, they got so many kills, but now UNicorn, they're going to be going head to head here, they're going to be sending 3 guys from UNicornGaming to push these guys from UNique. Will Kitsune be able to get some stuff here, but the nade, oh no! Mistakes, tax him out a little bit, but it's going to be fine for now.
Oh my goodness, Kitsune going to be flanked here by Hong on the side. The grenade goes in, it could be perfect. And it is indeed. Oh. 2 of the players knocked now from UNicornGaming. Oh, brilliant there from Kitsune as he's trying to finish off the job. Finish what he started, just searching through the smoke, hoping to knock his shins onto these players and try and finish them off here for the kill points. But look, we're into a new zone here, Terrence, and again, it favors Bigetron.
Yeah, definitely here. Queso is already inside the windmill as well. UNique, they seem to have the upper hand here. They've got so many kills, but they have to wrap things up here because BTR, they're preoccupied with the guys from Queso as well. Ayala and Mystic, they're split off right now as BTR, they have 3 men alive, and they've also formed themselves a small barricade here to protect any kind of rotations or flanks from the sides here. BTR having the best position possible, but will they remain victors because Queso is going to be the one that may potentially have to force themselves to push against BTR because UNique is coming in from behind.
UNicornGaming now only to 1 player, Orange Esports to 1 player as well, as Mystic from Team Queso is knocked down, eventually converted as well into the full frag there from Kitsune, and that now means Queso as well down to 1 player. It's Bigetron, UNique, both on 3.
Oh my goodness here, but the shots here, Yasha getting scattered from Luxy, he spots it out. That is going to be punishable by the death here because the circle is coming from behind. UNique, they need to rush in. Orange Esports out of the game. BTR, they're thinking of closing another chicken dinner for themselves.
Oh, but UNicornGaming going to try and deter that. Zaxi is towards the left here. As soon as Hong stands up, he may actually be traded. Oh, he has such a prime time position here behind through the players from Team Bigetron, but UNique as well, trying the hardest to stay alive. This is probably the best finisher they're going to have so far in this event. They need to finish off strong, but look at this in the open. It's going to be Bigetron Ryzen with 1 with the MAC-10, takes out 2 now as well, as they're going to be falling like flies. Oh, UNicornGaming, they've shown exactly where they are. Out you go. There's only 3 teams now remaining. UNique, Team Queso, Bigetron, who have the advantage as well. Look at Alia as well, just waiting inside that lighthouse as Luxy comes out to finish the job. And that could be it. I believe we're now into a 1 versus 3. Ayla has to try his hardest here. They know exactly where he is as well. Inside the smoke, he's trying his hardest to find out where he can try and find the individual 1 versus 1s. He's got Luxy as well coming to the left. He has his 2 teammates as well, Ryzen and Zaxi, even his twin, to the right.
You know they want the kill. Luxy is going to be thinking of climbing over the walls here, but Ayala will knock 1 here, will give away the kill points here. They know exactly where he is. BTR, they know they want it. They know they want the kill points.
Comes. They have to play this one smart. Trade it out. There's 1 more though. Ayla finishes the job as well. It's down to the 1 versus 1. He hasn't done it. It's going to be Luxy taking it out 3 in a row from Bigetron. Holy cow.
Back to back to back. Bigetron Red Aliens has done it. 3 chicken dinners in a row in the global finals. It's never been done before. They proved everyone wrong. They came in stopping. They are here to win it all the way.
All the way it seems, and they were up 30 points, and that lead's gonna cascade up into the open because remember what happened to Top Esports as well, going out and being flushed out immediately by, I believe it was Team Queso when they came knocking on the doors of one of the compounds from GANK.
I believe on the desk as well, you know, Mustache Dave, he put the 20 ringgits, and I believe he's gonna be very happy about it with the 20 ringgit right there. But still, BTR, the kings of Vikendi, they never fail to surprise me. They came in rocking. 3 back-to-backs. I don't know about this game, but there was a crazy match, Alex.
Oh, this play as well from Baby. I actually messed it up on during the live match. I said Ari by accident, but you can forgive me. But there you have it, Baby. Just jumping around the MAC-10 and eventually was traded out, but that was one of the highlights of the day. It was so close, though, to being that 1 versus 3 by Ayla at the end, but he couldn't quite manage it. Oh, this was the point I was mentioning. It was actually Mega, that just wiped them out immediately.
Right, that was really crazy to watch as well. But Zuxi here who spots out Online 24 with the headshot as well. As soon as he stood up, got himself a lot more kill points from BTR. But as the game progressed, it was really interesting to see all this rotation and the mind games being played from Southeast Asia teams here. BTR was one of it here. Pons with this clutch was fantastic because he was in a tough spot with Team Queso, and Queso didn't exactly know how many people were up top, and because of that, he outplayed them, he punished them as well, and led to Team Queso going late into his rotation, where it went down to Ayala with being the last man standing.
Yeah, this play as well from Pons when he got an extra 2 kill points for his team and survived for so long to get an extra placement position for his team. Luxy, of course, I mean, a lot of these highlight reels today are going to be all about him.
Yeah, definitely. And UNique was another team we haven't even been talking about as well. Let's take a look at what the Des thinks about this final game here, being the map of Weekend for today. As a Des, let's take it away, Jason.
Not only do they get themselves a third chicken dinner for today, they put themselves even farther away from any teams catching up to them as 58 points before we have that match kick off, and it's got to be over 60 to 70 by now. And you said, Mustache Dave, talking to him in the break, they weren't happy with 58 points. They want more, and they got it.
I hate to be the guy who's right, but I'm the guy who's right. I said that they were going to get 3 back-to-back wins. They got the chicken dinner. I put all the money I had on the line here, and you know what? Paying dividends.
You just doubled your day rate there. Nice. So anyways, moving now, obviously talking about it. To be fair, at the end, almost pulled off the 1v3.
Yes.
But before we fully dive into that, let's take a look at the scoreboard and see how many points Bigetron did accumulate through that match, because it's very important to see going into day 3. I'm looking at that money. And going into day 3, how big of a lead they can pull off. So we'll pull up the scoreboard and we'll talk about it a little bit more here. Team Queso, they had a pretty good game, to be fair.
Yeah, I mean, it was who? It was
Ayala, especially towards the end, just almost, as you mentioned, almost being able to go in and clutch out that 1v2.
Oh, man.
He went for that drop shot a little bit too soon, by the way, Dave. I am going to need that. Some cash back. I only carry 100s or 50s. Shout out to my boy Vegeta. Bigetron right there with the 30 points. Team Queso, I'm liking the performance that they're having on the second half once again, but they need to go ahead and improve on the first half, especially for tomorrow if they want to be in contention for that first place in BTR. Just once again, just proving that they got what it takes. They are just demolishing everybody. Can they continue this? Can they win 4 in a row? I don't know. Let us know in the comments below if you're currently watching at home. What do you think, Jason?
What do you? How much money are you gonna put up if they can do 4 in a row?
Double or nothing.
Double or nothing?
I'm actually a fan of BTR.
Oh no! Where's your top esports flag at? All right.
Where's
that?
I want to see a good performance out of everyone. I want to see a great finale.
Confirmed.
I know where the 7 comes from your name now, because you bounce around teams 7 times. You were Cloud9 earlier. Now you're top esports. Now you're Bigetron. And we're gonna be at tomorrow, huh?
Tomorrow, let's see. Let's look at that scoreboard when we show that. When we show that overall, I'll tell you.
All right. So talking about Bigetron, they started this game pretty good. They were fighting AllRejection, if you can recall. They got a knock on AllRejection and sent it instantly. They did lose one of those members very early on. That's why we saw they only had 3. Since then, they were playing Edge, just making their way on into zone. I gotta say though, at the end, questionable play, Ryzen getting the revive onto Zuxi, but then almost immediately popping out at the end, not waiting for Zuxi to get the heal off, going down. Then Zuxi trying to do the same thing, going down. Luxy wrapping around that windmill, able to get the confirm on that solo member. My point is, they needed to wait a little longer. Things got a little too close for me.
Hey, there's no I'd rather having a 1v1 than Luxy, to be fair. But look at the other teams as we look through 9 through 16 after that last match. Entity Gaming, 16th place with 1 point. Cloud9, 3 points picked up for them. Top Esports, 4 points. Illuminate The Murder, the dark horse for Mustache Dave, unfortunately having a rough game, placing a number 10. But the point is, you got top there, you got Entity there. This lead is continuing to grow, match in and match out for Bigetron, and I'm curious to see where this point standing is going to be.
Bigetron definitely being able to take advantage after every game that just has a bad performance. They're going to go ahead and just try to go for that win. And we mention it over and over again. It doesn't even matter if they have the full squad towards the end. They're just going to be able to destroy it, as we're seeing right there. Bigetron with how many, Jason?
65.
65-point lead over Team Queso. Team Queso at least being consistent there in the second half, but as we mentioned, they need to step it up on first half and second half. Mega Esports currently in 3rd place with 106. Top Esports now with 99. And Entity all the way at the bottom at 6th, even though they started the day at third, and they actually got pretty close to first place there at one point.
I mean, we're obviously talking about Bigetron a lot. We're talking about Queso a lot, but let's give a little bit of light to Mega for the fact that this is the team after day one. We were like, what's going on with them? This isn't the team that absolutely slaughtered the prelims, but they're slowly getting there. They're starting to step up now.
I mean, you could tell that the team communication is on point. If you can recall that one push from them, I believe it was on Erangel when they pushed onto C9 when they were in that dip. That was cleanly executed. And then this past game, they were just full-blown aggression, in my opinion. That's why we see them with 46 kills on the leaderboard. That's why they're up there on the leaderboard. And then Ponce, I mean, just able to clutch it out here, getting that 1v3 at the end, almost ruining Team Queso's dream right there. Team Queso able to get the revive because one of their members was in the smoke, so they kind of had a chance to reset. But the point is, there was a fight going on. Team Queso, they were fighting Team Seoul. Mega, they were near it. They decided to push it. Full-blown aggression. I am loving it from the team.
Yeah, and Mega, once you get up close to that team, you're more than likely going to go ahead and end up losing the engagement. As we were able to see perfectly in Bikandi, we saw Mega take a 1v1 close range, and their strafing was just out of this world. I forgot which team it was, but they just weren't able to go ahead and keep up with the movement from the player from Team Mega. And look at this, the kill leaderboards. Who would it be? The Twins. We got to go ahead and make up some kind of nickname for them because they got 26 kills, 22 kills, and what's crazy is the average survival time. Luxy almost at 25 minutes all by himself.
I mean, 48 kills combined amongst the two players from Bigetron, the Twins over here. I mean, that's more than, what, half the lobby, I feel like, as a team.
Forget.
No, that is. That is.
Yeah,
I mean,
64. Whew. Yeah. I know your math isn't your strong suit. It's fine. But I think the most important part is, forget the kills between these two players. How consistent Luxy and Zuxi are at getting to late game for their team is phenomenal. Time in and time out, they're always going to be alive. They're always going to be there you have to contend with. And when you get Luxy in the late game stages, when you get him firing off, having a player to support him as well, to give him the information, he just shines.
And at the moment, before this game even started, Bigetron were averaging 19.5 points per game.
Oh, wow.
That is almost a chicken dinner per game just in points alone without even counting kills. So that is great to see. And as we're seeing right there, the player of the match, Ayala, with the 5 kills, 849 damage, and 46.8% of the damage goes to him from his team. He was very close to clutching that finale. As we mentioned, if you maybe wouldn't have drop shot as soon, he would have been able to go ahead and get that win. Overall, great match by Team Queso. I'm glad they're doing great again on the second half. Want to see a little bit more consistent. Come on, muchachos. Vamos.
And they're definitely going to need to here. I mean, Ayala, he definitely had that chance with the 1v3s you mentioned before. I was trying to think of my Spanish, but it's been honestly a long time since high school for me.
Hola.
Yo tengo un gato en mis pantalones. That's about all I remember.
Mustachio Dave, number uno.
Nope, that's more like Italian. All right, so we need to get David calendar, math books, and
I
a tutor for language.
I took Spanish 3 times, by the way, and I did a good job.
Oh, never mind.
Just didn't retain it.
I took algebra 3 times as well.
Okay. Well, the math part makes sense. But anyways, we're done here on the desk. We're going to head down to the stage one more time. I wonder, what can you ask Luxy anymore after today? We're going to find out.
The magic.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back once again with Luxy from Bigetron. Give him a round of applause. What are you doing here again, man? I thought that was the last. Honestly, I was like, okay, maybe he's kidding. But you came back again. This is your 4th chicken dinner, 3 back-to-back. Now, I was with Jay Kaplan right now, and he pointed out something interesting. If you guys don't know this, every chicken dinner gives you guys $5,000. The 4th placing prize pool is $23,000. So by now, out of the 4 chicken dinners, you guys already made $20,000 just by chicken dinner. How do you feel about that, man?
We haven't done yet. We still want to get 1 chicken dinner.
He's still hungry, man. He is still hungry. Now, Luxy, you're also at the top for the kill points alongside your twin brother. That's something I gotta say congratulations to. Now, before we leave, I know that your family is here as well. Your parents are watching, and everybody back in Indonesia. Is there anything you want to say to them in your own language or English? It's all right.
Terima kasih buat semua supporter Indonesia dan Malaysia dan di seluruh dunia. Terima kasih yang udah datang di sini. Terima kasih semua.
All right, thank you so much, Luxy from Bigetron. Thank you. All right, I think that's about it for me. I'm gonna throw you guys now, and we'll see you guys very, very soon.
What a fantastic game that was for Bigetron, of course, getting those on the trot. Chicken dinners. My name is John Allen, and I'm going to be taking you through the final circles today of that last game on Vikendi. Let's take a look at some of these positions going through. Of course, the team of the hour, Bigetron over here, but they remained relatively stationary up until the closing moments. What we're really going to be looking at here is the movements of the teams outside. You've got teams like Team Queso, obviously, coming in second, who had some difficult choices to make on the rotation. They started out on the north, and as soon as this circle pops here, they have some choices to make. Once they beat out the fight with Team Seoul, do they make their way down? Or down this way, or do they go through the hubbub and the melee over on this side? Now, we do actually know which one they took. And it was actually a couple of things that allowed them to do it, that for them to head down on this western side of the circle, there had to be a little bit of an opening. Once they cleared out on the northern side, you had TeamUnique, that they chose to head down and crash onto orange. They also had two choices. They went to orange. They could have gone straight into the circle, but as soon as they start to mount up, they do head and try to take that one out as they make this rotation down here and are able to trigger a lot of fights moving forwards. As they continue to go through, RRQ are taking the fight across the way with UNique, and through it all, Team Queso have managed to send themselves on through and get a decent spot into these final circles. Now, around these windmills, it's very, very difficult, and when you get shifted on as heavily as you do when you're Bigetron, all you need to do is hold it down. They were pretty much able to do so, almost coming in the cropper on one of the Team Queso members, but fantastic stuff for a lot of these teams to allow themselves to get some positions, and once it gets to these final circles, it's all about circle luck, it's all about finding that correct cover, and when you do, well, you're going to come up with a pretty glorious chicken dinner, and we're going to head to a short break. When we come back, we've got our final game of the day.
Behind, and you have to imagine, when this day's over, if you're a team that's like not in top 3, how do you come back? How do you get back into that? But we're going to keep kicking off the game. Go to Alex Five, so nice baby, to take you through the last match of the day. We'll look at leaderboards later.
Forget that. Let's take a look at a wrangle instead. It's match 10 here, Terrence, as we enter the final game of day 2. And look at this, the trajectory of the plane being the complete opposite. The first one we had earlier, which was from the shooting range down to the military base. Now it's the military base all the way up to Stalba.
Well, completely agree here. Great to be back here to cast the last game for day 2 in the global final. This is going to be a crazy match. I like what the desk is saying as well. Wow. Are we going to see back to back to back to back from Bigetron?
Well,
I think they're going to do it, no?
You really think so?
I
Okay.
think so.
I don't know.
think so.
3 was enough maybe for me. I think this is the one where we have to see teams like RRQ, Cloud9 towards the middle of the standings really perform, because otherwise tomorrow could be a write-off. But right now, let's look at what's going on here towards military base. We now have 3 teams dropping here. UNicornGaming, trying to see who else that was there. Kurd squad, and then obviously AllRejectionGaming, and maybe even Team Queso as well.
Yeah, military base has been empty for quite some time now. We saw UNicornGaming and also AllRejectionGaming has been contesting Novo for quite some time. It seems to me, UNicornGaming, they're going to be throwing in the towers here, but they did not expect EGC to contest military base at the same time. Because of that, we're going to see a little bit of a discrepancy here coming from the guys from the south side. But we're in the middle circle.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Circle middle. Pretty standard.
This could be quite good though. We know what UNique like to do. They go towards Georgia Pool, they loot up, then they go towards Everest. Obviously, if the circle keeps shifting towards the west, towards GANK, having Everest as a scouting vantage point could be very effective. But so is a shotgun up close, but maybe not when it's being reloaded.
Oh no, I correct myself here, because right now, beside going for the flick here, gets punished from Baby instead. But it seems to me it wasn't 3 teams in the south side. It seems to be it is actually 4 teams, because Kurd squad, they're here to mess up some games. It seems to me it's working out here, because why EGC will secure himself 2 kills.
Yeah, EGC, Kurd squad, battle at the bottoms of the standings in that affair there towards military base. Not really going to have too much of an impact on the overall standings there, Terrence. It wasn't as if they wiped out Top Esports, Mega, etc. Whoa, but as I say that, it's actually going to be the roadkill, it seems, coming onto Kitsune.
Oh, Top Esports are famous for that here, and at the same time, they will get not 1, but 2 guys from the side of UNique here. And it seems to me your prediction for Mount Everest might not be happening here for this game.
Yeah, it seems even more unlikely. Kitsune is going to be the next onto the chopping block. And are they going to run him over? Are they just going to kill him? No, a drive-by headshot. Fair play there, Eagle, as he sends him to the grave. We're already 4 players dead, just 2 minutes 50 seconds into the first exchange.
Well, very quickly one here as well, but UNique, he needs to be a little bit careful here because right now, immediately losing 2 members alongside Kurd squad, they have to be extremely careful for the next few phases of the circle. But EGC, they are not over yet. It seems to me Kurd squad, they want revenge.
Yeah, they lost one of their players earlier on with a kill to go in favor of EGC, who currently have 4 alive and 2 kills, as we just mentioned. Kraken and Ari, they seem to be best friends on this Kurdish team. And actually, Kraken considered the best player from Kurdistan, and Ari as well, the in-game leader. They are respected here on the global stage. And right now, the 2 pair have to do so much here versus EGC.
Yeah, but at the same time here, Route does have the vantage point as well. Going to be on top of the scaffolding to actually provide a little bit more long range or in terms of vision or information for the teams to react here. But Kurd squad, they know they're mispositioned here. They have to back out this fight. They know they've lost too much. They committed too much into this fight, and they have to run off. But EGC, seems to me, they want to go in for the pursuit.
Yeah, they are expecting Kurd squad to be on low economy. The fact that they frantically had to just exit those apartments, their military base, means they're going to be lacking the weaponry potentially, but it's a DMR there for Kraken, who could fight back here versus Satan, who does run out of bullets. Going to be reloading here, vaulting over that window and coming in charging.
Well, Kraken here, he's stuck in a tough spot here in between the water treatment segment here. As EGC, they're going to go give up chase. Ari going to be providing a little bit of assist here, but they are trying to exit and regroup themselves here in towards the hospital district. But look at this. Kurd squad, they don't have bats here. They have a couple of guns to work with, but if Kraken, he makes a mistake, he's going to get punished here. And you talked about a 7-finger style. You can see it up on the camera as well. He's going to do it.
Yeah, Ari's left him as well. It's Kraken now on 1 versus 2 here. Goes for the spray, goes for the wide peak, but not backed up by his teammate. Means there's no trade kill coming out for Kurd squad, and they are down to 1 player already.
Yep, EGC is going to be in a very comfortable position here to start things off with 3 kill points in the back and so many loots in the process. Ari, unfortunately to say, he's going to be the last man standing from Kurd squad, where he needs to back out and try and salvage to live another day. But fortunately for him, there's going to be a lot of place for him to loot, maybe in the southern section of military base, but he needs to disengage here. However, UNicornGaming, Hong here, is going to set up a roadblock up in this bridge.
Oh, let's see then. Uva coming over the bridge. He's not going to be honking his horn. He hasn't even realized that Hong is there. Lets him drive past and then tries to... Oh, no, I was a bit preemptive there. I was about to say tries to shoot him from behind, but he's going to get him, or excuse me, let him get away scot-free, because now he can strike at a later moment. Now as Matteo goes past as well, just scouting on the information, not pulling the trigger, but someone who is EGC, because they've now taken down 2 squads.
Yeah, not to mention as well, they clipped off one of the members from UNicornGaming, and at the same time, Hong, he's waiting for the next car to potentially get for a couple of kills here. It seems to me he may consider fragging out a little bit more for a team, but this is my surprise here, honestly speaking, Alex. Like, usually we expect Hong to be super aggressive getting the skills here, but it seems to me today's games has been really rough from UNicornGaming, and they don't exactly want to go on full-on aggressive mode as of now. And this battle on the south side has been battling out for so long among all these 3 teams now.
Yeah, we haven't had too much time to even speak about the macro picture of the game, because there's been action from the get-go, and there may be more, because these are the final 2 remaining players from AllRejectionGaming, and they're going to be maybe getting out of the vehicle as well. Oh, this could be perfect here for Hong from UNicornGaming, but then again, he may play it patient, scout out the information, wait, because he needs to regroup with his team.
Yeah, it seems to me, Hong, he doesn't have much mats to work with here. Initially, we talked about how UNicornGaming's spot was contested from the guys from AllRejectionGaming from Novo, right? Because of this, they don't want exactly to contest all the spots, but it seems to me there are more than 2 teams early on in the south side. So UNicornGaming, they're going to be setting things up here. They know the EGC guys is going to be backing out from military base. Hopefully, they'll be able to go for the pincer attack, but as of now, not much movements yet from UNicornGaming.
Yeah, just looking at the overall map, it is fairly central, more towards the western side. Centered again, it seems, towards Pachinki. And we know that RRQ like to play towards their Seoul as well, typically towards Pachinki, but this time they're taking a compound out inside the fields of Gatka.
Yep, AllRejectionGaming, they've made it safely across from the military island. Now they're heading towards the vicinities of Gatka here. And Alex, we might see a repeat in history from the game number 4 here in today's games. So we might see a little bit different in terms of positioning and prioritizing here, but the circle may or may not happen the same thing here. But Lapis is going to pop off a couple of vehicles here. We talk about vehicles being a commodity, right? This is what exactly this is going to be taxing on towards the guys from Team Seoul now.
Yeah, taxes, one of the only things that are guaranteed in life, which is kills on Zuxi, death and taxes.
Yep, speaking of which, Zuxi, he's got 22 kills all by himself from the side of Bigetron RA Aliens. And out of so many games, I think it was, 10 games? This is going to be the 10th game so far. So 9 games in total, racked up a total of 22 kills. That's got to be insane here from Zuxi. He might be one of the kill leaderboards right now, alongside with his twin brother, Luxi.
Yeah, definitely the driving force here in terms of frags from Bigetron. And as Dave and the boys kept saying, on the desk, they are currently 80 points ahead.
Yep. Seems to me Luxi is going to be the one in top here with 26 kills in total from the side of Bigetron RA Aliens. However, I'm worried here from the side of BTR. They don't exactly have mats here. We saw Zuxi having 0 mats in total, but an AWM supply crate here is going to be revealing in the vicinities of Illuminate The Murder. It seems to me they're going to be securing for Matoy.
This is really important, though, because we have to speak about Illuminate The Murder, because day one, they were so strong, especially as well in the first, well, there's only 4 games on day one, unfortunately for them, but in the first 3 games, they were near the top, either first or second, battling it out with Bigetron, and then suddenly today, day 2, they just have gone quiet.
Well, we finally got a glimpse of the map here. You can see the circle is going to be closing in towards the outskirts of Quarry, Pochinki, or maybe even the northeast section of Ferry Pier here. But at the same time, look at this rotation here.
Yeah. Let's see, then Hong had the information from earlier on. He was scouting it out towards the bridge, as it is going to be a battle here towards the Lighthouse. EGC currently 1-1. But look at this, though, as more of the players from UNicornGaming are joining the fray. Ho Chung trying to see if he can spot out Trote in the opening. Only has the back 10 Uzi, whips out the M4, but it may be too late. So they have to work out exactly how to best play this one, as 2 of the players are now dropped.
Well, it's going to be a 1v1 right now here, but Coco is thinking about adding up those numbers here. Tries to pick up for Coco. Road, does he scout out this movement here? But now he's going to regroup with Bear as well, as he's going to try to regroup this push. But Road, wait for the push.
He's coming around the side, tries to get one, gets down, but look at this. This is such an awkward affair, as he does survive momentarily. The players were down. It was only 1. Grenade goes in. That should finish off the job here. Let's see. Tro is going to be... Ooh, fine, actually. Maybe that grenade was behind the wall. It was very strange. Either way, though, one of the players, Bear from EGC, shall be revived as another grenade goes in towards the Harry Potter Tower, but it's not going to strike just yet. That's now 2 players revived. They can heal up now, but look at this, though, from Ho Chung. Is going to be applying so much damage up close. It's another player down as well. Tro is finished off, and here we have it. And this should be EGC being wiped out unless something crazy happens. No, it's going to be 16th place for EGC. Again, a poor performance for them.
Yeah, UNicornGaming, you can see they're so committed to this fight here. They needed this kill just because they were so underlooted in the south side here. But taking the boys from EGC is going to give them a little bit of economy, a breathing room or space to drag it on to the later stage of the game. However, Team Queso here, they might be contested for guys from the AllRejectionGaming here. But Lapis, he scouts out of the way here. He hears the gunshot, immediately backs out.
Yeah, Team Queso looking so strong so far. Don't want to be messing with them as of yet, especially only 11 minutes so far into this match with 15 teams still alive. There's no point taking those risks for the placement points. Entity Gaming, another team as well that was stronger yesterday than today. Maybe see if they can try and come back stronger, as they're currently in a bit of a road rage versus Mega.
Yep, at the same time here, Entity Gaming, they're going to be making their way into the vicinities of GANK as well. Top Esports taking a different approach here, but it seems to me Entity, they're going to go head-to-head against the guys from Illuminate The Murder.
Let's see then, it's rush hour here, just outside of Pochinki. As we kept saying, it was the middle of the zone. These teams are going to be fighting not only to wipe out squads for kill points, but also for compounds to use later on. Oh, Matoy most likely be going down as he gets out of the vehicle, but actually does so much damage. Does get the kill onto Katak, so Katak was finished. There, they managed to get the job done onto Matoy, who is finished off. Smoke going out towards a man. Hopefully they can try and revive him here as the second one goes out as well, shrouding the vision.
This is going to be a tough one here for Entity, considering that Matoy just gave away the AWM to Entity. But at the same time, RRQ has been docking their way in top of the mountain here because Illuminate The Murder early on, they lost Martin to RRQ. And because of this, we're down to Amjord and Goddard from the side of Illuminate The Murder. And like I said, we need those member hours into the later stage of the game. And this is not a great start for Illuminate The Murder.
Yeah, a man going to be finished off by Bigetron Ryzen, as if they need more kill points.
Yeah, definitely here. And Entity Gaming here, they've lost 2 members early on as well, Aman and Gatak. But there's going to be a lot of two-man squads later on in this stage of the game. But let's see how the circle goes. It seems to me it's going to push everyone to the south side of Pubg, east side, where BTR remains inside the circle here alongside Mega Conqueror.
Feel like a broken record here because again and again, Bigetron are inside the center of the circle as we enter into phase, well, soon to be phase 3. Although, Terrence, looking at how much water is inside the circle as well, it's most likely going to go north and just south of Pachinki. Ooh, Mystic here from Team Queso, managed to get the headshot down onto Eagle from Top Esports, and that's going to be great for them in the standings considering that they're so close right now towards the top.
Definitely here, Top Esports, they have been switching their rotation pattern for quite some time. This time they took the northwest section of the rotation here, cutting through Georgia Pool, passing through it at the outskirts of GANK, and now crashing directly far east. They have been on a long ride here, and seems to me they've lost Eagle, not too shabby yet, but they still have 3 members to fight the next battle. But like you said as well, BTR, they're on the top of the mountain. Same goes for RRQ. They're going to be trying to catch off all these rotations coming from all these teams.
Yeah, level 3 helmet there picked up. Not going to be saying anything negative about that. Bigetron across the hill line. This is good for them. They can use it to scout out information. It's fairly weak though if teams do try and attack it. Whereas down the south here, we have Top Esports in their own compound.
Yeah, definitely here. He's going to be safer and sounder for now for Top Esports. However, the guys from Team Seoul, we have not seen too much coming from them today's games here. We saw a couple amazing clutch coming from them from Clutch God, but Seoul, it all comes down to them securing the chicken dinner for today. Will they be able to do it? Let's see. But it seems to me they're going to be playing along the shorelines here where there's about 30% of the circle covered in water here. So this is going to be giving Team Seoul a little bit of an advantage here to zone all these teams down to the south side.
Yeah, a team we really have to mention as well, Terrence, is Orange Esports. They started the day at 14th, 13th, and now, after a strong performance on Vikendi, a strong performance on Erangel as well, they're slowly making their way up the leaderboard. We saw them do that as well in the prelims. Oh, Clutch God chucks out the grenade towards, I believe that was Team Queso. Yes, indeed it was. But Marco is revived, so he's going to be fine for now.
On the kill feed as well, we see Illuminate actually clashing against the guys from YOODOO. GANK here, as you can see, they've lost 1 member from Sada Amjo, but oh no, here comes the third party. C9, Bill will put the nail into the coffin, takes down the guys from Illuminate The Murder, but YOODOO Gang is not over yet, Alex. It seems to me they want to finish up the rest of the members from YOODOO Gang as C9 Perkins gets off tracks.
Finally, some action here for C9. It seems they always go quiet and then fail in the rotations, and now they're trying the hardest to get some more kill points. They managed to get 3 so far on this one, and they need them towards the middle of the standings, currently in 8th, I believe. Obviously, the Seoul team representing North America here, so there's going to be a lot of fandom watching and the pressure on their shoulders to perform. But I want to touch as well, that was 15th for Illuminate The Murder. Again, continuing this narrative, the fact that they are starting to taper off.
Yeah, definitely here. Let's take a look at towards the circle here. Next phase here, it's going to be favoring the guys from BTR once again, but Top Esports in the middle of it all with their own compound, with a lot of room to work with. They're going to be the ones to try and zone everyone on the cornerstones of this circle. RRQ, they still have that mountain in southwest section of Pachinki, but besides that, every single team needs to push them. Same goes for the guys from Team Seoul, but Queso, Queso here. Oh, wow, Mortal. Wow.
Yeah. Team Queso going to be losing a player who is down. Axel down by the explosion there of the vehicle. Clutch God, clutches his life as he is onto 5 HP. And with that, it seems like Seoul are going to be a bit more tentative here before applying the push. And this gives time now as well for all of the players from Team Queso to heal. But they're going to be flanked from the side. Mortal trying to get into a vantage point here. Spots out the vehicle, trying to do more damage here with the explosion and the shrapnel from the vehicle, but instead it's the bullets from Clutch God. The grenade as well from Mortal strikes. And that's now going to be down to Mystic and Ayala. We saw him nearly do a 1 versus 3 in that last game. He needs a similar performance here as they're going to be coming across the ridgeline. But it's Mortal again towards the side. So many different points of angles where they're shooting down upon these players here from South America. Mortal in the open, using the smoke to the best of his advantage. It seems as well that AllRejectionGaming are going to be coming in here to do a third-party damage. Yeah, Ayala as well, eventually going to be going down here, and he will be the final player for Team Queso.
Oh no, Team Queso, they're in some much trouble here. They have to abandon ship, but they are stacked up with Ayala. Here comes the shots coming in from AllRejectionGaming, but seems to me they will take down Ayala as Team Queso. They're out of this game as ARW now going to go head-to-head against guys from Team Seoul. And Team Seoul, they've done so much damage. They're backing out this fight. Very nice disengage coming from Team Seoul, and they were the victors in this fight.
Yes, indeed. One kill for them, though. Some of the kills there were stolen by AllRejectionGaming, Terrence.
Going to be unfortunate there, but still it's going to be a win here because that is going to pull them a little bit more points for them to try and chase for the top 5 position here, especially in the global finals. But as of now, BTR is still standing. Team Seoul, will they get even more kills? As of now, like you said, they've got 1 kill, but AllRejectionGaming, they are on the downslope, and Seoul has a very comfortable position on top of this mountain right now.
Yeah, the thing is as well, what makes this mountain even more strong is the fact that they're at the edge of the circle, which means they only have to look at a 180-degree angle because there's no one behind them. Although Cloud9 have Bigetron behind them and then YOODOO GANK in front of them. And again, I say it time and time again, Cloud9's rotations have not been strong. I'm sorry, but Beowulf has been letting them down.
The nades from Zuxi! He was so far ahead. He gets the job done, but is it going to be enough here? Uneven. He's going to try and clutch here for Zuxi. He tries to lob another nade. The suppressive fire coming in. Zuxi, the nades, it looks good. Uneven. Does he connect? He finishes off Perra. Tags up Uneven a little bit. Here comes the flag. Can he get it? He gets the job done! Zuxi!
Oh, even more kills now coming against Cloud9 as Zuxi makes a mockery here as this is catastrophic for Cloud9. Trying the hardest to survive here as we're so far deep into the tournament. This is the final game of day 2. They need a stronger performance if they want any chance tomorrow in finishing in their respectable position. And Zuxi, they're so confident right now, Terrence. They're just applying all the damage to all of the teams.
My, oh my, look at the disciplined plays coming from BTR. They got the job done. They do not pursue. They back off, making sure that they have control of the zone, making sure for the gatekeep here. However, RRQ now, they need to push it. Orange Esports is going to be the one gatekeeping.
Yeah, they have the advantage here. They have the vehicles as well. They're expecting the push coming out from RRQ. It's a 1-for-1 exchange so far. G9 and Senior doing all the work as Orange Esports eliminated in 13th and maybe eliminating the chances of an Orange Esports win or a top 3 finish.
Yep, at the same time as well, they still need to push inside the circle here, but fortunately for RRQ, they have no more competitors stopping them in trap. It's going to be a smooth sailing into the next rotation, but BTR, as soon as they saw the circle, look at them, very quick reactions, immediately backing out, making sure they gatekeep the rest of the teams here, including the guys from C9, or maybe potentially some of the other teams here.
Yes, and now we're into phase 5. Some of these teams may try and contest these compounds. Entity, Jonathan, taking out Rogue. Zuxi is in the open here. He is fairly exposed. Yasha, if it does catch him off guard, but it seems like we're going for another classic Zuxi nade as he has seen where he is, does 40 points of damage, whips out the M4, and goodbye. UNique as they're out in 11th. Oh my god.
Look at the recoil from Zuxi, the 6x AK spray. That was ridiculous, but at the same time here, they've got the damage done, they've got the kills, but will they get the chicken dinner? We're looking at 4 chicken dinners in a row. Can they do it though?
Let's find out. Mortal still going to be in this fight. Typically going out in 14th, 15th, it seems, at the start of today's matches, but now maybe a better performance. Pons, he as well had an absolutely stellar performance on Vikendi. Let's see if he can try and get deja vu here, as up close to him is Mortal, but the rest of his team has left him alone. Oh my goodness, this is going to be a bloodbath here against Mortal. 1 versus 4, there's no chance again, as the grenade just robs salt into the wounds. Kurd squad, they're out in 10th, I imagine. It's not going to be pretty for them as well.
Good communication there coming from Mega Conqueror. They lobbed the nade over. As soon as they saw it here, they backed off, but still, they got the job done. But it's not over because why? Next up, RRQ.ATHENA. The plates are going to serve here. Will Mega Conqueror take all these kills?
Yeah, that's 2 now for Mega. And soon it may even be 3 as they're coming in over the top of the ridgeline. Clutch Squad maybe can try and third-party this from afar and steal away those kill points. He gets the spray onto Matyo. Ooh, that's perfect. But the kills are being stolen away again by Mega, so it's a valiant effort there from Clutch God, who actually gets taken down by Luxy from afar.
Oh no, but at the same time, Mega Conqueror Stone, he overextended his peak here, gets caught out from guys from Top Esports inside the compound, but now they need to reset this fight. They're out and open, but fortunately for them, they're still inside the circle, but they have to push into the guys from AllRejectionGaming here. They're taking it inch by inch now. They have to be very careful about this, but AllRejection, look at this, they're lying in wait.
Oh, it's so close. Oh, Stone as well on the edge of the circle. Does manage to survive. That grenade does about 20 points of damage there onto Online 24, but he's fine for now. All of the players from Mega on such an awkward part of the zone, but they're close to it. Look towards the north. Entity Gaming going to be stuck inside the open, and so is Yuva. There you have it. AllRejectionGaming are out in 8th.
Very disciplined plays here coming from Mega Conqueror to smoke up as well. They know RRQ is on the other other end of the mountain, and because of that, they use the cover, they clear out all rejection, and because of that, it's going to be smooth sailing for them to push into the next phase of circle. But now, speaking of BTR here, the leaderboard, the top leaderboard kings here, Bigetron Red Aliens, now they are on the offense here because the circle is not favoring them. They might go head-to-head against the guys from RRQ now.
Let's see then. Seoul are going to go out in 7th. We also forgot to mention as well, Cloud9 out in 9th for a second time running, and Luxy, this time with the M16 tapping away onto G9. Senior as well is there to try and give some support, but how much can you really do versus the best player that we've seen so far in this event? Is in the open is G9 trying to get to cover. He's going to crouch as well, but he's going to crouch into his death with the M16. It seems that Luxy is going to finish off the job, but instead gets inside the Dacia. So much confidence here on these players as they may be even going in for more. Luxy might even try and take all 4 of them.
Feels bad for RRQ, the suppressed shot. They don't exactly know what's happening here, but finally we see contestment for top esports. Unicorn gonna crash their way in, but Coco is down and Ho Chung's gonna be the only one left standing from UNicornGaming. I don't think he can do it, but the nades being lobbed down from KK
Oh, there you have it. Jumps up, but you've been taken back down. Ho Chung and UNicornGaming gonna be out in 6th. Bigetron now coming on to Mega, the rivalry from Southeast Asia, the rivalry as well from the prelims is still there because remember, Mega won it, and Bigetron, Rodfiat with 2, sprays him down with 1 tap, but does go down immediately. It's all down to Stone. Let's see what it can do. Catches more players off guard, but boy, he's still alive. Luxy with the covering fire. As he finishes the job onto Rodfiat, it's all down now to online 24 versus 4. The players, 3 of them are down. There's a real chance here as the smokes, grenades all go in, giving covering here for allowing the players to be revived. Online 24, if only he knew 3 of the players were down, he would really go for it.
He's the last man standing, and not to mention Online 24. We've seen him clutch in this kind of situation, but at the same time, he's at the edge of the circle. It seems to me, Mega Conquer, they want to play the placement points here, and BTR will be able to reset the fight. However, the previous world champions, RRQ, they're coming in, knocking from the northwest corner here. If he spots out Online 24, he's going to be some trouble.
Oh my God, he's nearly being shot as well from top esports, and RRQ spanning into the smoke. They nearly finish off Online 24, but he's still here, alive and kicking. Oh, we have 1 kill. We're trying to see if we can get to 2. Entity Gaming lose Jonathan. That means they lose out in this one. 2 in 5th. As we go to a bit of a stalemate here. Online 24 is now being covering, fired by Years. Oh, there you have it. Mega are going to go out in 4th. Bigetron is still in the running.
He was stuck in a tough spot here. RRQ and Top Esports had their angles on Online 24. He did his best as he can here. Top 4 finish, pretty respectable run. However, this is going to be the clash of the titans here. RRQ.ATHENA, BTR, and Top Esports here. Veterans in closing up games. Will they be able to do it? But at the same time, Top Esports, you can see Years setting up shop here with the car ahead here to plan for the next phase of circle.
The car hasn't been exploded just yet though, Terrence, so that could be to his demise as the car here for RRQ has been exploded, so they're going to be safe. Oh, but maybe not for long as Ryzen finishes off as well. Ernie goes down. Another player as well is down by RRQ. As Senior starting to heal up here. It's going to be 3 players live for Bigetron, 3 for Top Esports, only 2 remain for RRQ. As they are fairly spread though, Top Esports.
Oh, I like this play here coming from Hope. The suppressed fire here, but Luxy, the aggressive play, gets punished from RRQ. RRQ, they have 2 men. Seems to me they might not push BTR, but the circle is closing in. It seems to me they are bailing out this fight here. Ryzen and Zuxi going to be trying to save Luxy apparently, but I don't think he can. But it seems to me they want to crash the guys from RRQ.
Here we go. Let's see what they can do. The Spram coming out from Ryzen takes down 1 of them, but it's a 1-for-1 affair. Zuxi actually wipes them out. RRQ are down in 3rd. Once again, it's Bigetron now last alive. Look at this though, coming from the side. It's Years. Hope as well, giving covering fire. He's inside the blue zone. What on earth is he doing? It's an M249 saw in the hands of Zuxi. 50 bullets remaining. Years comes out of the vehicle. Zuxi goes for the spray. The damage as well from the vehicle may be enough to finish him off, but he's still alive.
But at the same time here, he lobs the nade. Top Esports is far away to provide assist just because there's out and open. But the nades come in. Does it connect to the guys from Years? Does it connect? No, it does not. It just clips off the edge of the car. But now, 1v3. Can Zuxi do it?
That looks like a good grenade. Let's see if it lands. I don't think it's gone far enough here, Terrence. Oh, yeah, just going to explode in front of the vehicle. And below the vehicle, it's Top Esports. Look at the elation on their faces as they take yet another chicken dinner.
Top Esports, fantastic performance here. Taking 2 chicken dinners for today. My, oh my. They played that compound perfectly well. We saw Years with those kind of angles was just insane. But BTR was so close to closing out 4 chicken dinners for today, and that's how hard is it to take down the potential world champions for fall split.
It almost looks like Bigetron is smurfing. You saw Zuxi with so much confidence, just scouting around, shooting everyone he saw in his vicinity, getting in vehicles, trying to take on teams 1 versus 4. Oof, maybe, just maybe though, I don't want to try and foreshadow anything too negative here against our potential world champions, as you said, Terrence, but maybe that confidence could get to their head tomorrow.
Exactly, but speaking of which, Top Esports here, they switched up the rotation for today's game, and it worked out in closing up this game because I've seen at least 4 different playstyles coming from Top Esports in terms of their rotation pattern, and they've been discovering ways time and time again. It seems to me not many teams can predict what Top Esports may or may not do, but so far, if you give them the zone, they are going to punish the heck out of everyone, and that's exactly what happened for Top Esports.
Yeah, EGC, they had a strong start fighting versus 2 squads. They got 4 kills, and then we saw this from UNicornGaming as they flushed them out of the tournament fairly early as well. UNicornGaming finishing in 6th. One of the strongest performances we've seen with them so far.
Honestly speaking, Alex, here, I'm literally worried for UNicornGaming because they have been contested so much in the southern section of military base, which is kind of unfortunate for them just because they have like 2 to 3 teams just covering all the way to the southern section, and they were so underlooted. You know UNicornGaming needed that fight, but it's just unfortunate to see just because there were just so many obstacles thrown in front of them. However, you have to give credit towards the guys from BTR as well. They popped off in that game.
Yeah, they really, really did. Solus one on our screens, finishing in 7th. Again, one of the best performances they've had ever since they did get the chicken dinner on Vikendi.
Oh, this nade right here from Hojang was just insane. KK's Kurd just lobbing the nade, just killing him off, just gives them a little bit of a style point, but a big hit here coming from Broadcast from Mega Conqueror, taking 2 members from BTR. Like, this completely slowed down the entire push from BTR in terms of formation, but still, Microboy with the drop shot there.
Yeah, that was
insane.
so nice, because he survived as well with 1 HP, and this allows for Luxy to then pop up as Stone tried to get the conversion frag, and then made it happen for Bigetron. So nearly made it 4 in a row. They got to the bottom 2, but who predicted correctly was Orlando. Let's see if Jason can keep the ego in check.
I don't think it's possible to keep anyone's ego in check here on the desk, especially someone on the end here.
Hey man, Bigetron didn't win. Dave,
thank you, sir.
Don't talk to me. But Top Esports did take the win. Now, this is the 2nd win they got today, so, I mean, it's very unlikely, but tomorrow they could make a run for it. But I just want to go ahead and highlight Bigetron, even though Top Esports did win, because Bigetron, as the casters mentioned, they were just going to town. They were fighting, they were split so far apart that at one point they were fighting, I believe, Cloud9, and I don't remember who the other team was. It was just beautiful to see. Their confidence is off the roof. It might have hurt them there towards the end, but it doesn't matter. They're so far ahead in points right now that they can afford to go ahead and do that, and they got the skills to back it up. So at the same time, even though they might be too overconfident, they're still getting points on kills and placement.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter. There's one point, I believe it was around circle number 5. We had Bigetron on the edge, and then we had Mega from behind. I was hoping and praying that Mega would push onto Bigetron just so I could win my money earlier on. That didn't happen, so Mega, they actually ended up wrapping around the south end. They took on Seoul, AllRejection, and then Bigetron wrapping around the north end, taking on 3 teams themselves. And then after they got those 3 teams done and dusted, they got into his vehicles, pushed south. I was having my second chance win with Bigetron and Mega fighting each other. That was crazy. Fiat getting 2 members down, Stoned getting the drop shot, 1 HP. What do you want to say?
So, what I want to say is, even though Top Esports did win the chicken dinner, did they win the war though? Because obviously they need to close out so many points to catch up to Bigetron. So let's take a look at the scoreboard and see how many points they did accumulate through that game. Because that's what it's all about, right?
And
yeah, chicken dinners are great, but you need to claw that distance between you and Bigetron.
Yep, and that's something that we're actually mentioning, right? It's Top Esports going to be able to go ahead and outscore them. And at the moment, I know they're getting the win, but they're just not being able to outscore them by much. They're currently beaten by 4 points, and that's just, if you could keep doing that for the rest 6 games tomorrow, you're just not going to be able to catch up. And I think it goes to speak hugely of Bigetron. When they were down 3 players, and one player was able to go ahead and clutch it for them, win that engagement, and go back and at least be able to go ahead and pick up 2. That just goes to show the kind of skill that these players have.
Yeah, I mean, we see Top Esports getting 9 kills here, Bigetron with 11, and then RRQ with 12. Also a really good game for RRQ. I mean, definitely making the comeback this game, to say the least, to try to pad those stats moving into tomorrow. Besides that, I mean, what a day for Bigetron. I mean, we can't stop talking about the team. I mean, they didn't get the chicken here, but even when they don't get the chicken, I believe you guys mentioned it, they're getting the kills.
And I mean, we do have some other teams starting to wake up, right? RRQ.ATHENA now at least being able to be 3rd place. We also have MENA Esports being a little bit more consistent towards the top, but once again, they need to go ahead and just pile up the points. They need to hope that somebody go ahead and just hot drops Bigetron and is able to go ahead and kick them off, which it's very unlikely the way they're currently playing.
So on that note, because obviously this was the last match of the day today, if you're one of those teams, around top 3, top 5 maybe, do you take it into your own hands to start hot dropping Bigetron to kill them, to have a chance to take 1st place?
I wouldn't be surprised if tomorrow we see some of those teams doing that right away. I think it would be smart just to do it right away, because if you wait a little bit too long and Bigetron gets another win with kills to back it up, it is going to be very, very hard to catch up to them. Especially, we're going to be able to see the overall standings and just the huge lead that they have. One of the teams that I am disappointed by, just Cloud9. I was hoping for a better performance from them today, especially after that first game of the day. They had me super hyped. Boy, I almost lost my voice a little bit there earlier. But, I mean, they just need to go and step it up. And Team Queso, currently in 16th place with just 1 point. That is not going to help their case, too. Bigetron just showing what global champions are made of, being able to be consistent, being able to get the placing points, and on top of that, the kill points as well.
Yeah, I mean, one thing though, I mean, you talked about Cloud9, one thing I admire about the team is even after a rough day, they come into the next day with a positive attitude, positive vibes. They know what they need to fix and correct, and they try to work on that. They're not like some other squads that just give up, throwing the towel early on. So I do like that mentality from the team.
Yeah, and going based on that, right, are we going to see some of the teams that are for sure not going to be able to make it? Are they going to be able to go ahead and challenge some of the other teams just to make a name for themselves? And look at Bigetron. Look at the lead that they currently have. 211 points for them. 4 chicken dinners. That equals $20,000 just in wins alone. Top Esports now in 2nd place. I think Top Esports, if Bigetron wasn't as dominating as they are today, Top Esports would be a story to have as well, because they started today just very, very low. We're able to climb up, get 2 chicken dinners. I mean, it's possible. What do you guys think? Do you think maybe Top Esports tomorrow can make a run for it if they get some chicken dinners?
They can definitely put up a fight, and like we were mentioning here on the desk, Bigetron, you know, what are they going to do? They're going to go with their bread and butter on what they've been doing for the past 2 days, or are they going to try to change it up and anticipate that teams are going to try to hunt them down possibly? I don't know. Hopefully it doesn't get into their mindset too much here and they continue playing their game. But Top Esports definitely on the rise here. Team Queso consistent all day long. I believe they started today in like 2nd or 3rd place, if I don't mistake.
2nd place.
2nd place. So yeah, consistency is key for that squad. MENA Esports though, also another team that's consistent. 1 chicken dinner here, but the 52 kills, a team that knows how to frag out.
I want to say this though. They started off the day in 2nd place behind Bigetron by 8 points.
Okay, wow.
Yikes.
Oh.
That's almost 100 points now they're going to be behind. That's how big of a lead Bigetron has grasped. They are now 83 points ahead of the team in 2nd place. They went up from 65 to 83. That's 18 points they were able to gain from that last match. 83 points, like...
I think it's going to go ahead and come down to the top 4 teams, right?
Yeah.
Especially tomorrow. That's going to be the storyline. Team Queso, Top Esports, and MENA Esports. Can they go ahead and catch up? Remember we were saying to be able to challenge in day 3, you had to be at least within 20 points to 30 points?
Yeah.
Boy, were we not expecting to Bigetron to dominate this much. It's not even close.
It's basically they're the final boss of PUBG Mobile right now, and everyone out there is trying to fight against them. Everyone's trying to tackle them somehow. I don't know how you do anymore.
Yeah, and we talked about it, the bottom teams, what are they going to do in the final 6 matches tomorrow? Hopefully not continue to fight each other, because almost every single game we have EGC, Kurd squad kind of duking it out. This previous game, I believe they started right out the gate in military base fighting each other. I want to see them fight other teams. I want to see them fight Bigetron. I want to see them fight Team Queso, not each other. Come on, if we're at the bottom, we're on the same boat. You know, let's do something else.
So last little thing, by the way. So Bigetron had about 80 kills, or 80 points, or 80 kills, so 80 points.
Yeah.
They have more points in just kills alone than the 10th through 16th teams.
That's a hard flex.
That is a
Flexing on
massive
him.
flex. But
Flexing on him.
speaking of flexing, look at that. Zuxi and Luxi, the two twins, have the same amount of kills at 27.
Do you think they're going to go ahead and talk about it tonight, saying...
Oh, hold up.
They're going to try to push.
The telekinesis. They just, look at each other and know what's up.
Telepathic is, I think, the term you're looking for.
That you're looking for.
So you let me say it all day long, and then you correct me on the final death segment. Thanks, guys.
I mean, it's all right. We already got a calendar for you, math book, language book, and yeah.
Not a mustache
we can go
book.
down the list.
Not a mustache book, though. I got that one.
Yeah, you got that. You got that nailed. You were definitely practicing that. But you can see the MVP going to be Zuxi. 5 kills, 675 damage. His confidence, though, we talk about confidence for the whole team, but him 1v2ing the 2 players out of Cloud9 pushing in, like, what do you do against a team like that?
I think you just
pray.
You have to go ahead and just try to get different angles on them. That's one thing. Cloud9 was not able to get different angles on them. They were both staying too close to each other. And Zuxi is one of those players that's just going to be able to take advantage of that. If you give him the chance to go ahead and take you on a 1v2, and you're too close to each other and not having to let him worry about different angles, he's going to be able to destroy you.
Not only that, it seems like every single game when we are going to spectate them, one of them has an M249.
Yep.
Like every game they got an M249 in the end zone. I mean, that's just crazy, and we know how powerful that weapon is. I mean, it has a large magazine. You could just spray the bullets down, mow down the grass, because a lot of players like to snake in the end for placement points. They are amazing.
I mean, I got my Bigetron tattoo ready, so I think they're going to go ahead and be able to show us something crazy tomorrow. Be ready, because it's not over yet. I think they're going to go crazy, as we just saw in the last match. They're going to try to push for even more kills. I wouldn't be surprised if they're going now for records, right? Yeah. I'm going to probably go back tonight and just look at records. What kind of records is the top fragger from Spring Split? Are they going to try to beat that? Are they going to try to beat the most kills by a team?
Damage.
What can they go to?
I think they've already gotten to that point almost. I mean, with only 10 matches actually being played.
Yeah.
It goes to show to their skill. I mean, and the sky's the limit for them. Not even, maybe even more, because they're just such a young player. Having this kind of experience at such a young age is huge for them.
And $180,000 potentially on the line for them. That's going to be up for us on the desk for today. We'll be back tomorrow for 6 more matches to close out the entirety of the fall split. But in the meantime, we're going to head over once again to Blank to break down the game.
Luxy, I want my money back.
Hi there, guys. Welcome back to the recap show, or as I like to call it, Maps Done Quick with Black. Let's have a quick look at the map here. So this is an interesting one. We're going to take a look at specifically Top Esports as well as Cloud9's rotation into the circle. Cloud9 had a really, really good spot. It was very well played by their IGL Beowulf to take them into that position, but Top Esports, they took a different angle, and it just kind of worked out from the end. So if we take a look at the map here, we're going to see Top Esports, they're going to wrap all the way underneath and come through the coastal side, whereas Cloud9, they're going to do something completely different, just come over the top and straight downwards. So either way, in the end, it was Top Esports who came out on top, and I think partially some of that is because BTR actually hunted down your boy C9 in the end. So if we go to the second screen over here, we're going to see a really strong rotation from C9 in the beginning. So if we take a look up here, C9, not there, I want there. It's not going to give me. I'm going to do it like that. There we go. C9 is going to head up on this side. They take the northeast side of the circle. We get a western shift. Obviously, they know that a lot of people aren't going to be holding on the eastern side. They get YOODOO to back away down this side, but BTR hear the fighting and they head on upwards. Now, this does not work out well for C9 whatsoever, but it's just really good calls for BTR. They know that just as much as C9, this area is really strong for them right now. So if BTR can clear this out very, very quickly, they know the northeast side, it's just easy for them to now push down without worrying that there's going to be teams at the back running in with them. You never, ever want another team running in with you into those last moments of the game. Unfortunately, C9, they're not able to bat them away, and it ends up this fighting going this way. And a lot of it is down because of BTR's just such refined gun skill going forward. They're incredibly strong in these gunfights, and C9, unfortunately, like the Des mentioned, were not able to make this one happen. If we take a look at Top Esports, they once again, they keep doing this. They'll wait very passively in the beginning of the game, rotate in very aggressively towards a central position. A lot of the other games, you can put down some of that to look where the circle will drop on top of the time, but this place, they dropped up in Georgia Pole. They had to move a long way in. It was a smart rotation late into the game, and it actually ended up allowing them to win very, very later on. Unfortunately for C9, well played to BTR to make it so far, and Top Esports, they continue to show some really, really strong aggression. We're now going to throw it back over to the stage to get a quick interview with your winners, Eagle from Top Esports.
Thank you so much, Blank, and of course, all of our commentators, casters, and our Discord. Thank you so much for telling us the story of the games today, and of course, congratulations, Eagle, on another chicken dinner. What I want to talk about before we end today off is that today you've had a lot of fights, especially towards the end of the game with Bigetron. What is your opinion about them? How can you guys defeat Bigetron since they are currently at the top of the leaderboard, especially going to tomorrow's game? What is like the secret recipe to take down BTR like it was in this game?
今天你们跟 BTR 打了很多次，然后在最后的时候，你们成功的终结了 BTR 的连击。然后你有什么特别的秘诀在这个打败他的过程中吗？然后你对于明天的比赛有什么展望呢？
其实没有很针对他们，我们只想打好自己的。明天我们会尽全力创造奇迹。
Actually, we didn't mean to deliberately consider about how to beat them down, but what we would like to do is to focus on ourselves and do our best.
All right. Well, you know what? Speaking of focusing on yourself, is there anything that you think as a team you'd like to fix going into tomorrow's game? Because it is going to be the final day, and this is where it all comes down to.
作为一个团队，你也刚刚说到了，你们会更加专注于自己。你觉得你们还需要做到哪些地方呢？因为明天也是这个比赛最后的一天了。
我们会把自己的状态调整到最好，然后不留遗憾。
Tomorrow will be in perfect condition, and he said he would not like to regret about this game.
All right. Last thing I want you to do for me, Eagle, is say anything that you want to your fans back home, to your family, to your friends. Is there anything you want to say to the guys that have been supporting you all this time? You can say it in Chinese as well.
对于支持你的粉丝、家人，就远在中国的粉丝和家人，你有什么想说的呢？
我会拿到击杀王。
He says he would like to kill the most people.
All right. Speaking of killing the most people, you are at the top in the leaderboards alongside, all the other guys. Thank you so much once again, Eagle, right here. Give him one more round of applause, everybody. Thank you so much. Thank you. Now, of course, for everybody watching, I just want to say a big thank you for everybody that came down here, and of course all the guys watching at home. No matter where you guys are from, you guys were part of this PMCO 2019 Fall Split Global Finals, and we, don't worry, still have one more day. It's going to be the most epic one because we're going to find out if any team can really take down Bigetron. I mean, we're talking about 211 points at the top, and Top Esports, one of the strongest teams, is only at 128 points. Can the other teams come up the ladder and take these guys down? We'll just have to wait and see. Now, don't forget, Vivo will get you that glorious chicken dinner. This is me, Faraz, signing out. See you tomorrow. Before we even begin, ladies and gentlemen, Gamers, welcome to the PUBG Mobile Club Open 2019 Ball Split Global Finals Day number 2.
Salam sejahtera, salam satu Malaysia dan salam seluruh dunia. Selamat datang ke PUBG Mobile Club Open 2019 Ball Split Global Final hari nombor 2. Woo!